can't swing. I'ma run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick of the grip of my thin frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt fake? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city, spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole, pick me up, I'm the only one gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend again, and I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best, cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't live life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole, pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again, and I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best, cause I don't need to pretend and pretend like you. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the west. And the hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and free. And it's my time. Up in the stars. You'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had a close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the bus, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show. The way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. No, they wanna be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can't repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. Up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. With every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do on the face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I give him pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. You'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel One kiss from you is like a fantasy, fantasy. It's like you go beyond my wildest dream, wildest dream. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Give it to me now.
Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. 'Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh, 'cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. Yeah, I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh,
Give it to me now.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave,
You afraid?
Obrigado, feliz aniversário, Wild.
Aveva la pelle giallastra e gli occhi segnati da
Happy anniversary.
¿Qué les parecen estos cambios?
Happy third year anniversary.
Your Coca-Cola pop-up play. Death Ball, when you 5v5, when you run up the healing, the shielding, you take no damage.
It's RRQ all the way, baby.
The execution in that team fight cannot be understated.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Aqui o meu feliz aniversário.
Kan atas, klik tombol ini nih. Nah,
Happy 3-year anniversary.
Congratulations.
thank you dan sekali lagi selamat ulang tahun untuk Wild Rift yang ketiga.
Feliz aniversário, Wild Rift.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Happy 3 years anniversary.
Ay, mana yan eh?
Wow! Oh yeah!
No one knows we're here, baby!
Happy anniversary to you. So
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into two conferences, WRLCN and WRL APAC. 11 teams from the WRL CN Conference and 8 from WRL APAC Conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format. and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Additionally, in the WRLA2 regular stage, the priority side selection will be determined through an A-run, preheating the vibe before the official game kicks off. Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 regular stage will officially kick off on November 1st, with the 19 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. The battles are fierce, and the stakes are high. Which team will ultimately rise to the top? Stay tuned for the epic conclusion.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Let's go. Sicker than the wizard with a top hat. So heavy when I drop it like a backpack. Chit chat best, stick it in a WhatsApp. Looking at the glitter in your Snapchat. What's that? You break like a plate in an earthquake on the first day, like a clown at birthday. Too late, gotta wait for the first.
牛啊，这个球！
菜呢？
Welcome back, everyone. We are back here in Wild Rift League Asia. We're going to be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Autolus. And this day has a great APAC matchup. It's going to be G2B versus BRU later on. We're all looking forward to it.
Fireworks for everybody. It's not yet the New Year's, but it is definitely going to be an explosive battle for our first game, as it will feature 2 of the best teams that we have in APAC, of course, followed by the CN Behemoths as well. And yesterday, Dash, the unthinkable happened. The impossible that we thought was impossible did become possible at the hands of course, Now's Esports, no less, getting that victory, a very sweet one, against the reigning defending world champions in Nova Esports.
Yeah, and Now's Esports really did a great time, especially during their game yesterday. Everybody was thrilled. Everybody was so happy about it happening because honestly, it's Nova that they won against. It is a very powerful team. Yeah. Not as powerful as they were before, but still a very strong one at that. And it is coming from the CN conference.
Yeah, the reservations for sure will definitely be there, especially knowing that it is now the second season of WRLA. And the expectation is that all these teams from APAC will be showing, another level to their gameplay. Specifically, looking at Now's Esports right now, a perfect record 3-0 with 1 win against a CN team powerhouse.
Yeah, and this is honestly something positive also for the APAC conference overall. We have been talking about, during the last time that we cast, we have been talking about the power gap between the CN conference and the APAC conference. And honestly, there are some reservations for some people about what happened during these games. But honestly, this could definitely tell us about that gap, and it's getting close, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, if we look at the top teams from APAC, surely there will be games where against the CN teams it will be a lot closer than a lot of people would think otherwise, right? We're looking to the standings of CN conference. Number one, and music to your ears, is Thunder Talk. Yeah, number one team from CN for us is definitely Thunder Talk, shared with KBG. No surprises there. And later on, we will be seeing KBG in action, and we'll try to tie with Thunder Talk at the number one spot.
Yeah, and that is gonna be something to behold. KBG back in their spot in the top one spot, but it's also something that I also want to see OMG being in the top 2 spot here, because during the last season when they started, they were not here. But again, the matchups for today, it's going to be an APAC matchup for the first games, BRU versus G2B, and we have a CN conference matchups for game 2 and game 3, which is EDG versus Woohoo Gaming and KBG versus Trace Esports.
Yep, EDG, we did talk about them off screen. We had super high expectations with the roster of EDG, especially knowing that Coach Laubai is already there at the helm. But we go back, of course, to feature our first matchup, the all-star from Thailand, Buriram United, with the only change being in the mid lane, right? Golden Feet is now the one manning the mid lane instead of Noel, and then Triple V did get his place in the Dragon lane.
Yeah, and this is also a great composition overall. During the last season, they were one of the best squads in the APAC conference. They are still one of the best here in the APAC conference, and especially with their best support that we are talking about here. What the Jess on the side of BRU.
I'm super glad that you talked up What the Jess, because he is going against one of the best supports in APAC as well in draw. And so this is going to be a chess match between the supports as to who will be able to rotate faster, who will be the one to really dictate the tempo of the game, as we look into the lineup of G2 Blacklist, formerly of Nigma Galaxy. The same lineup, right? Different IGNs, doesn't matter. It's the same beast. It's the same players that, the Philippines region and the APAC region really love.
Yeah, they are still one of the strongest, or rather the strongest even before. But now, let's go to the stage first.
手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场，大家好，我是Yoho。今天是第2周的第3个比赛日，今天的首场 BO3 将由五里南 BRU 对阵葵松 City G2 Blacklist。故事的结局究竟是五里南 BRU 展开自己的连胜攻势，还是葵松 City G2 Blacklist 能够找回自己上个赛季的全胜姿态？让我们一起一探究竟。Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage of 2023 League of Legends Wild Rift Asia 2. This is Yoho, and today, the third day of the second week. Today's first best of 3 is BRU United Esports versus Quezon City G2 Blacklist. Whether the story about BRU United Esports can starting the win streak, or Quezon's G2 Blacklist can find their olden days back. Let's check it out. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, please give your applause for BRU United Esports and Quezon City G2 Blacklist.
Our team are feeling good today. I think today's game will be easy.
Of course, losing the game will be easy indeed.
What? What was that? Oh man! That is a crazy start.
Yeah, they're both correct, right? Today's game is going to be easy, and one team will end up losing. If we are going to follow the logic of Golden Kite, yeah, sure, this is going to be a very easy game because one team is bound to lose.
Yeah, and this is... Oh man, that is such a fast comeback. I was not ready for that. But again, everybody, before we start the game, everybody's still going to an ARM game just for them to have a fight per side. And whoever wins the fight per side will get to choose if they're going to go to the blue side or the red side.
Yeah, for sure, right? Again, the ARM game is definitely going to be a very good warm-up, especially when it comes to the APAC teams. That is all about explosion. It's all about, having the fastest pace that we have, that we know here in WRLA. Oftentimes, you know, when it comes to the APAC teams, they really want to go for the kills. And so warm-up games, such as the ARAM, is definitely going to be very entertaining.
Yeah. And what I'm really scared of about this, though, is the difference in playstyle that they have. Yes, APAC Conference has a lot of... Whenever an APAC Conference matchup comes in, a lot of kills is going to happen. But based on what I've seen from BRU during the recent games, they have been very, very careful compared to how they were before. And most of the time, that could lead to something really bad or something good, because the last time you see them, some games took longer than expected.
Yeah, when it comes to their average game time, it's apparent that, you know, they're second-guessing themselves. But a lot of it has something to do as well with, of course, the challenges that G2 Blacklist did face prior to the season starting, right? So we were able to talk to TG, to Coach TG, about their situation as a whole, and we did know and we did learn that you know, the players prior to the season did end up having, you know, sickness, and that was very unfortunate, and that really did cut the practice time of G2 Blacklist as a whole. And yeah, as he did say, from his words, it's all about scaling. It's all about finding the right tempo, because this is going to be a very long group stages. Now facing against BRU United, you know, a powerhouse for APAC. This is a very important match for both teams. And whoever is going to end up winning will definitely feel good moving forward.
Yeah. And the question here is if BRU would continue on the streak, just defeating a lot of the APAC Conference team. They're now on 2-0 based on the games that they had the last time. And here, on the side of G2 Blacklist, they were able to win against Fennel during the last time that they played, 2-1 against Fennel, and just lost against J-Team with a 0-2.
2-1. It's still, when we talk about G2 Blacklist, right, like, their mechanics will definitely be top-notch, and again, they play around their jungler a whole lot, and they will really be, you know, the teams to look out for when it comes to the playoff stage. But then again, yeah, we're talking about other teams that are also stepping up to their level right now as we go over, of course, to the ARAM game. And since this is an ARAM game, the teams did select their best possible choices. And then we're seeing right away a Fiddlesticks for Valdez.
Oh yeah, Fiddlesticks in an ARAM game. But what I'm really scared of here on ARAM games is going to be Golden Kite, what he's holding right now. The Akshan, but the knockup from Ime, and they get another knockup together with it. Thipper right there on the back line gets super low HP. And G2 Blacklist, oh no, I think that's going to be a first blood coming to their side. Triple V is going to be running away. Will Golden Kite get the revive? No, he's not going to get it. BRU is just getting a heyday with all the knockups that's happening today. Because right now, oh, look at that. Damage from Triple V is just stacking up.
Yeah, and lots of crowd control as well that needs to be respected here by G2 Blacklist. They try to fight fire with fire, but when it comes to being able to crowd control them to death, oh, it does look like that BRU is at a very big advantage.
Yeah, look at the knockup. Katie's just going in. They're gonna get some damage together against the members of BRU, but they are still getting some resets. Katie's not stopping. I think What the Jess is gonna get the kill right there.
Yeah, not yet level 5, and it's really hurting them right now. You look at Valdez, already level 5. We're waiting for the Crow Storm to happen. It might happen very soon.
Yeah, Call of the Forge God was used. They can get the knockup in the air and to get the kill, but they didn't continue. They just got the knockup there.
I think here is the perfect spot for Valdez to really start the fear. Here comes Valdez.
Right there in front, but on the back line though, Valdez, as you said, was able to get the Crow Storm. And Ime is going to be the last one left standing in front. Because Golden Kite might be able to get some revives, but so far, it's not going to be easy.
It's super hard, at least in the first few minutes of this game, especially knowing that Katarina needs level 5. Golden Kite?
No, the Thipper got baited by that swing. Oh, yes, he did. And now this is going to start the snowball coming into the side of G2B. They're going to go in, have some knockups. KD wants to get the reset.
Good.
And they really want to go in. The knockup coming in from Golden Feet. They're still not going to continue to get those kills.
Yep. Still the crowd control has to be respected here. Valdez hasn't died throughout this ARAM game. And it's starting to become problematic for sure, because once BRU, especially Valdez, finds his item later on, it will be very hard to stop him.
Yeah, wasn't able to get the knock. Thipper still survived for a bit. Aaron's going to die from Golden Feet. They're still
Jess is
okay.
dead.
What a great
Okay.
kill from Golden Kite.
Yeah, Soraka. What the Jess did end up buying his Archangel Staff. Probably goes for the armor as his second item. Golden Feet sacrificing himself just for that reset.
So much damage coming in from Golden Kite. The range coming in from Triple B is not going to be enough here. Snowball's not going to connect. But G2B, a shot, and Golden Kite wasn't able
Almost
to
dead.
get killed. But right now, G2B are just going to look for some kills before they end up dead.
One more.
What a great swing coming in from Valdez. He's going to continue with one more.
Triple
Gets
kill.
2 kills on top of that.
Yeah, that's triple kill for Valdez. Hasn't died yet for the entire duration of this game. Like, oh no, G2 Blacklist. Fate Seal?
Yeah, Fate Seal's not going to hit, not going to connect. One knockup's going to hit also on KD to the backline. Crow Storms not going to have enough damage. KD tried his best to get the death lotus, but it's not going to be helpful.
Super hard, right? Especially against the Fiddlesticks. One of the direct counters to the Katarina's, crowd
man.
control here and there. And now Aaron really trying his best to be that wall, to be that disruptor. But against the crowd control and healing by BRU, it's just super hard to penetrate through.
Yeah, what's hard about this, Opalus, is the way we're starting the game, right? From what we're seeing right now, it's getting a little bit faster. Everybody's just getting kills. Cooldowns are just getting faster.
Yep.
And Triple B's damage is just stacking up on most members of G2B. But what I'm really scared of is the knockups coming in from Golden Feet.
Yeah, against the layering of crowd control. Flipper, as well as Golden Feet. And again, the fear from Valdez. He hasn't died yet. Crazy.
Yeah, Aaron just got the fear onto the back line. Golden Feet gets the knockup. They don't have it, but that Lotus in front of everybody just got cancelled by the silence. And that's going to be enough to get the kill.
Ooh,
He
Proto
tries
Belt
to
kill.
follow through with the Proto Belt. And this is going to be what's going to happen. Draw. Oh no, gets executed.
Yep.
Ime's going to be next. But they do have a lot more knockouts. Gets the headbutt on the Thipper. But I think Thipper is just tanking a lot of damage. Gets the heal up. And BRU is just going to survive for
This
one
is
more.
super hard. I feel for KD right now. Okay.
Yeah. Thipper
Revives.
died. They got the revive. Perfect. And they're still... Oh, wait. That's going to be the scary part, though. Golden Kite just getting the revives.
That's basically their win condition right now. Like, if you look at their lineup, KD cannot just go in. There's lots of crowd control to really stop him and his combos. Even the Soraka can actually just put out the silence and... you feel for this Katarina, and whenever this happens, I mean, what are you to do?
Yeah. And what's really scary too is that Aaron can't even get close, because whenever it gets close, it just gets feared, gets knocked up, the CCs draw. Oh no. Not even a knockup, but Golden Feet was able to get him to really low HP.
Yeah. It will all come down as to how effective all the initiations are from G2 Blacklist to really find the space for KD. Bro, Valdez.
Entree Valdez got another great one onto the back line, but right now
Can't do a
with the
thing.
Fate Sealed also, they're not going to be able to move. KD's having a hard time. Aaron's being chased down by Thipper.
Yep.
One more knockup could really end this fight, but Valdez is still in front, getting a lot of damage, and Aaron's going to follow through with nobody dying on the side of BRU.
Clean A's, and that might just be able to... Okay, good. Nexus shields are up. That's not the
It's
end of the
early.
game yet, and Golden Kite might just be able to find the revives.
Yeah, gets a knockup onto draw. He was able to flash away. Now Golden
Pants?
Feet might die because of that. Oh, Kama Pants.
Oops.
Oh, Triple B is going to be dead. Crowstorm again
What?
coming from Valdez. Ends the life of Katie and both of them. And one more swing from Valdez ends it. Great damage coming from this guy, but he's going to be ended. And that's going to be a shutdown for sure if he dies.
And now we'll go
Wait a
over to
second.
Aaron. Taking a longer time than I expected it to be. But again, the problem continues for G2 Blacklist, right? This is a composition by BRU that almost every single one of them directly counters the main focal point of their offense in the Katarina. 2 deaths for Valdez.
7 pin kills.
Yep.
Oh, man.
And he's
13K
super
gold.
far ahead as well.
What is that? That's crazy. He just had so much. And now G2B is just going to go in, just going to try to step it up and maybe get some kills onto their side. Thipper's just tanking so much damage. Golden the board god was able to get the knockup Fate Sealed on the tree. And that's going to be the end of it. BRU are just killing everybody on side. Triple V is still chasing down KD with just two more shots from the rocket. And wait,
Oh,
one
make
more.
that one more. Oh, Zap
the
connects.
Zap ends it.
Yep, and BRU will just take down the Nexus and will get priority for the side selection. Again, the prize is not a 1-0 scoreline, surely, right? It's just the side selection advantage for themselves. We look into the history, and more of our APAC teams really prefer the red side start. So I expect them to go for it as well. It's a very good counter as well to G2 Blacklist's ability to counter pick on the red side.
Yeah, and that's one of the scariest part about this, though, is the red side, especially for APAC conference, especially for BRU. BRU has been loving the red side because they really want to get the 2-pick priority after getting the first pick, because most of the time they don't really, it's okay for them to give the Camille to the other side and let Dipper pick something else. Maybe a Fiora, maybe even a Renekton. That's why it's okay for them to take the red side.
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up as well, Dash, because we're talking about Valdez, one of the more aggressive Baron laners that we have in APAC, going against Ime. And Ime, as Coach TG said it best, right? He's one of his most improved players over the course of Season 1. And we'll try to bring out the fire against a very, very good Baron laner from BRU as well. Now, if it's ever going to be a Camille priority on the blue side, it is definitely going to be answered by a Fiora or a Necton.
Yeah. And I really do hope to see something different here moving forward. Like, the way that they have been playing the jungle, Evelyn has always been a priority pick, even for the hands of Valdez and even KD. So that's gonna be something to look forward to on this game. Or maybe after this, we're gonna be seeing Hecarim being opened up. But most likely, it's not gonna happen in these games.
Yeah, it's if Evelyn ever gets opened, the thing here is that you can answer it with the Kha'Zix, right? We saw it multiple times now, and so it really depends if that will be left open. We know Valdez, we know Just Chi, they are very aggressive in the jungle, and so those counter picks will be available for the taking for sure.
Yeah, and right now we're still waiting for the picks to happen, and as always. For example, for the bans here for both of our sides, for BRU and also for G2B, the priority has always been to take down one of the two, or not even one of the two. The Fiddlesticks and the Hecarim has always been a great ban on both sides, and sometimes everybody has not been banning the Ornn, and so far both of these supports that we have here have been super good with playing the Ornn.
Yeah, Ornn is that one super safe pick in the support, right? Like, oftentimes the things that we often see in the Ornn as an engager, it's not just that we have to think about, right? Whenever someone picks up the Ornn, there's also the passive that we also have to talk about, right? Being able to allow your teammates to buy something outside the base is a very good plus to have, especially here in Wild Rift, in where games are shortened, and those teams that will be able to maximize the passives are really the ones that will have the better side of the tempo. And when it comes to tempo, if you have the faster tempo overall, you are first to objectives, and you are first to really put down division as well, and that's going to be huge, especially in this powerhouse matches. BRU and as well as Quezon City G2 Blacklist, they are the two teams that are very aggressive and will definitely want the tempo on their side.
Yep, and especially with this supports, I see that the supports have been a big key on how they have been starting most of these fights. But now, also, we should talk about how this too has started before. Back then, BRU or should I say the former NGX at G2B was able to get a 4-3 score against each other, and G2B being the winner. So BRU has a bone to pick against this squad, because with the new meta, with everything changing, with the ADCs being here, how will this work for both squads?
It's will it even reach the long game, right? Like, oftentimes, the games are decided from the first objectives. Although yesterday we saw a very improbable comeback from Now Esports, right? Like, that Elder fight, if we look at it and dissect it once again, the amount of bully that that Nova Esports had, it's almost impossible for Now Esports to win that at 1 out. But I guess it's also a testament as to how flippy games can be here in Wild Rift, right? Like if you ever go beyond if you ever go overconfident and overestimating your power threshold, things like that may happen. And again, against these two teams, we know G2 Blacklist can come from behind. So does BRU. They are very good when it comes to late game team fighting, and so that will really be put to test in this series number 1.
Yeah, and holding on advantages is something that they're very good at, especially for the side of BRU. They have been very good at holding those advantages and just snowballing it out of control if ever that happens. But now everybody, as we are waiting for it, we're gonna go to the picks and bans, and as we expect, most of the time, on the red side is where people ban the Fiddlesticks and the Hecarim.
Jax will be banned away, a very good response to a potential Camille first pick here for G2 Blacklist. That's something that they really love to have on their side. We all know that Iming is, I would say, a very practiced player on that champion, and it can also get paired to the Shen that is also an available pickup for KD, but the bans are progressing right now, and no surprises here. Fiddlesticks and Hecarim being banned away by BRU. By the way, we're still on patch 4.4, patch 4.4a. We'll have to wait for most likely next week.
Yeah. And for now, the ban against the Zeri is also something that is expected here coming in from G2 Blacklist. Zeri has always been picked whenever it comes to an ADC. That will be safe, and also something that Golden Feet and Triple B has been picking up. And now, they get the Jace ban to just deny Aaron and even KD of picking that Jace.
Yeah, lots of potential picks available. We still have the Vladimir, the supports that really can turn the tides. The Orin, the Alistar, the Gragas are left open right now. But it's not going to be a surprise if G2 Blacklist will go for a priority Camille here. Yeah, it really does unlock a lot of potential for their squad. You look at the ban rate, it's just 29% compared to almost 100% from last season.
Yeah, and also from this side though, I really love to see here is to even be able to just pick up the Orin, and the answer to this is gonna be a Kai'Sa first. I was expecting a Fiora first though, but it's okay because the Camille has been picked up already.
Yeah, but you have to also put into consideration that KD can just play the Camille and have Ime be the one to play the Fiora, which, you know, gives you the advantage on the top side of the map. And also, looking at how BRU went for the Kai'Sa and the Orin, although, it's a very staple Dragon Lane, you can counter it by picking the Xayah or a more aggressive Dragon Laner in the Varus. And Golden Kite and Draw, we all know this, right? When they lost against J-Team, game number 2, it was them that was really put to hell, right? Their bottom lane at one point was 0-5. And so you kind of want to solve that by getting a very aggressive Dragon Lane combo in the Gragas and the Varus. Meanwhile, the answer by BRU is the Riven, which can still be flexed towards Valdez in the jungle. Interesting pick.
Riven hasn't been picked up a lot, but when it comes to the APAC conference, there is always this love when it comes to the Riven, because most of the time, whenever you see a Camille, I do expect a Fiora to be picked up, because when it comes to the 1v1, the Fiora would have bigger advantages, especially during the early to the mid stages of the game. Evelyn's gonna be banned onto the side of G2B because they don't want Valdez picking that up.
Yep. The other champions that might just get banned here are the Kazakhs, right? You target down the junglers and you will have less champions to work with if you are KD and Valdez. That opens up a lot of possibilities right now. Pretty sure this is going to be a Kazakhs ban unless they have something to surprise BRU.
Yeah. Ban the Lee Sin. Kazakhs is a potential ban too. What could be?
Yasuo.
The Yasuo ban against Golden Feet. That's a good ban.
Yep.
Kazakhs, they're gonna go for the Nyla jungle.
Oh, this is super slow though, right? Against G2 Blacklist, you want this space. You want, sure, right? Like there's a win condition for BRU that once they reach the late game, they will have, you know, tons of damage coming from their Nyla and their Kai'Sa. But this is super slow. G2 Blacklist can just make plays after plays, and if they take care of their top side, they will end up winning early and win very hard here, Dash. And this is to me, a very good answer as well. Like their insurance in having the Vladimir for their late game scaling is also a good response by Coach TG.
Yeah, and as long as they have this early game coming in from the Varus and the lockdowns that the Hextech Ultimatum could really give them, they could really just take down any one of this ADCs whenever they need to. Couple that with the Kha'Zix that they have here, that just adds up to it. They have a lot of early game potential and a late game insurance, which is going to be the Vladimir. But now, Buriram United only has actually they also have some early to mid game damage on their side together with the Zoe here.
And there's a lot of fans really favoring Buriram United, which is quite surprising, right? Like 69% of the CN fans did vote for them instead of G2 Blacklist. Not sure what they are on, really, because but yeah, sure, right? I expected, you know, a 50-50, a good 50-50 between the two. But I guess, you know, a lot of it has something to do with them rebranding, their names being different. But surely, like, if you follow Wild Rift Esports to the T, it is quite obvious that these are the same 5 players that dominated APAC from last season.
Yeah, and I'm really scared about this, though. Because with the composition that they have, yes, they have double ADCs. Yes, they have a lot of late game potential. But do we even reach that point in where these champions are going to be relevant? Yes, Riven and the Zoe aren't really that, don't really need a lot of items moving forward. They just need one in order for them to have the damage. But still, it's not going to be enough. Yeah. I really do hope to see what BRU has in store for us here.
Yeah, it's super, I would say, heavily reliant on them being able to get the advantages off of the pokes from Golden Feet, but it's definitely easier said than done. You know, you look at the champions here by G2 Blacklist, it's very dominant at the early stages of the game, and you look at them right now, like they're very confident to go for an early game invade. Oh, this bottom lane though.
Yeah. Already going for a fight though. Golden Kai super low in HP. What they did there is just to make use of that early game damage coming in from the Icathian, reinforcing the recall. And that's a big win this early on.
And this is also the same thing that we saw from J-Team against G2 Blacklist, right? The bottom lane by G2 Blacklist really having to surrender the early game pressure just because of their laning. And it's not something that you want to see, especially, you know, at this level of competition. Golden Kite and Draw needs to be better laning wise.
Yeah. And this is how they started out though. For BRU, from what they can do this early in the game is just to make sure that they can reach the late game safely.
Yep.
Maybe even stop the bleeding as early as they can. There's no bleeding yet. Maybe later on they're gonna bleed, but for now they're just gonna let G2B take the ship for now.
Yeah, but if you're the a G2 Blacklist fan, it's not really going to be very problematic, right? Like, sure, the flash was burnt onto Varus, and Varus is one of the most immobile champions in the game. But you look at the jungler of BRU, it is expected that, you know, the Nyla won't be able to do a thing levels 1 to 5. So it's kind of even right now, and I don't think they will ever be punished from that burnt flash. Oh, what, the Jess?
Okay, goes in, and that is gonna be enough damage to get the kill. G2 Blacklist gets it.
And the one that needs to get punished by that burn flash was G2 Blacklist. There to return the favor was G2 Blacklist. And again, it's about the jungle matchup that we have right now. Thipper trying to get that Scuttle Crab. It is going to the hands of Ime. Not sure, but I believe it was Ime getting that Scuttle Grab, which also boosts their tempo. Again, looking at that overstep by what the Jess. We talked about BRU being able to capitalize the mistake by G2B. From the first minute of this game. There to equalize everything is KD.
Yeah. And as we start the game though, BRU losing on a disadvantage right there on the first fight. This would really help out what we were saying. Early in the game, we said how G2 Blacklist does have a lot of chances in the early game, get a lot of kills as fast as they can. Because Voltus would have a problem with this. Because honestly, it's not the best champion when it comes to clearing.
He is non-existent right now. And KD, although Valdez is here, what can he do, right? Apotheosis? Not really the best ultimate to set things up. But then again, it's all about, you know, being allowing your Baron laner to farm as much minions as possible. Again, just looking at the draft overall, I feel that G2 Blacklist does have all the tools to really win early and win hard.
Yeah. And as we are going to the early game, we're still waiting for 2 minutes before the first objective. And I would really love to see what BRU is going to answer, because so far, most of our teams, like what's happening on the bot side, Golden Kite, Force of Flash, that's a great burn.
Again, right? Like, that's the second time in a row the Golden Kite had to burn his Flash. But, ooh, Golden Feet, 1 HP.
Okay, top side, Thipper, going to be running away, wasn't able to get that up. Too much damage coming from KD.
And this is what we expected, right? This jungle matchup is just going to expand the lead by G2 Blacklist just more and more. And I'm not 100% sure I'm a fan of this Nilo pick, especially with the fast pace that we do have. You look at KD using that Void Assault to really surprise Thipper. And you look at Thipper, he doesn't have any wards placed towards the river. And the minion was so awkward that he had to really risk it.
Yeah, and now Baldus onto the bot side. They're not going to be starting this fight as fast as they can, because right now Baldus is just finding ways to farm, finding ways to stop KD from just getting the snowball against him this early on. But for now, based on the positioning of most people right now, they're going to go for a recall, probably go for the dragon this early on.
Yep. 4 minutes and 32k in the advantage of G2 Blacklist. That G2 Blacklist will have the luxury to choose what objective they will be prioritizing. They can either go for the Rift Herald for maximizing their tempo advantage, or can go for the scaling component. And the map that we do have right now is the Ice Dragon. So it's going to be the Ice Soul. Not the best, but it's still very hard to beat come late game. Whenever a team secures the Soul, it's almost an auto win.
Really good that Bloodthirst has been picked up first right there from Triple V, just for him to have the buff a Captain Rain after. So now with G2B going for this gank onto the mid lane, waiting for somebody to make a misstep. Now they're going to be able to start this. Sleepy Trouble Bubble was able to hit on one, Knockup's going to hit on another, and Golden Kite is going to be dead again. Apotheosis wasn't able to hit, but the Chain of Corruption is going to be delaying them a bit.
3 ultimates invested for just 1 kill. Now G2 Blacklist, Aaron, still trying to challenge this, but looking at the minimap right now, there's a 1v1 ongoing. The Camille going against the Riven.
Yeah, knocks up on Aaron. Sanguine Pull is going to be used. He used the Hemo Plague flashing in from Triple B. And BRU is just going to be winning this fight, but at least topside they got the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and also 1 kill again. Thipper, not really the best start for him. 0-2 in total. And again, just a trade overall. 2 kills, heading over to BRU. One good way to delay the tempo and delay the goal lead that G2B is surmassing for themselves. But then again, you look at the trade up, right? Like, you have a Rift Herald that was secured here by G2 Blacklist, and also a very dominating lane on the top side.
Valdez trying to really get close. Not gonna have enough CC at this point in the game, but at least now they lose a little bit of that disadvantage in the early game. But Thipper died here.
Yeah, this is the 1v1 I was talking about, right? When the dragon was being secured, there's also another dive happening on the bot lane. Golden Kite finally get a kill, and there is Aaron to make it happen, as well as Draw. Now, you look at the map right now. Sure, you are gifting kills to BRU, and you were also able to gift the dragon to them, right? That Ice Dragon. But the Rift Herald was used to open up the mid lane, and that opens up a lot of real estate as well for G2 Blacklist.
Yeah, and now with that, you're gonna go to the bot lane. Aaron's gonna be running away. Call it the Forge God was used, but denied right there with explosive cast. And BRU is not gonna follow through with this. And again, as you were saying, Autolus, 2k gold lead for G2B.
Yeah, it still is. It remains at 2k, but it's soon. It will soon open up. 76 HP on this tower here in the mid lane. I believe that's the power of the Rift Herald, right? Like, it was summoned in the mid lane, on the top lane. You know, lots of tower plates as well, gifted over to Ime. And, you know, all things considered, the pace and tempo is still at the advantage of G2 Blacklist, which is what we expected. Kudos and credits to BRU for finding that pick against Golden Kite right before the Dragon started. But that's, you know, one of the positive points, lone positive points that we saw from them this game.
Triple B, damage onto him. Sauce that's going to be used. Not too aggressive coming from Triple B. Not going to use the Killer Instinct. But BRU still survives.
Yep. Thipper, though, getting some... Oh, not sure what happened here on the top side.
No.
Like, Thipper was the first one to destroy a tower, which is not what we expected, especially with the priority that G2 Blacklist they go for on top side.
Yeah, knockups again on Aaron. He still has the Sanguine pull if ever needs to.
Yep.
Still not going to use it right now. Valve is going to try to go in here. They have 4 people on the bottom side of the map. Slippage Trouble Bubble is going to be hitting on draw. But their tower on the top side is going to be taken down.
Finally, right? Okay, so an equalizing tower. And again, right? 0-3-0 Thipper. No, check that. Is it 0-2-0? It's showing 0-2-0 right now, but from my count, it's already 0-3-0.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a lot.
Oh, it's 0-3 and 0. Okay, I'm right.
There There's the update. There's the update right there. But again, let's take a look at the replay of what happened in mid lane.
Not the best game so far for Thipper, and again, it's super easy to execute this. 1 Chains of Corruption, good night.
Ooh, so much damage, and even KD just helping them secure the kill at this early in the game. But for now, still are waiting for the next objective 10 minutes before the next dragon is gonna come up. They've been losing a lot of these towers, uncharacteristic coming in from BRU.
It's kind of expected though. If you have a Nihilite jungle, your tempo, right, and at the early stages of the game, especially knowing that you surrender the Rift Herald in place of for the dragon, you know, these towers will definitely be at the advantage of G2 Blacklist.
Yeah, and G2B with almost 4k gold lead here against BRU is just, as we said, this is what they need to do. Get the early game, stop the bleeding as fast as they could, and just let it be stable, and they're gonna be surviving this late game and maybe even turning things around. But G2B is not gonna let that happen.
Yeah, never. Especially knowing that since they have the real estate advantage, they can just push down the mid lane, push down the top lane, plant vision around the red quadrant of BRU, and that will definitely be enough to at least to do some or to get information as to where their junglers are, or where most of their jungler members are. 3.5k in the lead is G2 Blacklist. Aaron has to be careful.
Yeah, he's Sanguine pull this early. Now the dragon is gonna be up. Everybody's rotating at this side of the map. BRU has control at the bottom side of the map.
Meanwhile, they will be sending over their dragon laner in the mid lane, but this dragon's already being started.
It's gonna be too fast. KD is gonna be able
Stolen!
to get in and steal it. 3 knockups on the end, and they're gonna be able to get 1 kill.
Aaron
Everybody's in front. Chain of Corruptions was able to stop them from moving in. Baldus is gonna be running away. What the Jess is not gonna survive this. 4 people still alive. Bloodburst shot from Golden Feet. Takes it to 2-4-2.
Yeah, it's an even trade so far, but the dragon did go to KD, and again, the Smite King did end up having that 50-50 steal. How many times have we seen that from KD, right? How many times did we see a clutch steal from the guy? And it's not going to stop anytime soon. Dodging that Sleepy Trouble Bubble, still having that Banshee's Veil, and just snagging away the Mountain Dragon off from BRU was definitely huge. You look at Aaron as well, like he's in the perfect position to really punish most of the members of BRU. But that Sleepy Trouble Bubble, you have to have someone body block it for you. Draw needs to know better, right? That's you know, I guess one miscommunication that we did not expect from G2 Blacklist, especially at this level of play.
Honestly, at this point, it's like another day coming in from KD, just stealing a dragon casually, just moving forward. Oh man, with a Void Assault, and he was just able to get it casually. And G2B now, as we were saying, we're talking about the advantage. Now, there's not gonna be any souls coming in from BRU, which is supposed to be their saving grace with with them losing this early game against G2B.
Exactly, you know, being able to threaten down the soul, ice soul for your team is definitely a very good win condition to have, but G2 Blacklist was able to block it right from the get-go.
Yeah.
KD there for the heroics, and so now it's all going to be about, you know, getting the possession in here around the Baron Pit and trying to plant some vision. Good thing is that Draw has a way to check vision by using this skill 1. That's always going to be a thing about Gragas, right? They are able to check those dark areas by just using the barrel roll. I hope that gets changed soon, because I feel, you know, there should be no way for you to have eyes on that barrel one way or another.
It's such a fast cooldown too, though. That's why it's always easy to check up on your brushes whenever you need to.
True.
So what they can do here for BRU is to stop this from happening. With a 4k gold lead, this is also a good sweet spot on how safe they can be still. Once they hit the third item onto Baldus, everything will be great for them. But for now, G2B is still taking the face. It's gonna be easy enough for them to take this Baron.
Yeah, and speaking of 3 items, KD is already on his 3rd item. Oh, what the Jess?
Pull of the Force God denies Aaron from getting the knockback. They have one more, gets the knock up onto Drawjaw. It's gonna be dead. Super fast damage coming from BRU.
And that's one person down for G2 Blacklist. They need to respect the damage of BRU. Remember, they are on a double marksman composition. Another sleep connects, this time on Ime. And this is the power of the double ADC, right? You go over to your Baron, and this will just shred down in an instant. Good way to check is, again, the Meteor Enchant.
Yeah, goes in for the Meteor Enchant. Sleepy Trouble Bubble would be able to deny the Edge of Night there.
Yep.
So what they can do for BRU is just to try secure space on the top side of the map. That is exactly what Thipper is doing right now. And maybe they can take this Baron later on, but no, they're not gonna take it.
Yeah, BRU wisely just backs away. Although the opportunity to go for the Baron presented itself, it's still very risky, especially against a line of a G2 Blacklist, right? You have the Vladimir. If you ever get shredded down by the Baron, that Vladimir can just delete your whole team.
Yeah. But right now, Thipper is having a 1v1 against Aaron. Great flash. Was able to really stop him from really pushing through.
Yep, but he's definitely getting challenged by a 0-4 into Riven. Not something that you expect, right? In a Vladimir versus Riven matchup in the Silent, sure, right? Like with all the ability hits and with all the shields that the Riven has, you kind of have to give it to Thipper, especially knowing that he did prioritize Executioner's calling. But one thing that needs to get corrected here is that G2 Blacklist needs to send Ime, and Ime should be the one facing Thipper, not the Vladimir.
Yeah, if it's gonna be a 1v1, it still would be equal at this point in the game, because right now they're almost equal when it comes to the gold. So with what we're seeing here, G2B is slowly still taking cover on the mid side of the map. I really love that they still have this mid lane turret, but Infernal Drake could easily be taken here, or at least contested by G2B.
Not the most important dragon, but scaling for damage is still the priority for BRU, and G2B wants to deny that.
KD is going to be here. He's going to be moving forward. Look at the knock up onto the other side, though. eBay is going to be chasing down Baldus. He has one person. Apotheosis is going to be used. He has the Horn of the Forge God, but KD still gets it in the end. Onto the backline, Pepper is fighting a 1v3 against Aaron. They have the stasis onto his side. They have a lot of damage coming from Triple B, and they won't be able to get the kills against them. Here it comes. The battle starts. Not going to hit. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble would be able to stop KD from pushing through, and he wasn't able to go back to his base.
G2 Blacklist was able to secure the dragon at the expense of 4 members, and so now BRU does have a good opportunity to equalize everything by getting this Baron. They have their sights over towards it. Like you're seeing Triple V right now. It's an AD carry, but Ime.
And Battlestar, or rather, CP Trouble Bubble wasn't able to hit.
No jungler though.
Try his best to really try to seal this against them, and as you said, there's no jungler. He has a possibility of doing that, just one precision protocol, but he's not gonna risk it.
He's not going to risk it, but that's a very good equalizer if you're a fan of BRU. What a team fight by them. And again, it all started with Golden Feet finding and isolating Golden Kite on the side lanes, right? Or at the middle of that team fight, and that's not something that you want to do, especially if you're Golden Kite. Golden Kite's role in that team fight is to make sure that his ultimate will connect onto primary target. But if Golden Feet is on your feet, basically, yeah, it's so hard to do it.
Yeah. For now, with BRU having advantage, look at the back line. No, Triple B is going to get Hextech Ultimatum. Not going to be able to move right there, but Ime gets knocked up, but no follow-through from BRU.
Decent, and that's an ultimate just to slow things down for BRU. No harm, no foul. And again, on the top side, Aaron is also being challenged. Again, Thipper is the one facing Aaron.
Yeah. Thipper has been getting a lot of this 1v2s, and he's having a best day here. Right now, onto the mid lane, just with the cannon minions. Buff with the Baron buff could really end things up in the mid lane easily, and that's going to be a tower down.
Yeah, KD super ready to pounce. Still has to respect BRU's members. Aaron going for a potential solo kill. I believe that was a Emo Plague invested by Aaron. Shorter cooldown than most of the ultimates, but still. You look at this game, and BRU has one thing in mind, and that is just to slow things down. For them to be able to reach the late game, right? And so now we are dead even in gold. G2 Blacklist again.
Man.
After everything that they were able to do correctly at the early stages of the game, BRU's experience was able to help them weather the storm. And again, this is the Nyla timings that we are so afraid of, right? Like, Nyla as well as the Kaisa are very deadly when it comes to the late game stages of the game.
And Golden Feet has been doing wonders for the team here. He has been the one really chunking down a lot of his members coming in from the side of G2B. And they have been having a lot of problems here whenever they try to start the fight. Now, the Elder Drake is trying to be taken. They want to chase down on Aaron, use the Sanguine pull, and that's one ultimate down.
Yeah, and that's a massive ultimate for what the Jess. Still, Valdez, you look at him, very confident. Every whip
He can take this fast.
Surely, right? Like, and you also look at the minimap right now. I don't.
too far away.
Yeah, sure. Right, like this Kha'Zix is super far away. Good job by Draw, though.
Okay, he was able to cancel it. They thought that KD is still up close. Valdez has lost a lot of this 50-50s when it comes down to it, so he will not try to risk it.
The value of Draw in just intimidating all the members of BRU, scaring them off. They did not know that KD was super far away. But still, this is now anyone's game here, Dash. We thought for a fact that, you know, G2 Blacklist will have enough advantages come early game to really snowball this game out of control. But BRU is here to challenge, and it's not that easy against them.
Yeah, they got the CP Trouble Bubble and KD. Golden Feet not going to be able to get the Paddle Star in too far away. Now they're starting the Elder Drake as fast as they could. They're chunking down on it, but the top side though, Ime is already there.
Yep, it's a 4v5 scenario. Now BRU needs to respect the top side. The split push continues, the mind game continues. And again, the battle of attrition, Golden Feet, time and time again, is the focal point of all the offense by BRU. One slip of trouble bubble connects, everyone follows.
Right now, Thipper has been having a lot of value on this team. Even though he's 1-4, he has been really doing great and holding off against Ime on the top side.
Yeah, that's the 1v1 that kinda has slowed down, and Thipper now has enough items to go against Ime. Oh, Draw.
One more shot from the CP Trouble Bubble.
Not going to hit.
Not gonna continue, yeah.
But you see that Golden Feet has just one agenda and has just one goal in mind, and that is to just poke them away, and that's one way to control Vladimir for sure, right? Like, we have said multiple times that Vladimir can win the late game, but if you poke him out of the game, you could do this, right? You could basically take out what a Vladimir is known for, which is to win team fights. On the top side, though, there's a 1v1.
Yeah. Top side having a 1v1 though. A lot
of it's a 2v1 now.
is coming from Ime, but here it comes. Triple B wasn't able to hit that. They were not able to get one pick off.
Yeah, that's the respect flash that I believe is kind of needed, right? Like, if that Void Seeker did connect over to Ime, that's just a very easy killer instinct. Although, Jess...
Wait. Yeah, it's not gonna get the knock up onto KD, but now they're so far away, they can even start the Baron if ever they want to. Remember, they do have double ADCs on the side of BRU. They can take down this Baron faster than they can take the Elder Drake.
Yeah, super hard though, right? Like, there is a Scuttle Vision that was secured by KD, but you look at the Elder Dragon, it's not being prioritized.
Yeah, they're hammering down on it. Knocked back onto the side, but this might be the death.
Targeting Jess.
Aaron is already in front. They got the kill onto it, but Aaron doesn't have the Sanguine Pool. They already used the Killer Instinct on Triple B. They don't have anybody who can take space for them, and BRU might lose this race.
And on the top side, Ime is continuing the split push action.
Yeah, very smart coming in from Ime. They're already starting it. Now the Dragon needs to be contested here coming in from Valdez. It's still a lot of people on their side. They're starting onto the back lane. Valdez apotheosis. The damage is not going to be enough. They have the stasis, but I think this is going to be Valdez dead. This is going to be their time, and they were able to get the kill. Kate is going to be going for the next one, and Golden Feet is going to be ending their lives. That's going to be the kill. G2B was able to get the win. Backline Thipper is going to be the target, and Ime was able to really defend his life. Katie doesn't need any drakes because they can finish this game.
Slower than expected, but G2 Blacklist bears their fangs and is going for the win. 22 minutes in the game.
Doesn't need the Elder Drake. They just needed to take what they just down, and nobody was there fronting for their team. And G2B could end this game with what they just the only member standing onto their side. This could be an easy takedown.
Should be. What the Jess against 3 people still has a lot of damage for G2 Blacklist.
Yeah, gonna take it down, and that's a call that the Forge God used a while ago, so nothing more, and that Nexus is gonna fall, and that is G2B winning first game.
Slower than we expected, sure. But still a very remarkable win once again by Quezon City's G2 Blacklist. What a game though. it was closer than expected for sure, Dash.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting that loss coming from WHG. He got too aggressive when that fight started, and that was the reason why they faltered. When they lost WHG, they lost a lot of brink of their CC, and they weren't able to stop G2B from just getting in their face, especially Aaron. Aaron was able to get in their face a lot of times when that fight happened.
And that was a 4v5 scenario, right? Like,
That's
again,
true.
that was Draw making it happen. He went for the engage. He was able to isolate WHG. And also, WHG was super tanky. All the burst was targeted on him. Him disappearing really tipped the balance in the favor of G2 Blacklist, right? Like, there's a split push ongoing for Ime. And it's just so hard to do if you're BRU. Because you know it's a 4v5 regardless.
Yeah, and it was easy enough for G2B. I thought that is going to be the time for Baldus to be able to pop up. But as we said, when they don't have somebody in front, it's going to be way harder for them. And KD taking down a lot of dragons during the mid game against BRU whenever they start this objective was also a very valuable power move coming in from G2B.
Those 50-50s still, again, when needed most, like they can still call on their jungler G2 Blacklist as sure, right? Like BRU has a very good jungler on the other side, but I feel that they are taking away from Valdez a whole lot, right? Like, I know he's a very good carry. I know he's his potential to play Deniala is really up there, but he kind of need to play for his team more than play for himself. Like, KD was able to do that. Like, at one point in the game, I believe he was 100% kill participation. His visits on the top side and also on the bot lane really did open up the game for G2 Blacklist.
Yeah, and Danilo from Valdez wasn't able to get the value that we were expecting during the late game. Getting 3 items was the item breakpoint that we were waiting for, but Valdez wasn't able to showcase that because during the time that we were expecting him to showcase that, he just got killed. And he wasn't able to get any kills during this game compared to what KD was able to do, was able to get value. And that is just a sacrifice that we expected from them. Not getting any kills in the early game, but the value that we expected from the early game, from the late game, wasn't met.
Yeah, and again, we still have to credit G2 Blacklist team fighting. Although we did say that BRU's late game is a very scary late game lineup, right? They were able to dissect it by sending Ime towards the top side. And again, the investment to have Ime have the lead on the top side did pay off in the end, right? Like, Clipper cannot withstand the pressure coming from the Camille, and that's just the balance tipping in the favor of G2 Blacklist once again.
Yeah, and KD getting the MVP here is very well deserved during this game. Just because of the takedown of the steal on 2 dragons, they were able to get the advantage that they needed during this game. And that is a very valuable startup here for the side of the G2B. Getting a 1-0 against a BRU just really tells us about the state of how they were during Season 1. Remember, the G2B was able to win against BRU during Season 1, and it's still happening today.
Yeah, round number 1 goes over to G2 Blacklist. More action in store for everyone. Dash?
Yeah, and again, everybody, we're just going to be taking a short break before we head in to the next game. Everybody, see you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into 2 conferences, WRLCN and WRL APAC. 11 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. the top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format, and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Additionally, in the WRLA2 regular stage, the priority site selection will be determined through an A run, preheating the vibe before the official game kicks off. Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 regular stage will officially kick off on November 1st, with 19 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. The battles are fierce, and the stakes are high. Which team will ultimately rise to the top? Stay tuned for the epic conclusion.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Obrigado, feliz aniversário, Wild.
Aveva la pelle giallastra e gli occhi segnati da
Happy anniversary.
¿Qué les parecen estos cambios?
Happy 3rd year anniversary.
Your Coca-Cola pop-off play. Death Bowl. When you 5v5, when you run up the healing, the shielding, you take no damage.
It's RRQ all the way, baby.
The execution in that team fight cannot be understated.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Check you, meu feliz aniversário.
Kan atas, klik tombol ini nih. Nah,
And we are back to the Wild Rift League Asia. G2B getting a 1-0 against BRU. This proves that they still have it. And again, everybody, 1-0 is a big advantage in this best of 3. So let's see if they would be able to come back, the side of BRU, if they would be able to come back. And we're still going to be your shoutcasters. My name is Dash and I'm here with Autolix.
Match point for everybody. And again... Oh, okay, let's go straight to the fans, everybody. Akali being banned away here by BRU and as well as the Shen. Now Camille is still open for the taking. I wonder if BRU will be the one to prioritize it for themselves. We saw the impact of Ime on the champion, and I feel that it does need to be respected.
Yeah, and Akali, oh man, even the Shen gets banned. This wasn't picked during the shooting the last game, but they are just prioritizing bans that they don't really want to see on the hands of G2B right here. But now, as usual, when you're on the red side, it's going to be a Fiddlesticks and a Hecarim, but they can also ban the Kha'Zix here on the side of BRU. Camille, take down the Camille and get the Ornn for BRU.
That's the response by G2 Blacklist, right? Like, they don't want to risk it. They know the power of Camille even to this day. It still is a very easy to execute composition, right? Like on the side lane, it's always going to be a split push threat. And so now BRU will, with their first pick, will prioritize the Gragas. No, never mind. We'll go for the Ornn still.
Yeah, and G2B is just going to take the Gragas and probably the Zeri to the side here, because usually whenever it comes down to the second pick, just pick up the ADC and then pick up a support just for you to secure a great spot for yourselves.
Yep, and Azeri is a very safe pick, especially on the red side, because again, you can play it on either lane. You can play it on the mid lane. You can also play it in the dragon lane. And again, what really sets her apart right now in the meta is that it's an ultra safe champion, right? You have enough mobility to outrun all the threats of your opponents. And again, the dash over the wall, it's super clutch in timely fashion. And again, G2 Blacklist prioritizing the Gragas here, not really giving anything away to BRU.
Ooh, there you go. There's a Jax pick coming to the side of BRU. This was Banjin in the past game. And most of the time, this is a safe pick, but in the hands of Thipper, I am going to be really scared in this early game. Considering that this has been picked to the side of BRU, G2B would have a hard time getting a double ADC on their team.
This is the power of the Jax that was respected, if I'm not mistaken, during game number 1, right? Like, you take away the Jax, you take away one of the bigger problems to face against the Baron lane, or in the Baron lane. Now, Israel is also going to get picked up here by BRU. Safe pick, nonetheless. One is saying, oh, hey.
Ooh, yeah.
You get a Jax, I get a Gwen, says G2 Blacklist. And this is also a good matchup in the top lane, right? If it ever becomes a farm fiesta for our Baron laner, I kind of favor Gwen more just because of the magic damage that it has.
Yeah, and that's what the strength of the Gwen lies in. And what's great about this 2 picks, this could really revolutionize the AP champion being meta in the game, because whenever a Jax and a Gwen gets picked, double ADCs are not going to be the best, because whenever you have a double ADC, Jax or Gwen could easily just get to the backline easily by their skills.
Yeah, which really gives a huge responsibility towards Draw again on this Gragas to find that separation when it comes to all those disengages. Now the Evelyn is going to be bad away as well as the Vladimir, and BRU has learned their lesson. They cannot give all those early junglers towards KD, because KD is just super influential at the early stages of the game, and we saw it firsthand in game number 1, right? A lot of kills was made possible by the superstar jungler from G2B.
I was thinking of what they can pick here, but yeah, I was thinking about the Yasuo, because that could have been picked by BRU if ever they're gonna go double ADC, or at least another champion that is range on the side of G2B. But now that that's taken off, BRU could still go for the Zoe that they picked during the last game, but because of the Yasuo and Gwen, that might be really hard though.
I think this also calls for BRU to play Jax in the mid lane, right? Like
Echo.
Yeah, Echo jungle for Valdez. I think this is the second time that we're going to cast an Echo jungle in WRLA 2. And there you go. Yeah, kind of expected that this is going to be the adjustment by BRU. Okay, fine. You show the Yasuo, and we'll be more than happy to pick the Jax and play the Jax in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Thipper will still be piloting this Riven. Now, what will be the last pick here? Oh, KD wants to carry and wants to end this series in 2 games.
What I'm really scared of here is that how BRU just picked up 4 melee champions on their side. What I'm really scared of is the Echo pick. Yes, Valdez was able to make it work against 2 other APAC conference teams, but against G2 Blacklist, I'm not sure if it's gonna be easy to make it work, considering that KD has a really great reputation too with this Yone. Yone, Yasuo, lots of knock-ups, easy combos for the side of G2B.
Gragas as well, lots of activator available for Aaron. And again, this is the Yasuo that has infinite value just because of the wind wall available.
Yeah, this is gonna be hard though for BRU. I mean, the wind wall and also the Hallowed Mist is not gonna have a lot of value though, yes. But this is still gonna be a hard time for them. But again, everybody, this is gonna be the second game match point for the side of G2B. So far, when it comes to the draft, this has been super great so far for the side of G2B. Yes, it's a Yasuo Yone, everybody, but in this game, this draft so far is really great.
It's super well telegraphed by both teams, right? Like, okay, you pick the Yasuo, we play the Jax in the mid lane, but there are other things that we have to consider, and the curveball that was presented here by G2 Blacklist is to all in on their superstar jungler. KD, as we all know, is a very deadly Yone user, And I really love to
Yep.
see what he's going to show us in game number 2. In game number 1, he was super dominating. In game number 2, he would want a repeat performance of that for sure.
Game 2, BRU looking for a comeback against G2B. With this 1-0 advantage from G2B, this could potentially be their last game coming in to this. And G2B with the brothers in arms.
Yeah.
Is this gonna be the first time that we're gonna see the brothers in arms here in Wild Rift League Asia Season 2?
6 skin, by the way, being used again by the Yasuo. Oh man. One hand! Turn the mirror in the skies, everybody. Is this
true.
Yasuo. But again, this matchup between Golden Feet and Aaron, they are both going for the more passive play. Oh!
Lots of damage coming in from the early game though. Azriel would have big advantage. One more Mystic shot. That's scary, Draw.
It is indeed very scary, and again, this is pretty much the same scenario as earlier, although this time there will be no burnt flashes. There was an exhaust that was burnt by Golden Kite, but that's a lot better.
We're getting healing stats now. Crimson Pack.
1002. Oh!
Just because of the Vladimir, but now mid lane already onto the fight. A lot of damage coming from the minions against Aaron. Is super low now just because of that.
It's super hard to gank Ajax, we all know that. Again, Counter-Strike being available. No knockups available for Aaron for sure, right? Those Tornado can get dodged easily by just one skill. And again, it's the first to rotate will most likely win. That knockup was good by WHG, but no follow-up for Golden Feet.
Yeah, not gonna lead strike against Aaron this early in the game. Look at what the Jets is doing right now, rotating on the top side of the map. But Aaron is gonna be really scary.
Ooh, good
One more
tornado.
Counter-Strike could end things, but hey, yeah, that's great.
WHG does have the number of draw. They know they want to help the top side. I mean, you see the amount of minions available. Good thing that Draw was able to show himself off, right? No dive.
Yeah.
At least for now, for BRU. And again, that's the power of just being able to read your opponent's rotations. And although WHG was able to deny Raw's pathing towards the top side, it also delayed them in return. Now, KD.
Yeah, already onto the bot side of the map, but G2B are going to be trying to dive against Triple V here on the bot side. But remember, it is an Azriel. It's not going to be easy to really dive an Azriel at this point in the game.
Yeah, for sure. Arcane shift away. And it's just super easy to dodge all those potential dives. But it's not just the dives that you have to think about if you're the Azriel. Oh!
Yeah, Baldus is just gonna go in flat, coming in from draw, and that's gonna be a kill already for the side BRU. First blood.
Oh, Triple V says thanks. That's a kill. That's a good advantage to have in the Dragon lane. And again, that's them overstepping their boundaries and overestimating their damage. They were not able to at least account that Triple V will be surviving their potential all in. They went for... Okay, so what happened there was... what was supposed to happen was for Golden Kite to be the one to get the aggro, but he dropped it a little bit earlier than Draw 1, and that was the reason why Draw fell victim to the Ezreal.
Yeah, and so far G2B, what they're doing here is just to rotate around the mid lane, get the priority as early as they can, and so far for both of our supports, they haven't been seeing any potentials for those skills except for that one in the bot lane, and where Draw tried to get it.
Ooh.
But now onto the top side, but it just could have been great timing to go for a gank there.
It's super hard to gank against or to gank a Gwendo. Like same can be said for the Riven, unless Ime will be baited into fighting this Riven. There's really no clear path for a gank on the top side. It's just a very slow and methodical approach towards the early game of this game number 2. And you look at what the Justin Thipper. Wow, very deep vision for them.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big challenge for WHG, especially for the first fight here. We just have 50 seconds before the next objectives would be able to come out, but the big challenge is how he will be able to deal with the mist, the wind ball coming in from Aaron too. So it's gonna be a big challenge here for them to hit the ultimate. He needs to really wait it out.
Yep, and again, the matchup between the Yasuo and the Jax, the longer this game goes, I still favor the Jax, right? Like, this is definitely... True. Oh, wait, hang on, Katie.
Yeah, damage coming in. Knockup's not gonna hit. Golden Feet was just able to run away.
Could be just the brothers in arms, right? Fate Sealed will connect on towards the counter-striking Jax. But again, the Tornadoes won't hit.
Now onto the bot side. Priorities onto the Dragon is what they want to do. It's gonna go for the recalls, get some resets. Right now, BRU is prioritizing on the Rift Herald.
Yep. Similar to what happened earlier, G2 Blacklist kinda was able to steamroll the game by getting lots of tempos. And again, there's going to be a lot of opportunity to deny all those souls to happen. On the top side, Ime just using his ultimate to clear out the wave.
Yeah, and they think Baldur's just gonna drop the Rift Herald here on the top side. Gonna get in front. They have the miss. It's not gonna hit on Ime. So this tower on the top side is gonna fall.
Yep.
And that's a turret for the side of BRU.
Yeah, but most of the time, right, that Rift Herald is going to be used in the mid lane. They're not yet done though. Draw!
Yeah, top side. Oh, not
almost.
Zipper would need to run away. One more Ultra Shock Laser from Golden Kite flashing in to get it with a kill. Lightning Crash ends his life. He still have an ultimate right here. Chrono Break. Baldur's was able to flash away. Ime was waiting for him with open arms. And that's 2 kills for G2B.
Oh, fantastic play coming in from G2 Blacklist once again. Draw was at their backside without them knowing, and there to pull the engage or to go for the engage is again the #1 support from APAC and Draw. You look at that play once again. Oh, hold that thought in the mid lane.
Mid lane. Triple B's trying to run away. Aaron is not going to be able to follow through. Doesn't have much speed. And BRU was able to survive. But top lane tower is going to be taken down.
Yeah, Zipper can do a thing, right? Against 3 people. What are you doing?
He's going to be dead. Oh, no! He tried to fight against 3 people, and that's also a tower. That's just a bonus for G2B.
He's not even targeting the minions, right? And he was just pinned down by the amount of damage by G2 Blacklist. And again, now you look at Golden Kite's possession in this game, right? Like his spot is so good. Being gifted 2 kills from the earlier engage and also another bonus. And in Zipper, just, I don't know, doing something that we are not accustomed in seeing him do.
Yeah, and now from what we're seeing here for the side of G2B, they're just going to be roaming around the map, waiting for the next 3 minutes before the next objective. They still have a chance for a soul, which is something good to look forward to. And BRU just losing that Rift Herald on the top side and equalizing on the side of G2B would just not let BRU get any gold advantage.
Exactly, right? Like at this point, like we are in a very equal game. But if you look at it, G2 Blacklist does have the advantage just because they were able to secure the dragon, can threaten down the Infernal Soul for sure after 3 dragons. It's a lot later, right? Like we still have to wait for the mid game to happen. But you look at what's happening right now, BRU again still very formidable, planting their vision and still getting enough information to deny some dives here by G2B.
Yeah, so far, Draw. Perfect use of the explosive cast, but wasn't able to place it quite well to push back to the hands of Golden Kite.
Yep, Baltus and what the Just again trying to clear some vision. Not the best echo performance, I would say, but there is still potential for a burst to happen. Again, one of the harder to hit crowd control is the parallel convergence, especially against the Zeri, right?
Yep, it's gonna be really hard. Honestly, this is one of the problems when it comes to the Echo. There's not really a lot of opportunities if you won't be able to hit your CCs. And yes, it's not also in the part of what the Jess that he's not hitting the CC. He just is fighting against the Yasuo and a Gwen. That's why it is a problem.
Yeah, and now we have 2 towers to 1 collectively. Because I feel that the bot lane... Wait!
Wow! What a great fate sealed to the last breath, and that is Tipper down for sure. Having a 1v1 here is just gonna try to kite it away. Exhaust is gonna be there. He's not gonna survive 1v2
no more counter strike
against the brothers. Cold in feet. His feet are cold, and BRU goes in. Has a lot of damage coming forward, and KD would be able to get it in the end. Aaron's trying to run away. Has the dash. And this is enough for them to at least get a 1-for-1.
A 1-for-1 indeed, but what a flashing way to use that fate shield. Perfect skill shot accuracy again.
True.
Coming from the jungler of G2 Blacklist. And okay, Zipper, similar to game number 1, is really getting challenged over and over again. Where are you going, my good friend? And also G2 Blacklist that overstepped and was a little bit greedy by trying to win against Golden Feet. You would understand, right? Like the counter-strike was already burnt, but BRU still with good macro was still able to back their teammates up.
Yeah. And at least they got a 1-for-1 there. But the tower in the bot lane has been taken down, and that is going to be good here for G2B. As long as they get the priority on the bot side, this would be good positioning for G2B.
You love to see this, right? Them getting priority on lanes. This is where the pro players are very good at, right? They're not... Oh, hang on.
Yeah,
never mind.
Knocks up on draw. So for G2B, still not starting anything yet. They still have the Jax on the bot side of the map to push the wave. And Golden Feet is doing a great job holding on against Ime.
Yep, and that's also an expected matchup to happen, right? Although there's a Bloodthirster already completed for her. Oh wait, hang on, draw. Missing that combo. That's a huge investment. That's a flash.
Yeah, the bot is slammed too. The flash wasn't able to hit. And now Baldus is still being chased down right here, but KD still has the chrono break. But it is still not going to be used at this point. Already low HP, that's going to be bad for Baldus.
For sure, right? Like, yeah, you can use your chrono break, but it's not really going to regen a whole lot of your life.
Yeah, Call of the Forge God was denied by the wind ball, the knock up onto Aaron, but here on the backside of the map, we still have KD, super low in HP. They got the kill on him, and this is going to be the Dragon to the side of BRU, but they're losing a lot of their members.
Golden Kite
in front, they're going to with Triple B, they're getting a lot of damage. Ime is just trying to deny a lot of space from BRU, but they didn't get the Dragon.
G2 Blacklist. Although, yes, they surrendered the Dragon and no more souls to be had for this game. G2 Blacklist still was able to get a dominating win. I wonder what the scoreline is for Golden Kite because he's been everywhere in today's matches. Let's look at that replay once again. Yeah, the wind wall was a very big part to deny all the engages coming from BRU, but it didn't really matter because they were able to shut down, again, the important target in KD. It wasn't enough to stop Golden Kite though. Look at his HP. He was untouched for the entire duration of that game. Another double kill joins the Dragon laner of G2 Blacklist. And we are so super eager to see what his record is right now because it's super hard to see right now. Okay, Golden Kite topping the gold charts right now for G2 Blacklist. Very good sign.
Yes, the Ruinous Hurricane, he just has built it. Closing cast wasn't able to hit him.
What?
John might be able to die here. Parallel Convergence on 2. What? The stun, and that's going to be a kill onto Golden Kite with the chrono break also. That's going to be a lot of damage. John is going to be next, and BRU. Look at KD onto the back line. They can chase him out, but this is going to be a 2v4 if they try to fight it out. And I think KD is going to be dead here. This is the base still denied by BRU.
And 4-man strong is BRU. They can still go for the Baron with no jungler to contest. Similar to what happened in game number 1, it does feel like the G2 Blacklist again will be on the back foot because the opposing team, or BRU, was able to secure a big objective for themselves. Credits go to Valdez. Again, his flashy parallel converges, locking down Golden Kite. And we look at Golden Kite's record right now. It's 4-1-3. That's 4-0-3 prior to that engage. Look at that replay once again. Draw canceling out Triple V, but he was not able to cancel out Valdez hitting that stun. The edge clipping the Zeri was its doom.
Man, the parallel convergence was just too perfect. And now that just gave opportunity for BRU to come back and be able to get the Baron. And this is just going to be pushing through a lot of snowballs coming to their side. And this is also going to be good moving forward to this game because this is going to help them get priority for the next Dragon.
Definitely. In a minute or so, the next Dragon will spawn up. But it's all about defense now if you're G2B. Oh, Valdez!
Yeah, G2B is not going to be surviving. Good thing he has a barrier, was able to survive on the Forge God. No miss for Ime. Oh, he was able to survive.
1 HP, and that's clutch. Oh, someone died! I believe that was Slipper. He died in a 1v1 against KT.
Yeah, that's going to be expected for the Yone to be winning the 1v1, and Slipper wasn't able to survive that. And we are still waiting for the next objective. We have 1 more minute before the next Dragon, but the top lane trying to be taken down.
G2B was able to slow down the push by BRU by indirectly attacking it. KD winning the top lane. Oh, hang on, another engage possible.
Look at him chasing. Gonna be running away with his soul down. Baldus is gonna be chasing him out. 1 more hit with that onto the back line, though. Golden Feet was able to get a stasis. Stops G2B from getting the kill.
Yeah, good. Clutch stasis coming from Golden Feet. Good engage once again by Draw. But again, overall credit goes to KD. He was able to stop the Baron by himself, winning that 1v1 against Slipper. Slipper already won 5-3. proving that he's really getting challenged by the top side of G2 Blacklist earlier, right in game number 1. At one point he was 0-4, and now in this game 1-5. Not really the best performance that you can ask for from your Baron laner if you're a fan of BRU.
Yeah, and as a veteran of the league, he has been playing a lot, and seeing this happen to him is not really a good sign. Coming to the side of BRU, that might be also the matchup coming into the Riven is not really favorable at this point. But again, still BRU, still equal in both sides. KD gonna go to the backline. Parallel Convergence is gonna be able to hit onto Ime. You still have the miss. What did just use the Forge God, but wasn't able to hit anybody. Ultra Shock Laser was able to slow them down, but G2B are still following through. Still no critical HP on both sides.
Lots of investments though, lots of ultimates burnt right now, and what the Jess and company still wants to challenge this Dragon.
Yeah, Baldus wants to get the parallel convergence. He doesn't have the timing right, so G2B is just gonna take this for free.
Okay, scaling Dragon for G2 Blacklist. No soul, but then again, it's all about scaling well into the late game. They have a very strong late game composition. You have a Yasuo, a Yone, a Gwen, and of course a very fed Serio, man. Like, this is going to be a nightmare for What the Jess, right? Like, he might have the best, or he might be very tanky at this point in the game, but later on he will definitely feel the hurt from all the members of G2B.
Yeah, that's basically a lot of ADCs too. Right? For example, like what G2B is doing here, that's gonna be a lot of damage with the Divine Sunders onto both of these carries that they have too. So this is gonna be a hard battle, and Valdez is gonna be needed here. He is gonna be the key for them to get the win. Hitting a parallel convergence is gonna be hard, but if he would be able to get one good parallel convergence, it's gonna be perfect.
Oh, KD getting a good chunk by Valdez, and it's not often that we see Echo jungle. And if we are to rate it so far, at least in game number 2, I would say it's a decent pickup for BRU, but it's definitely a lot harder to execute, composition-wise. Because again, parallel convergence is just so hard to hit. And yes, you might have, the best ultimate in the game in Chrono Break, but you have to remember you're still fairly squishy, especially against all those AD damage that might come your way from G2B. So Valdez needs to play almost perfect for BRU to have a chance.
Oh man, just using the Wind Bolt casually to just cancel the Call of the Forge God. And now they lose one ultimate. This is going to be a chance for G2B to go for a fight back. Parallel Convergence. Baldus is going to be moving forward, use the Chrono Break to go to safety. And that is going to stop the fight here.
Meanwhile, on the bot lane, there's a 1v1. And that's a solo kill! Ime was able to get the head of Golden Feet tipping again. Exactly, and this is what happened in game number 1. The balance is definitely in the favor of G2B now.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the call for them to start this. BRU needs a lot of things to go forward. Fate Seal was used to run away from KD. He doesn't have a lot of HP, but that's gonna be draw falling down. BRU having a lot of things going for them with this. A 4v4 is possible.
Good thing that BRU was able to slow down the approach of G2 Blacklist, but
wait,
they want to be cheeky. They want to go for the Elder Dragon. Also, KD has to be careful. He is super low in health. Good true shot barrage.
He smited it a while ago though. He doesn't have the smite until 10 seconds. So this is gonna be bad for KD. He doesn't have anybody here. But now they know that KD is in the area. They're not gonna continue the fight from happening. Ime, really tanky right now, is gonna be in front of everybody. And now this is gonna be stopping BRU from taking this dragon.
Dipper using the ultimate preemptively. Wind Slash not really impacting too far.
We still have the knockups coming in. Parallel
Golden Feet
onto the backline. They're waiting for it. Golden Feet was able to spot out to KD. That's gonna be one down. Ime's gonna be taken off. It's gonna be a 4v5. BRU still has the advantage.
Yeah, G2 Blacklist still wanting to challenge this dragon, but BRU very strong with their approach.
Yeah, the pushback right there. They got the body slam. They are having Aaron in front. This is gonna be
Golden Kite's time.
Golden Kite is taking fake sealed from KD. It's gonna be changing the fight in their tides. Golden Kite is in front. Golden Feet is gonna be using the counter strike, but this is not gonna be
Golden
enough.
Kite!
Chain lightning coming in from Golden Kite was able to finish things off, and G2B is gonna be taking this Elder Drake in the bag, but no, they're not gonna continue.
Never mind the dragon, just go for the end, and KD drawing Golden Kite should have enough damage to finish game number 2.
They only have the Ornn, they only have What the Jess has the Call of the Forge God, but is it gonna matter? They can end this, they can go for the turret.
The patience by G2 Blacklist again, winning them the game. Teleport coming in.
Yeah, call up the forward god. They have teleport from one member. That's gonna be what they're just trying to stop them out. They're trying to deny him, but it's not gonna be denied. G2 Blacklist takes a 2-0 against BRU.
Dominating win, again as we expected from one of the powerhouses here from APAC. G2 Blacklist ends the reign of BRU and was able to at least show in this matchup that, hey, you know what? We are the better team.
Yeah, stops BRU. Yeah, they got a lot of wins against the APAC conference, but because of some missteps, some miscommunications during that last fight, they could have had the advantage there. But because they lost their priority and KD got an easy fate sealed, it was them finishing the game, not even needing the Elder Drake in that last fight.
Yeah, it's the Golden Kai time when we saw him free hitting, right? Like every single one of BRU needed to scatter away, needed to really back away because Golden Kite was just hitting like a truck at that point. Remember that at that at that particular clash, I believe he was super accelerated. He was super ahead of his opposition. That all those chain lightnings was really hitting the mark. And it doesn't matter if you're not being prioritized. You're going to receive the AOE damage from the Zeri.
Yeah. That's the scary part about the Zeri whenever it comes to the late game. The Zeri's chain lightning, people almost always forget the fact that Zeri has that. And that's the scary part because everybody staying close together, that's basically an AoE for the Zeri, making it easy for Golden Kai to just deal so much damage during that game. Again, it was super close. BRU got a lot of chances there moving forward, but the later the game goes, the Gwen, the Yasuo, the Yone, and even the Zeri is just dealing so much damage at that point.
Exactly, and again, we have to... I don't know, I don't want to pin it down on just one member, but Tipper, you look at his damage, like even what the Just was able to do a bigger amount of damage, even Draw was able to do a better damage overall than Tipper on this Riven. And that's not a good sign because oftentimes, the Baron laner with their 1v1 ongoing for minute number 1 should at least boost your damage charts or damage number, and in Tipper at 7,400, he will definitely feel I would say the most need to improve, especially come next game, because he was definitely targeted down by G2 Blacklist.
And honestly, it is not more on Tipper having a hard time here. It's more on the Riven pick. Because this time in the meta, there's not a lot of chances for a Riven to shine. Yes, there is the key burst, there's a stun, there's a lot of things going for the Riven, but here in this meta, most of the time simplicity is the key.
Yeah.
And sometimes it really just works like that.
I really want a spot for the Riven in the current meta, but you said it best, right? It's super hard to execute right now, although there is still a potential for the champion, sure. But with the level of play to G2 Blacklist and the planning that they did for the entirety of game number 1 and 2, right? Like to target down the top lane and to win from Ime's perspective. That's just a chef's kiss that you can ask for from G2 Blacklist. A back-to-back MVP for KD.
Yep. KD taking 2 MVPs on the 2 games that they played today, and BRU just having not the best time during the games that we had. And G2B, this is something to celebrate for them.
Yeah, you could give it to KD, you could give it to Golden Kai, because I felt that Golden Kai was super good, right? Outside of that one parallel convergence, the one hitting in the mid lane, he was super clean. Topside during the Elder Dragon fight, you also saw the impact of Golden Kite, and again, KD getting the MVP is very well deserved, but first honorable mention for me is again Dragon Laner for G2 Blacklist.
Yeah, Golden Kite really just did so well this coming game. I'm really excited who's gonna be interviewed here for the side of G2B. I really do hope to hear the thoughts of Golden Kite coming into that second game, because that second game he really positioned himself well. During game 1, he didn't have the best game because he's always targeted down by BRU. But at least this game he was able to prove the haters wrong.
Okay, let's compare Varus to Zeri. Surely, right, with the Zeri, you'll have more flexibility when it comes to mobility, and you will be able to at least dodge all those incoming skill shots here and there. But again, you also have to give credit to the coaching staff of G2 Blacklist. Coach TG still very much on point. Game number 1, he was able to drill down one good lineup that really snowballed the game, right? Like having the Kazakhs for KD is almost always going to be a good idea. And here in the second game, they denied away the Golden Feet Council. And although he was facing against the Jacks, and although he was really having a hard time laning-wise, it did not really stop them, right? The wind wall's impact to deny the impact of What the Just was superb.
Yeah, and for sure, What the Just didn't have the best of games coming into this game because he was playing against a Gwen, he was playing against the Yasuo. There's not really an easy time for you to hit the Call of the Forge God, and that's basically like 70% of the value of what the Ornn could offer in this game. But again, it was just so good that they actually just denied that Yasuo and just played it perfectly this game.
Yep. Not perfectly, but sure. I think they played it to the best ability. I wouldn't say it I wouldn't say perfectly, right? Because of the challenge that you have to face against that. But I would say they played it to its best capabilities, especially knowing that it's a I would say lost lane to begin with, right? It's really going to be a very big struggle, especially for all the Yasuo players. And you look at the runes and masteries. And by the way, I saw a question asking us as to what the runes that were used for specific champions. You just have to rewind towards the first few minutes of the game, and there is that one screen in where you will see all the runes, keystones that are used by all the players. It's very fast though, and there's really no time for us to discuss.
It is super fast though, whenever that comes in, everybody. But hey, let's go to the interview before.
欢迎各位来到今天的赛后采访环节，我是Yoho。首先恭喜 G2 Blacklist 2-0拿下了这场 BO3 的胜利。我们也是邀请到了他们的辅助选手 Joel 来到我们的赛后采访。Hi there, Joel. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hello.
Hi. So today's first question is. Last season, you've been played with each other for a lot of times. You got wins and losses. And my question is there any new experience today since their roster and the meta changed a lot?
Nothing in particular, but all players improved, so we're happy about it.
Really happy about it. Got it. 那做选手就是说，可能也没有特别不一样的感受，因为大家其实也打了非常非常多的比赛了，然后交手了非常非常多次了，所以没有特别新奇的感受。但是他非常开心今天能够拿下这场比赛的胜利。So the second question will be like compared to the teams from CN, teams from APAC region seems like more into like red side after you win the ARAM. Why is that?
I don't know, because it's just we are prepared that we're gonna get that side because we reviewed our their fight against other teams, and then we know that they're gonna pick that side, and we practice on that.
Okay, got it. 那第二个问题其实想问到他的，就是因为相比于 CN 赛区的队伍 ，APAC 赛区的队伍似乎在赢下大乱斗之后的主动选边，更多的会倾向于红色方一些。那桌选手对此的回应呢是，其实也没有特别倾向于蓝色方或者说红色方，我们只是觉得在红色方做了更多的准备，然后我们的对手可能在蓝色方会更加选的多一些，所以我们才会更多的在红色方出现偏多。那 The last question, in Game 1, your 4-1 split push caused a lot of trouble to your enemy, so I want to know your plan at that time.
Sorry, can you repeat again?
In Game 1, your 4-1 split push with Camille in the side lane caused a lot of trouble to your enemy, so let's talk about your plan at that time.
Since Camille can dual Riven, we plan that just leave him there, and then we just try to stop them on getting the Elder, and then we can win on just split pushing.
Alright, got it. 那最后一个问题其实想问到，因为第一局比赛他们的卡米尔在后期的时候，4-1分带给到他们的对手非常非常大的压力， 所以我就想问一下，他们当时队内的决策和沟通是怎么样的？然后这位选手说，我们当时就觉得，因为要拿下那条远古龙，我们才能够有非常好的资本去终结掉比赛，所以在中后期的卡米尔又是能够在边线上一直去压制瑞文的一个存在，所以我们当时就选择让卡米尔首先带，没事就不要往龙坑靠，那直到我们能够通过C1的边带兵线的拉扯去拿到这条小远古龙为止。So that's all for our interview. Thank you for your time and congratulations again and good luck. All right.
Thank you.
那今天的赛后采访就到这里结束了，我们接下来还有更加精彩的比赛等待着大家，我们不见不散。
Love to hear the thoughts of draw during that game. But again, everyone, we are just going to be going to a short break before we head into the next games that we're going to have. It's going to be a CN conference matchup. See you guys in just a bit.
Obrigado, feliz aniversário, Wild.
Aveva la pelle giallastra e gli occhi segnati da
Happy anniversary.
¿Qué les parecen estos cambios?
Happy 3rd year anniversary.
Your Coca-Cola pop-off play. Death Ball, when you 5v5, when you run up the healing, the shielding, you take no damage.
It's RRQ all the way, baby.
The execution in that team fight cannot be understated.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Check Gilbert, feliz aniversário.
Atas, klik tombol ini nih. Nah.
Happy 3-year anniversary. Congratulations.
Thank you dan sekali lagi selamat ulang tahun untuk Wild Rift yang ketiga.
Feliz aniversário, Wild Rift.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift. Happy 3 years anniversary.
Kaya mana ya nih? Wow. Oh yeah.
No, we're here, baby.
Happy anniversary to you also.
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into two conferences, WRLCN and WRL APAC. 11 teams from the WRL CN Conference and 8 from WRL APAC Conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format, and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship.
Welcome back to the second game or second series, everybody. This is going to be EDG versus Woohoo Gaming. We're back to Wild Rift League Asia, and we're still going to be your shoutcasters for today's matches. My name is Dash, and I'm here with Otto.
Super fast pacing. After ending that series in 2-0 fashion, we are to transfer over to the CN Conference, and we'll be witnessing the battle between, I would say, 2 teams that wants to prove themselves, at least in Season 2. They still want, to find their separation from the crowd. And for Woohoo Gaming, I would say it's more of a litmus test for them.
Yeah, and so far EDG hasn't been having the best of times, especially that they lost a lot. Honestly, heading into the season, we were expecting a lot from this squad. 07, a lot of very familiar names here on the side of EDG, but so far their score is 0-2 because they struggled against FPX and OMG.
Yep, this is definitely not something that we expected, right? Like 0711 is a very stable jungler. Now they're going back to you as their mid laner. They're mixing things up, and also they're also going back to Xiao Zhang, which is also a very good Baron laner in his own right. He's going to replace Lemon. Since they are winless in today's season or in the season, they kind of want to find the right formula, and that's Coach Lao Bai for you.
Yep. And Sunny is here too on the side of Woohoo Gaming.
Yep.
Having the duo right here on the bot lane. I am from the last season, also from J Team. Ban is a really strong one. And from Weibo Gaming, Wake Up is also one of the strongest supports that we had last season. So these two are gonna make magic happen for Woohoo Gaming.
Exactly. If we are to round up their lineup, like August is the only remaining member for Woohoo Gaming. Like
he's the OG.
Exactly. He's the only Woohoo Gaming player left in their starting 5. Rocky was from Rare Atom. Sani was from JDG. We have Ban from J Team, and then of course Wake Up from Weibo Gaming. I'm just curious to see what is going to happen in this matchup. Oh, we have a head-to-head in the jungle, and it's very one-sided, mainly because EDG's record is 0-2, and Woohoo Gaming again was able to win against the APAC team, and that's a 2-0, and that's what happens, right? It's a very small sample size, and that explains why there's a big disparity numbers-wise.
Yeah, and so far, as we said, EDG didn't have the best of times. They had a 0-2 during their past games, and this is one of the struggles that I see from EDG. They still haven't found their groove. They have a lot of really strong members, and people have been talking about it even before the season started. And 0711 could be one of those activators that could happen here for the side of EDG, because he really has that very specific playstyle, if you ask me.
Yeah, he needs
which is bruisers.
He definitely needs to step up, right? Like, there are assassins, and again, we have to remember that 0711 was the reason why Evelyn. No, it's also the Evelyn, right? Like I most Evelyn, remember him from his Evelyn, because his Evelyn is so good, right? It was almost insta banned against him during the playoffs in WRLA 1. Oh, this is a matchup though in the mid lane that I feel will really determine as to who's going to win the series. Because Sani, for the information of everybody, he was a Baron laner that just switched to the mid lane for Woohoo Gaming. He's one of the best Jax players I've ever seen in WRLA 1. And meanwhile, on the other side, we have you, the person that has a lot of champion. Can play Jace, can play Garen, and can play anything for Coach Lao Bai.
Yeah, and he's a very great starter for the side of EDG, because he can, as you said, he can do pretty much anything in the mid lane. And also one of the strengths of EDG back then is how you can just give any champions to you. And now on a different meta, you is not even struggling at this point. I think the EDG as a team is just finding their group still this early in the season.
Exactly, and again, Xiao Zhang, we kind of expected him to at least be more stable, especially with the help of 0711. Safe to say he kind of misses Shingdo 7, right? Although they have the same playstyle, he needs help on the top side. You look at the KDA, 1.83. It's not the best though against. It's not a big difference if you look at it compared to Rocky, especially knowing that Rocky has that one champion that might just get banned away here by EDG, and that's the Fiora. But you know what I'm talking about, right? EDG on their top lane, they play around their top lane so well when they were still with Shingdo 7, and they kind of still try to do the same thing, but it's not as effective.
Yeah, and that is also something surprising for me starting this season, because as we were talking about them when they were fighting Shingdo 7 and also 0711, when they were fighting during the past week, they were two pieces in a pod. They have the same playstyle, and I'm surprised that they have a lot of problems here in their team, because it's almost the same playstyle, but they haven't been able to make it work like magic when 0711 came in.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's what we call growing pains, right? The team needs to mesh well with each other. Chemistry cannot be learned over time. And also, looking on paper, their skills individually is super stacked. Looking at them collectively, though, it's another story.
Yeah. I still haven't found it just yet, but again, I'm really expecting a lot here from EDG. But before that, everybody, let's go to the stage and listen to Yoho.
英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场，我是 Yoho。今天的第2个 BO3 由 Edward Gaming 对阵上芜湖 Gaming。今天的 EDG 能否破而后立，从这支崭新的芜湖 Gaming 手里拿到属于他们自己的赛季首胜？让我们一起拭目以待。Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stage of 2023 League of Legends Wild Rift Asia 2. This is your boy Yoho, and today's second best of 3 is Edward Gaming versus Woohoo Gaming. So Edward Gaming can get the making with the breaking from this brand new WHG. Let's wait and see. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Edward Gaming and Woohoo Gaming.
希望今天你们列车的时候不要把你们的替补选手 Shadow 抬上来。
想对 EDG 的替补中单阿玛说，第2把你要不上的话，你就没机会上了。你要上了就是你的最后一把。
Always a welcome side for everybody is the trash talking sessions before we even start the game. Gives the game a little bit more spice. Like, nah, I'm not gonna do any analogies.
I think
now,
Pan, we need Pan for the trash talk session, right?
That is true.
He's the most entertaining trash talker that even if you don't understand their language, like his body language is just on a different level.
首先有请双方单人路选手登场。In the solo lane, EDG 小张、芜湖 Gaming, Rocky.
When it comes to the trash talk session, but does he still have the band that he has in his arm every time he plays?
接下来让我们有请双方打野选手登场。In the jungle, EDG 0711 WHG
back then was branded by J-Team.
Oh, okay.
You know what? Let's kind of listen to our boy Yoho, because he's announcing the
有请双方中路选手登场。
clearly.
In the mid lane, EDG 由 WHG Sunny.
Oh, it's Yo instead of you. We are using you, right? I think you is okay.
I think you is okay, yeah. And I'm kind of...
Oh, Sandy.
有请双方射手登场。In the dual lane,
Look at how
EDG
happy
alone,
you and Sandy
WHG
are, both
Pan.
participant laners.
Yeah, Alone and Pan.
Oh, there you go. He still has it. He still has it banned. My man.
Finger sleeves not allowed.
有请双方
But
辅
sure,
助选手登场。
arm
In the
sleeves,
support,
okay.
EDG 浪鬼 WHG Wake
I'm
Up.
surprised that it's okay to use the arms. I mean, technically, it doesn't do much when it comes to the game. And it's a signature of
两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players are getting ready. Let's start into the
Wake Up
round.
again is going to round up our starting 5 here. Woohoo Gaming in contention of possibly the most improved roster. Just from the bottom lane alone, like they are leaps and bounds from their previous iteration. Right, WHG, by combining Wake Up from Weibo Gaming and Pan from J-Team, that's a match made in heaven. Yeah, I mean, you compare it to Spark and Mikey from a season ago. It feels so good if you're a fan of WHG.
Yeah, especially when you're a fan also of the teams that they were from. Wake Up and also Pan here from J-Team. They are really good players coming from their team, and now putting them together on the bottom lane would really show us how good these players are. But again, on the other end, EDG is one of those squads from last season that was on the top charts. They were like top 2, top 3 every step of the way, because KBG is always going to be number 1 during the start, but at least they got the top 2, top 3 during their time, and I thought that they were one of the best of the CN conference. I mean, yes, they are, but now 0-2 on the name of EDG is not something that I want to see.
You know what? Let me just check on your history records real quick here, Dash, and
yeah,
EDG was actually at the top of the standings during the first part of the season, right? Like they were at 5-0, if I'm not mistaken, and you have to remember that KBG lost their debut match against Nova Esports, and that's why KBG wasn't originally at the top of the standings and EDG was there. And that's a very good callback by you, right? Because again, just looking at the record, and you compare them. We did say that EDG did go through the mid-season struggles, but here with their current form, with their current lineup, and a new coach to guide them, early season struggles is what we're seeing from them.
Yeah. And one of the things that could happen is maybe also what happened to Thundertop. They just got better and better, and they were one of the best squads moving forward. That could be another story that EDG could be going for. But now's not the time for them. But look at this, 0711 already starting explosively in this game. There's a lot of stuns coming up, and Wake Up is gonna fall.
5% once again, and we are seeing another action. But did I see it right? Yeah, there's a Yumi plus a Fiddlesticks. Oh, this is super fun to watch if you are if you're a fan of ARM games.
Yeah. And having a Fiddlesticks time and time again has been a headache whenever it comes down to this game, just because of how strong the Fiddlesticks gets whenever you get level 5 with a Crow Storm. Now the fight is already starting. Knockup's gonna be there. There's a taunt on 3 people. And Wu Gaming still survives.
Sunny! Didn't miss
what you were talking about. He was just a Baron laner before, and that's why he knows how to maneuver that blend so well. And Lamfui survives that.
Airy.
Wait, he didn't.
Yeah, that's the Airy. And again, Wake Up getting taunted here by Xiaojiang. Easy 200 gold for EDG. But again, you know, the thing continues here as we see Rocky going to die to the death mark of EDG. I kind of have to, you know, I'm curious as to what ARM ranks do these players have, because I know for a fact that we have lots of ARM grinders in the community.
Crow Storm, a lot of DPS onto the back line. They got 3 people down. So that's gonna be it. Xiaojiang's gonna be dead too. 0711, the last one standing here.
Some flashy plays here and there, and this is so hard to counter. We're talking about the Fiddlesticks that was able to win game 1 by himself. WHG wants to follow suit and, you know, is riding the coattails of the Fiddlestick once again.
Yeah, and Wake Up is gonna be dying here in the process, and August is just waiting for the next Crow Storm to really come out. That's gonna be no revives because everybody's alive now.
Yeah, and also you. Always so fun to watch going on the Z.
Oh man, that's gonna be a lot, and Woohoo Gaming is just gonna be dying. Wait, that's a lot of shielding coming in from Pod.
Yeah, the UV things, just UV things, and Sunny. Buried to the ground by Xiaojiang. Did you see that passive?
yeah. Another flash coming in from their side, and Woohoo Gaming is just surviving just because of the Yumi. Pod has been really helpful this time around, but EDG, look at what they're doing. They're just been chasing down a lot, and Rocky has to pull back because of it. That's gonna be a kill. Yu is gonna be running away, but it's not gonna run for more. That's gonna be the chase down coming in from the side of Blue Gaming. They're just gonna be killing everybody. When you have a Yuumi on your side, that's gonna be Xiao Zhang. Gonna be next. One more snip to the head, and they got the kills.
It's always sunny in Woohoo Gaming. And
okay.
Did you get that reference?
Great reference though. Yeah, great that reference.
Good.
Yeah. Great reference.
I feel the younger generation won't know it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have somebody in the younger generation. But,
what, Infinity?
But yes.
He doesn't get any references though.
True Storm comes in at least, everybody, and now this is gonna be a Halloween special from the Fiddlesticks, but no, Halloween just ended early.
Yeah, and Wake Up trying to survive against 4 members, not going to be successful in doing so. And that is EDG. 4-man strong will be able to most likely push down this first tier tower. And there still is a very sizable advantage for WHG. Yeah, sure, you can say that the gold is at the advantage of EDG, but we have to remember that, even the Yuumi is scaling.
Yeah, knocked up with the Cyclone. Yu is going to be chased down by Rocky. Gets another knock-up. No follow-ups from
Sunny again.
Gaming. And August right there is going to be flashing in. Does have the frame, but is not going to be in range for that.
Yeah.
It got the fear, but it's not going to be able to hit.
This is the dream, right? Like, you have a Yuumi attaching to you as a Gwen.
Ooh, riposte was cancelled there. A bit too late. Xiao Zhang gets some HP from the Triumph. And EDG is just going to be surviving after that.
August does have the ultimate in a couple of seconds. Curious to see if he's going to invest a Crow Storm. Especially knowing his health. Oh, Snowball connects.
Oh no. I think that's going to be a kill coming into their side. Explosive Gas almost kills him with the first strike. But EDG is just going to be winning that battle with a super low HP August.
And he's dead.
Oh no! Wasn't able to get the surprise.
Yep, but again, by the time that he revives, he will have access to the ultimate. Trying to buy some time.
Wake Up is just going in.
Yeah, he's being
that tower down.
Exactly, being that alarm clock, waiting for his teammates to wake up, I guess.
Yeah. 7-11 is gonna be dead here.
Rocky?
Trying to go for the reset.
Ooh, August airball.
August is a bit too far away, and Yu is just dealing so much damage. It's the death mark. That's gonna be a kill, and Sonny's gonna be chasing down Xiao Zhang. He's not gonna be able to justice punch his way out of this. But look at what Yu is doing here against Rocky. Having the 1v1, Sonny is also gonna follow through. He doesn't have the Living Shadow, does have the flash. He's not gonna survive that.
Once a Conqueror proc, Sunny is just super hard to face against.
Yeah.
Snip, 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 snip.
He's just gonna get the kills every time. He does have the miss available. They can go for a revive if Longway would be able to get the triple play here, but they're gonna be revived anyway. 3 seconds.
And again, WHG with Sunny at the forefront of everyone. Oh wait.
Oh no.
Wake Up again.
Oh, that was scary.
Oh yeah. Like. Anyway, EDG is posturing. I still want to see a very good crossover coming from August because the one earlier, not the best one.
Yeah, get the knock up. Rocky was able to run away, use up the Cyclone. He doesn't have the Cyclone anymore. Wake Up tries to follow through with pause. Rocky cancels that Justice Punch with a Cyclone, but that's an ultimate down already.
Can I just say that we would be playing better ARM games than this, guys?
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the ultimate by Rocky. He was going in by himself. Huh?
Oh my! Look at what Sunny is doing though. He's trying to make wonders out of Tina.
Sure, like Sunny's the only guy.
End them.
Yeah, Sunny will be the only MVP guy, I guess. Because August, the Crow Storm, leaving so much to be desired. Same thing can be said for Rocky, and I guess even the viewers does know this, right? Like you going in by yourself, wasting your ultimate, not really the best sight, or not really the best warm up for Woo Gaming.
And Wake Up is just dead every time. Every time he goes in, he's dead. And that's what I'm surprised on this game. That's just going to be free for EDG, and they are laughing it away because they got an easy win there.
Oh, yeah.
Look at Sonny.
I feel exactly like again we like just going back. Dash, no ego, right? Like, I feel like their communication was shut down during that entire era match. And we talked about the Fiddlesticks as to how effective it is in era matches, especially in the current patch, right? We are still on patch 4.4. I've heard a lot of, I've seen a lot of people asking what patch we are on. We are still on the old patch. competitive in a competitive scenario such as WRLA2, we have to wait a couple of days before the new patch gets implemented. So it's most likely going to be applied next week.
Yeah, for sure. Next week is going to be a change, and Fiddlesticks would most likely going to be for a lot of the players here. I mean, there's a lot of nerfs, and a lot of people are not going to be prioritizing it anymore, but there's a possibility that they can still go for it just to flex on a lot of these players.
I think a lot of AP champions will be sad to new patch because Crown was heavily targeted down by the nerf hammer. That's kind of expected though. It was overperforming. It was a very safe pick for almost all the AP mages.
Yeah.
But we go over to the drafting phase, and EDG, being the one to win that game, will be selecting blue side. This is again the difference that we often see from CN Conference and APAC Conference. The CN Conference teams, they really value first pick a whole lot.
Yeah, that's true. And that's why I'm really surprised about it. The big difference right here from them is how they value the first pick, and the APAC Conference values the second pick. This really says a lot about the playstyles of both sides, one being more proactive and one being a lot more reactive.
Yep. The bans? Wait, okay, there you go.
Okay, here you go.
I'm so waiting. I'm like, all right, when are we going to start the pick and bans? Okay, right away we start the pick and bans, and again, EDG being on the blue side, pretty much a standard ban, right? Like we often see the Shen being banned whenever they are on the blue side, similar as to how BRU and G2B did it just from a series ago. And if you missed series number 1, it was a 2-0 in favor of G2 Blacklist.
Yeah, and going forward onto this match though, the Zoe is also gonna get banned just because of the fact that they're playing against Pan, and they don't want to see that on the hands of Pan.
But there's a lot of champions that Pan can play, right? Like Pan
that's true.
Is that
Vex,
one dragon laner that I don't mind playing mages, right?
Yep. That's why I'm really expecting this is gonna be the big change here, big challenge for Sani. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Akali getting first pick here against a Camille first pick.
That's a U champion, and again, one way to answer an Akali is to go for the Kassadin, which is also, of course, going to be a very good pick if you're Sani. But we have to consider, some other things like Sani in the 2 games that they have played. He went for the marksman and leaving Pan to play the mage. So not sure if that is going to happen, at least in game number 1 of the series.
Yeah. And this is gonna be the challenge here for them because the Camille and oh no, the Evelyn also in this game compared to the past games that we had. And a Zeri could potentially be picked too for EDG if they want a safer pick on their side, but Fiora is gonna be picked up just for that to not get banned once the second phase comes in.
I waited, Dash, for you to react on the Evelyn, not just as a pick, but as a
on
pick
the hands of
by
0711.
0711, yeah.
I'm not surprised anymore.
Flashback, everybody.
It's just a casual day right now because remember back, I always remember their performance during their fights in the grand finals.
Wait,
it was
hang on.
0711 playing the Evelyn every time and they didn't win.
That's unfair though to the guy because 0711 was doing so good on the Evelyn.
He was.
At the start of the playoffs, but give the best teams enough preparation time against the Evelyn, and they will be able to figure it out. And I believe that that's what happened there. But at least in the current patch, it doesn't matter, right? Like with the choices available to the Evelyn, he can just one-shot people. We saw it from Valdez from a couple of days ago. And if there's one thing that we know about 0711 is that he's not scared to pick the Evelyn for himself. They are going to ban away the Ashe, which is super good. I've been calling it out. I've been super vocal that Ashe is very good in the meta. We saw it yesterday from Naos. And the main reason why Ashe is so good is because one, it's a very good utility champion that you can play in the Dragon Lane, but Hawkshot also provides infinite value, especially against the Evelyn.
Yeah, And even against Akali, which is
Right.
why it is a really hard pick whenever it gets picked on the other side. And also, on the other hand, them picking up an Ezreal is also a good pickup here because they need somebody to herald or hold the mid game damage onto the side of Woohoo Gaming. That's why they really need that Ezreal in the mid game.
Well, to see it, August has decided to carry the early game by himself. Have to remember that WHG, when they were winning games last season, it was August almost always bagging the MVP. He plays the Olaf, he plays the carries, he plays the Aatrox, right? Like, August has been the heart and soul of WHG, and it was no surprise that he's the only retainer, right? Like, and so now the combination of this 5-man squad with Wake Up, that I believe we talked to a lot of pro players, and they said that Wake Up, he's one of the best supports just because his rotations, you don't expect it, but he's super fast.
Yeah. And he's always putting everyone... It looks like everybody is too late whenever he gets in the right position at the right time. That's why Wake Up is always, as said, to be one of the best supports from the last season. It's just unfortunate that Weibo Gaming wasn't able to really get far away after the playoffs. But now here, for this game, there's a chance for him to showcase that again, especially that he's the one holding on to the Ornn.
Wake Up is always that one guy that I feel is in contention of top 3 supports in TN. Actually, in the whole wide world, right? Like, if you have Wake Up, it's almost always that his engages will be pure. It's almost always that his counter ganks will also be very timely, and that, I believe, is the reason why WHG did not hesitate to sign the guy. And for a good reason, right? Like, you look at the top teams that we do have right now, Wake Up is definitely going to be a very big piece to face against them, to face against Thundertop, to face against KBG.
Yeah. And what I really love about this, though, is them picking up on. I have been a big fan of this guy ever since the Vex plays, the brand plays that he has done. And during this game, it's going to be quite different from normal. But at least seeing the guy in this meta could really bring the fans in a different light to what Pan could really do.
Indeed. Pan is that one player that started midway into season number 1, right? Like it used to be buried for the first half of the season, and then Pan came in and did not surrender the starting spot, right? Like from the time that he subbed in up until the playoffs, it was all Pan, and now WHG will try to maximize Pan's expertise when it comes to all this mages. But he's not running a mage right now. He's playing the Ezreal, which is also his pick against Cerberus Esports, and he was also a very good player of the Ezreal for sure.
Yeah, and I really love to see this August holding on to a Lee Sin against 0711's best champion too. This is a good game that we're gonna be seeing here, everybody. But now Woohoo Gaming, look at what's happening onto the bot lane. This early game is gonna be hard for Pawn. As I was praising him before this game started, he already recalled now.
Oh, he reset. Not sure what happened there. Maybe he face checked into Langui's Pulverize. Because that's the only way for you to get shut down that hard that you will need to recall. Good thing here in Wild Rift, the map is fairly small and that you can come back from that. I would say not good start, but like it still is an advantage towards the side of EDG.
Yeah. And for now, EDG gaining any advantage that they can is going to be big for them moving forward here. Wake Up goes in for the knockup.
Yeah.
But this bot lane has been spicy so far.
Yeah. We have the Pulverize and Headbutt combo coming from Langui, and we also have the I build a mountain, I basically headbutt the mountain, and I stun you both.
Yeah. Gets you as high as where the mountain goes.
Exactly.
Now, for how
solo?
is this happening into the mid lane? It's just so good when it comes to assassins. Almost getting the kill.
Yeah, and then here comes August, almost level 5. I'd just be able to do it. And again, here comes
does have vision.
it's super risky though.
Ah.
He was under the tower, and especially knowing that, that's an Akali that can just Twilight Shroud to quote-unquote outplay you. Never mind.
Yep. Even has a shuriken flip at the ready though if he needs to dodge anything. So now, well, both of our junglers are still not finding any way. 0711 is now starting the aggression just because he's already level 5, gets the invisibility, and this is where the game starts overall.
And this is what we were talking about, right? One way to counter the Evelynn is to plant vision inside the jungle camps, because if the Evelynn is clearing the jungle camp, you are able to deduce where she is going to be next, at least in a couple of minutes, right? Like in the next couple of seconds. And that is WHG planting the vision inside the golem pit. Well, that thought though.
Yeah. And from what I'm seeing here for the side of EDG, look at what they're doing. Xiao Zhang fighting a 2v1 here, and Rocky, August are not winning against Xiao Zhang here.
It's also a very good denial to take away the Fiora against Rocky.
Yeah, knockup's not gonna hit. Pawn is being chased down by 0711. Look at that. They had the pulverize suit to save 0711. Too aggressive.
Yeah, Sayonara, no kill whatsoever. And I believe no summoners were burnt. They were trying to rotate. They were trying to send over Pan to the mid lane, but there to at least respond to the map action by WHG or the members of EDG. No harm, no foul though, right? Because now EDG will be also following suit and will be sending their duo to the mid lane.
Yeah, they're just gonna be going to the mid lane now. It's just usually as how things go. And for now, look at the bottom side of the map. There is still Wake Up onto the bottom side. They want to get the advantage as much as they can before a recall gets called. But for now, we're still waiting for 1 minute before the next objective comes in.
Xiao Zhang, top lane. That matchup between Camille and Fiora, I believe. Oh, this is not an exaggeration. I feel that this is already the 10th time that we've seen that matchup over the course of the season.
They switched up because they know they can't win against Xiao Zhang. That's why they have this respect for the guy. And they really need somebody on the lane to maybe just stabilize the lane and not get killed. And I think that's a perfect setup.
Right, and it's a very slow and steady game for both the teams. No one caught off guard. Everyone very mobile, and whenever a Lee Sin gets picked up, you kind of expect him to be very aggressive.
Ultra Shock Laser is not gonna hit, and Pawn is still safe.
Yeah, and again, just going back to the Lee Sin point, like no first blood whatsoever at 5 minutes. It's not really the best early game start for the Lee Sin.
Knock up onto 2. Gonna follow suit. They got one. And that is God! Wake Up! What a great combo from the guy! And that's why we praise him. Lightning Crash coming from Alone, fighting a 3v1. He might be able to make that impossible possible here. Pawn could be killed, and Alone is gonna be getting the kills on a 3v1. You follows through. He still has the perfect execution. The damage is gonna be there, and that's a 2 pursuit.
Explosive skirmish overall, but the junglers are down, which means the EDG will be sending their 3 members to secure this Rift Herald. No contest whatsoever. No jungler needed. At least, are they gifting over the smite to 0711? They will.
Yeah. And one thing that I'm surprised of is that Alone and You was able to get something out of nothing there. That could have been a loss to them already because it's a 2v4 at that point. But what happened is that they were able to really get some kills out of that.
Yeah, Langui also very tanky and very decisive with his engages. Lots of good things happened in that team fight, and surprisingly, we don't have a replay. It's not often that happens, huh?
Yeah, and EDG has been doing great during this game. 0711 has been quite confident on how he starts this fight, and this is what's good whenever it comes down to the Evelynn. As long as you get a steady pace moving forward here, I think 0711 is in a good spot.
And they went for the combo. Oh, Wake Up!
Yeah, gets knocked up. He still has the Horn of the Forge. God was able to get pushed back. That is going to be the last caress to cancel out the knock-up. And no more follows from Boohoo Gaming.
I really love watching Wake Up. He's super aggressive. Doesn't hesitate to flash in. And Wake Up is building something.
He's building an item. He's building an item in front of Xiao Zhang. Is that the bait they're looking for? No, they don't have enough damage.
It's also about gifting the passive over to Rocky. At least now Rocky does have the ability to build items outside the base. And that is super good, especially for Baron laners that is known for sustaining for days in the top lane, and I believe that's the reason why Wake Up went for that cheeky play in front of him.
Yeah, I thought I was surprised about that though, because I thought he's gonna die because Xiao Zhang wanted to follow with that because he used Ignite against a Wake Up that time.
Right. Okay. Everything is super steady, and we all know the power of Yu, especially on the Akali. But one thing that really is kind of scaring me right now is I'm not 100% sure as to how impactful she will be in team fights, right? Like, we have a double assassin composition. We have the Akali, and we also have the Evelyn to definitely be the threat against Pan. But Pan is on the safest possible Dragon laner of all time.
Yeah, and one of the problems there during the startup of this game is because he always gets caught up a bit too late in the Essence shift whenever Longwei goes in for the Pulverize. And that could be one of the problems here if he gets picked off before he would be able to get the Essence shift in.
Yep, and August. Oh, he's dead!
Onto the mid lane. What a great Dragon's Rage here. 7-11 stays alive. And Alone is getting ticked down by the Ignite.
I think it was just a mess up of the combos there. Wake Up and Sunny won't be pursuing. Langui is here, and they will be able to spot him with the wards planted here. And by themselves, they were able to get a tower on the top side. WHG again in this early game. So far, very impressive.
Yeah, loving how they're starting this, and considering how the Vladimir is going to be scaling up in the league game, it's all going to be good. The only thing I'm really scared of is because they have two assassins on the side of EDG.
Exactly.
It might be easy to take down those targets on the side of Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah, I feel like that August will be the primary target by all this assassination, because although Lee Sin is very mobile, he's not really the best when it comes to survivability. The tankiness isn't really there. And I don't think that Pan will allow all these assassins to be near him. Because, again, we're talking about Pan, one of the best possible Dragon laners that you can sign during the offseason. WHG with 4 new members. On paper, they look very strong.
Yeah. And for now, they're being chased down. Pawn doesn't have anywhere to go.
Flashed.
Not going to be hit right there by the hate spikes. And that is going to be the follow. Lascaris is going to be used to cancel out any damage.
Yeah, just a dodge from the True Shot Barrage. But we're talking about Pan. He's very mobile on the Ezreal, right? Like, the Ezreal has Arcane Shift, does have the Flash as well. It was just a very easy skadoodle away. But definitely an information that was provided to EDG that's a summoner bird for the next 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, and they are waiting for this dragon to come up 30 seconds before it actually comes up. And look at what they built already. They have the Manamune and they have the Crown of the Shadowed Queen onto that Ezreal. And we're still waiting for second or rather third item for Sani to be able to carry this game.
And again, we are seeing the strength of the Crown of the Shattered Queen. Like, even Pan is building the item.
Oh no, this is gonna be bad. Langui's gonna go in, pulverizes onto one, headbutts one into the wall. And that's not enough.
Very
use
mobile.
this flash.
Like, almost every single one of WHG does have dashes.
That's true.
And yeah, this ocean map also is really starting to become problematic for WHG.
Yeah, Woohoo Gaming. Look at the follow through coming from Langui.
Oh, 0711.
0711 goes in.
Never
and
mind.
That might be the problem. He goes in. Sonny could get the kill, but the Mystic Shot was able to end his life.
0711 was super greedy. Thought that he had the execution possible, but nope. Denied easily by WHG.
Yeah, Langui goes in. Yu is really close, and this might be the problem. But on the other side, Xiao Zhang was able to run away.
Sunny.
But Sonny is going to take this fight. Look at this. Alone is going to be there, but the Hebo Plague wasn't enough. They're still chasing them down. They don't have a jungler, but they might be able to get some kills. August is being chased out right there by Yu. They got the kill in the end. They got the smite, and they got the dragon. Alone was able to steal it in the end. Woohoo Gaming is having the hardest time here. Sonny doesn't have enough damage just yet.
No way!
He's gonna be next. Woohoo Gaming is having not having the best day, and Alone is having a blast.
They're just waiting for the minion to crash down in WHG. That's it. That's an ace.
Yeah, Langui's gonna be tanking a lot of damage now, but Wake Up is not gonna survive to get a win. Sani. It's not enough damage, brother, but the headbutt might be able to save his life. Nope, it's not. EDG gets those kills and an ace.
Alone with the red buff. Super sticky. And the 0711 was not even needed.
Yeah, Alone was enough. He got the dragon in the end there. And this is one of the things that they need to do here. During this whole fight, look at how Alone has been playing around. He went into Sani, tried to go for most members of Woohoo Gaming, but because of that Hextech ultimatum, that might be the overstep right there coming from Rocky.
Yeah, it was indeed the overstep that was needed by EDG to just follow through. And again, with all those very critical members, Alone was super aggressive and just dashes in. He knows that all those auto attacks does again have the AoE effect into it, and EDG was able to win handily that clash. This might just be the winning clash for EDG.
Wait, they're taking the Baron now. They have one ultimate. Wake Up is going to be able to hit a lot of the members here. 0711 is still taking it. That's going to be a Baron to their side. But Woohoo Gaming is not going to be stopping right here and there. They still have 3 members. It's going to be a 3v5 0711 against Sani, but he's super fast. He's going to fall down, but they still got the Baron buff out of 3 kills.
Yeah, 0711 not the best game for him, but EDG is okay with it, right? You look at the goal lead that they were able to surmount at the first 13 minutes of this game. That's already 5k, and they are more than happy to just expand it even more by using this Baron buff. Alone by himself, he's all alone.
Yeah, he's gonna be locked up by the Hextech ultimatum. He's gonna be slowed down. Pawn was able to flash in,
red buff.
and Alone was able to survive with the red buff even. What? One more take. One more take.
He's... Let's be honest, he was super lucky.
Yeah. Just...
I mean, WHG had the right idea, right? Hextech ultimatum in, and more often than not, it should result into a very clear assassination. But Alone did have enough HP in him, and we have to remember that he's super ahead in this game right now. That shotgun kill might have helped WHG by a whole lot, but Xiao Zhang, ooh, rainy days for Sunny.
Yeah, and EDG has been having the greatest time here in this game. This might be the turnaround that they might have been needing. They are in the groove, and we can see it based on their movements, the aggression that they've been doing. And Woohoo Gaming is having a hard time against them.
Yeah, a couple of seconds left on the Baron. Sani has to be careful.
Yeah, tries to go for the knock-up. Crown to Shattered Queen has been popped. Would you actually go in here? No, he's not going to follow through.
No soul to be had as well in this game. But that still is some ability haste available for a team, and EDG will most likely take that for themselves as well. And again, we're looking at the prevalence or the importance of Alone on the Zeri. EDG back in the day, right? Like they play around Alone a whole lot, right? They're super willing to play the Vayne into Vayne Lulu composition. In this game, we have just been reminded that Alone is still a win condition for EDG.
Yeah. Is a monster on that ADC whenever they really needed him to. 0711 hasn't been getting a lot of kills here during this game, but it's okay because they have been securing the objectives that they need. And for now, from what we're seeing from EDG, they're now playing it safe even though they have the lead because they don't want to give any shutdown goals to Woohoo Gaming.
And again, it's not 0711's fault entirely that he's super far behind. Yeah, sure, you can fault him every now and then. Looking at his records, 0, 3, and 0. Still 3 items completed on the emblem.
Yeah.
Still has enough damage to really impact all these team fights.
Yeah, and that's the most important part here. Now EDG, Langui has been a headache for Woohoo Gaming during the start.
Rocky.
Until now in this game, Rocky gonna be chased by Yu. Yu is stealing so much today.
Yeah, Yu... He has 2k advantage over his opponent. Oh, Langui!
Oh, Langui, a bit too greedy right there. Now they still have Call of the Forge God. Gonna be knocking up 2 members right there. Look at the chase down coming in from their side. They're a bit too late here, and that's gonna be the dragon for EDG.
That was scary for a second there for EDG because 0711 was still super far. But it doesn't matter, right? That's an Evelyn. There's no way to really detect Evelyn. They are spotted here. WHG, this is super risky.
They see it. Langui is gonna follow through. It's a bit too late. 0711 is not here. Too much damage. Woohoo Gaming was just able to take that freely.
And so now for the chase to 0711, but I don't think they will be able to chase them down. Like, yeah, sure, there's no tower to protect them on the top side, but they are still 5-man strong with all the ultimates available. Good thing, or good decision by EDG to just back away and not overchase.
Love the decision coming in from Woohoo Gaming there. Take the Baron and run away with it so that they would be able to stay for longer and maybe get the Vladimir a win condition that they need this game.
Yep. Although Langui has other plans.
EDG on the back line though. They got the knock up onto one. August is going to be running away, but they don't have enough damage just yet. They were able to flash both of them. And now here comes the re-engage. But no, he doesn't have the angle.
Super mobile are the members of WHG. You know what they need? A singed, basically.
Yeah. So that they won't be able to.
Yeah, the grounded effect, exactly.
Yeah.
But EDG, again, you look at the bot lane. Someone is already building a very good wave, and that is because of the Baron buff that has joined WHG.
Oh, look at Langui looking for a flash here. Was able to run away out of that fight. And August is going to be pushed back to the side right here. Alone has been hit. Look at the back line though. Look at the fight coming in from you. Crown the Shadow Queen has been popped already. They have the Stasis onto their side.
Wait, you!
Sunny fighting back right here.
No way!
They have the Sanguine Pulse. You would be falling down.
1 HP. Sunny still was able to heal up, and WHG. Exactly, 2 members are down for EDG. 0711 is also dead. No jungler for EDG.
This is a chance for them. Langui looking for a play. Look at the back line. No, Langui is in front of everybody. He's tanking up a lot of damage. But Woohoo Gaming could take this pretty easily. Right now with Alone on a great position. Is waiting for a great lightning crash before this fight happens. That's not going to be taken by them. And that is a free for August. And Xiaojiang is going to be the first victim. Langui is going to be next. Look at the DPS coming from that. And the Dragon is going to go for it. They get the kill.
Dragon's range to end it all. WHG is all over EDG today. 0711 trying to stop WHG.
Yeah, they got the damage with the last caress, but remember, they have the Elder Drake. It's going to be easier for them to just take this out. It's a good thing that they got the minions out of that.
Wake up again, being that bodyguard, trying to detect what the movements are from EDG because they know that this tower is almost down here in the bot lane.
Yeah, nobody could defend this for them. Nobody could front line for the side of EDG. So this is towers down one by one. Hextech Ultimatum gonna be used against you. He could really maneuver around the Twilight Trap, but that's a lot of AoE.
Never mind. Pana and company was able to get the most important kill of all. We have to remember that Yu has the most gold for EDG, and WHG just wisely backs away after opening the base of EDG.
What was that? The big turnaround just because of that Baron coming to their side. Langui, a little bit tanky. He's not going to get a lot of damage against him. He's being holded down, but with that Elder Drake buff, his HP is not going to matter.
Oh, man. All of a sudden, this is a game WHG was able to break open for themselves, like after securing the Elder Dragon, translating it into 2 towers, and now would definitely love to have Baron join their squad as well. You look at the map, 0711 nowhere to be found. Even Sani is here for bodyguard duty. EDG is again in shambles.
Yeah, Woohoo Gaming is just gonna be taking this game freely just because of that Elder Drake and Baron buff, but everything's not done yet. They got the lead now, changing it from the 6k, almost 7k gold lead from the side of EDG, and Woohoo Gaming just turned it around in just a flash.
What happened? One Baron takedown, then the Elder, now another Baron. 3 epic monsters joining one team is almost always a win condition.
Yeah, and now with Rocky, is holding down the fort into the mid lane. That is how EDG is going to be baited right there. Uses the Hextech Ultimatum for some frames. But Rocky is going to be able to run away. They got one knockup right there on the 0711. Perfect there. He gets it again. And now the Stasis is going to be popped. They have Alone in the area. This is going to be a kill to their side. Got the Dragon's Rage. Was able to hit on Alone. They got some time in. Woohoo Gaming would be winning this against the members of EDG. And this is a squad that you do need to respect because they are going to do it. And Woohoo Gaming actually wins against EDG.
0711 might just feel tilted after that game number 1. He was targeted over and over again, and he was not allowed to make his assassination plays. Woohoo Gaming crawls back into this game and ends up winning game number 1.
Honestly, I'm really surprised still because of that big lead. The decision making coming in from Woohoo Gaming after the fact that their dragon has been taken, then full force go to the Baron, that is something that I wasn't expecting from them. When they got that Baron, that just jump started it. They were not in the lead in any way, but again, with patience, they got the win there.
It also begs the question, what happened there, EDG, right? Like, they knew there was still a split second before the Rift Herald vision expired on the top side. They knew that there were 5 people already trying to rotate themselves on towards the Baron, and that very sneaky Baron was what really was needed by WHG to basically turn around the game. It was almost the alone show, and that's the story, right? Like, that's the magic word. Almost, but not quite.
Yep, and alone wasn't able to do it alone with this game. He was really doing so much for the team here, especially during that last battle. I thought that they might be able to get the win there, but Woohoo Gaming with that turnaround, that is just a really great gameplay coming in from their side. Decision making really made it work for them. I wasn't expecting them to really turn things around that much because EDG had so much damage already. But because they were losing on the CC department that game, it wasn't easy to lock down targets.
Oh, sure, right? Like, EDG was trying to implement what we saw from week number 1, in where it doesn't matter if you don't have the best crowd control. All you have to do is to just kill them. And you was almost was almost there, right? He was so well in the lead. At one point, he was 3k ahead of his lane opposition, right? Against Sunny's Vladimir, and that's a very good win condition to have. Like, if your Akali is that ahead, if she's very much unstoppable, there's really nothing to stop you from winning the game, except for giving the Baron away to WHG. And WHG again was able to capitalize off of the biggest mistakes. I know that Coach Laubai is not going to be happy whatsoever with the decision making by EDG there. It was almost a win for them. They were 7k ahead at one point? You did say it best. And they just basically threw the game.
Yeah, that is true. But again, you really had a hard time too during that game. During the early game, yes, he was really racking up some kills. His damage was through the roofs. But again, a lot of AoE was the reason why he wasn't able to make things work. And together with the fact that they have a Lee Sin on the side of Woohoo Gaming, getting that vision was easy enough to see where Yu is every time he tries to go for a Twilight Shroud.
Yeah. Meanwhile, 0711 also kind of controlled, right, by Wake Up. I feel like almost all the places that WHG was able to do that really had a positive effect, positive impact, was because of Wake Up being there. His combos was super clean, and his decision making. Did you remember what happened to 0711? Right, like the Call of the Force God hitting, and also the bump, the knock-up hitting as well, right in the mid lane. And 0711, you look at the disparity: 1, 5, and 0 to 4, 2, and 6. Not the best start to the series once again for 0711.
Yeah, Wake Up really performed so well this game, but also, to add to the point, Langui was also great this game. Langui has set up a lot of kills. That's the reason why they got a really great lead during this game. But again, this was surprising that they really lost this, even though alone was this good. And Pan,
okay,
Pan get this?
I'm not sure. Maybe it's it's because he was able to withstand the pressure coming in from alone, and he was serviceable for sure, right? Like, but you look at the goal difference at the end, he was actually behind against alone, and Alone's record in that game, Dash, was 3-0-3.
He didn't die.
And yet they did not win. I'm super sad for EDG and for Alone.
That's true. Super frustrating for sure for EDG. But again, everybody, that was just our game 1. We're still having game 2, maybe even a game 3. We're just gonna be taking a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, What are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into two conferences, WRLCN and WRL APAC. 11 teams from the WRL-CN conference and 8 from WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format, and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Additionally, in the WRLA2 regular stage, the priority side selection will be determined through an A-run, preheating the vibe before the official game kicks off. Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 regular stage will officially kick off on November 1st, with the 19 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. The battles are fierce, and the stakes are high. Which team will ultimately rise to the top? Stay tuned for the epic conclusion.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Obrigado, feliz aniversário, Wild.
Aveva la pelle giallastra e gli occhi segnati da
Happy anniversary. ¿Qué les parecen estos cambios?
Happy 3rd year anniversary.
Your Coca-Cola pop-up play. Death Ball, when you 5v5, when you run up the healing, the shielding, you take no damage.
And it's RRQ all the way, baby.
The execution in that team fight cannot be understated.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Check you, feliz aniversário.
Okay, sorry about that. Welcome back, everybody, to Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. And this is going to be Game 2 between Woohoo Gaming and EDG. And that comeback from Woohoo Gaming was really great to see.
Love me some coffee, Dash. I guess we need some coffee here and there. But yeah, we need to go straight to pick and ban phase because both these teams are raring to go at it against each other. Oh, 3 bans right on the get-go. WHG trying to target down the Akali by you. Big respect towards the ninja that you basically has a lot of experience on. This time, WHG will be the one getting the Evelyn for themselves.
Prioritizes the Evelyn in the first pick. I'm surprised about that. Usually would pick the Evelyn on the second or maybe even the third pick in the first phase of the bans. But here in this game, they prioritize the Evelyn just to deny 0711 of this pickup, and that is 2 massive picks for EDG.
Camille is left open for the taking, and
and
EDG plus Orin. Now EDG, you have to understand that Rocky if given the opportunity to select a champion for himself, he will most likely go for the Fiora. And you understand the rationale here by EDG. They're taking away the comfort picks of WHG. Same thing can be said for WHG. They're taking away the comfort picks of EDG. And 0711, whenever Evelyn gets targeted down during the playoffs, he defaults back to the Kazakhs, which is almost as deadly.
Yeah, and he is so good whenever he's given a chance to use stealthy champions. He's just good at getting the pickoffs. I mean, we didn't see it last game, but he still is one of the best assassin players right here, and especially when it comes to the Kazakhs and the Evelyn. But again, we still have some ADCs not getting picked. Lucian's still a priority ban here just for them to deny that early game pick. And Xayah too. This is what I'm surprised of whenever it's APAC conference matches. Why is there no Xayah pickups?
I'm not 100% sure, right? Because Xayah has proven to, one, be able to win the lane during the early game, right? And two, is a very safe pickup, especially against assassins. And WHG banning the Xayah is basically just telling August, hey, you know what? We're taking away one of the AD carries that might just give you a hard time in pulling through your assassination. And so now, even the Ashe gets banned away. Love to see this, especially with what happened yesterday. Naos, I believe, just stroke fear into the hearts of all the CN teams that, hey, Ashe needs to be respected.
Yep, and Ashe, as you said a while ago, it still brings a lot of value to the table. Slows together with the stuns coming in from the Ashe is still just as good. But again, Yone is going to be picked up here for the side of Woohoo Gaming to the mid lane for Sunny.
Not what we expected to be brought out here by Sunny. But then again, this is Sunny that we are talking about. He just transferred from the barrel lane to the mid lane. So he's, as what we would say, the master of all this melee bruisers that can still dish out damage.
Yeah. And honestly, when it comes to this composition, having an Evelyn is not going to be enough. Getting that amount of DPS from the Yone is something that would complete this composition overall. So I think this is also good. It could be a Gwen too, but a Yone is okay.
Yeah, double assassin composition still, right? Like Yone is that hybrid bruiser slash fighter slash assassin. Especially with the Fate Sealed, right? Like Soul Bound into the Fate Sealed, you can engage from 2 phone screens away, basically.
Yep, and it's so far away, and that's something that you need whenever you're fighting against Vladimir. Any chances that you can take to get the distance after he gets the Sanguine pull, it's gonna be enough.
Indeed. And also, if you run the Ignite while he is swimming under his own blood pool, is that the best term? Right? Swimming under the pool. I've never heard a caster do that before, but hey, you know what? We can make of our own thing here in Wild Rift, right? Like, no one's going to stop us.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Swimming in your own blood is what Vladimir does for, I would say, a living.
That's true. That's true.
Right?
You got that right. You got that right. I'm not gonna refute that. But here, for the side of EDG, from what we're seeing from them, when it comes to the Camille versus Fiora battles, right? We always expect a Fiora to be winning the 1v1s.
Yep.
Yeah, always. But again, the lockup potential coming in from Woohoo Gaming here could be something good. And again, it's the usual thing that happens. During the early game, Pawn and Wake Up always has a hard time whenever they're fighting against Alone in the early game. But that's at least in the level 1 phase.
Oh no. Meanwhile, August has started to steal away camps. Okay, by the way, we have a very interesting stat. Pan picked Israel and made a huge damage, and that was the reason why he did back the MVP. But EDG, as a counteract towards the invade that August was able to do on the top side, 0711, still very intelligent and was able to at least sense what needs to be done, which is to steal away a red buff in return.
Yeah, they're gonna take a long time here. The only disadvantage here is 0711 is taking a long time, and blue buff is already been taken here by August, and that's something good here. Delaying the Kazakhs is something that you want in the early game, and that would be a valuable win here for the side of Woohoo Gaming.
Yeah, it's not going to be a full steal though for no, never mind. EDG will then have the full steal because again, Alone and Dankui was able to get priority here in the bot lane.
Yeah. I mean, for sure, though. But again, this is still something good for the side of August. Because what you need when it comes to the Evelyn is get to level 5 as fast as you can. And when you get it, that is when the onslaught starts.
Yeah, that's when the party starts, right? If you're August, you were not phased during the entire time. Similar to what happened in game number 1. No early first blood. But we kind of expected August to really make a huge early game impact, especially in game number 1 because he was playing the Lee Sin. At least this game, he's playing on a more passive-oriented Kha'Zix in the early game, but still very deadly nonetheless.
I really do hope to see that this game, 0711, would be able to perform much better compared to the past game, because with the Kha'Zix, this is one of his best champions, if it's not an Evelyn together with the Xin Zhao too. So this is something that I really am a big fan of whenever 0711 gets a back off. Too much damage from August.
You count the damage that you also self-inflict by diving down into your own pool. That's almost half health deleted by August. Now, this is where the Evelyn is scariest, right? You don't know where he's rotating.
No. Yeah, and Sonic could get a really good setup here, but August just got Sin there.
Yeah.
That could have been a great start.
Exactly. The best part about Evelyn is that you have an indicator as to if you were detected or not detected at all. Now, 0711 is going to start his blue. It's going to be spotted by the vision that was planted by August, so there could be a challenge right here, right now.
Yeah, he's not going to be following through. His camps are a bit too late because he cleared the top side of the map, and EDG is winning the battle here. Wake Up goes in for the slow against EDG, but that is enough damage for the side of Fuhu Gaming.
Yeah, I'm curious as to what WHG was thinking. They sent over the Yone in the bot lane, and that was immediate punish by EDG.
Yeah, gets a knockup
tower shot.
alone. He's gonna be chased down. They have the call of the Forge Guard right here.
Never mind.
The damage is gonna be there. He used the last caress to actually finish the fight there, and Wake Up is gonna be dead. Gets a 2-for-1. Or 1-for-1, sorry.
Still a very good play coming from WHG, and one would say that Alone did overstep his boundaries, even receiving a tower shot in the end. Let's look at that replay once again. Langui getting... Wow! What a cast! A perfect way to set up a kill for Alone. And again, that's because you sent over your melee mid laner over to the bot lane preemptively. They wanted Pan in the mid lane to face against a Vladimir. And this is where I'm really scratching my head when it comes to the drafting phase, right? Why do you play the Yone if you will have this big of a disadvantage in the early game?
Yeah, and that is one of the problems with the Yone, especially when it comes to the laning phase. It's not going to be easy when you're fighting against an AP champion in the mid lane. Yes, you have some damage coming through, but it's a Vladimir still that we're talking about. And putting an Ezreal in the mid lane against the Vladimir, Ezreal's not going to do much. They're just going to be farming in the mid lane.
Exactly. You know, one would say that possibly as other AD carries, I will check the bans and see what was available. But 0711 is already starting this Red Herald.
Yeah, and for now, they're already here. They're trying to stop them as fast as they could, but look at August. He's dealing some damage right there. They still have the last caress available. Explosive cast is going to be used to push August back. He can go for the regen after some time here, but they're taking their time. Rocky is having a 1v1 against 0711, and it's still not working out.
Easy secure for 0711, especially with the execute damage kicking in from the Kha'Zix, and so far, WHG has yet to start the Dragon. Oh my god, Rocky might just die here.
Yeah, 0711 might be able to chase him down. The Leaf didn't have much range.
Yeah, could have used his flash had it been that it was available. But finally, WHG has started to prioritize the Dragon.
Yeah, they're going for the Dragon. Pan is super low. Look at 3 members already converging on the member side here of Fuhu Gaming. They have the Crown Shattered Queen, but that's not going to last for long. And they still got the steal. EDG still got it at the end. The knock up to the face seal is just a last hurrah. But you was able to survive.
On HP, no damage over town. Oh, two-shot barrage. Almost hitting. Almost hitting, but August and company, you have to wonder what is happening with their macro, because EDG is just all over them, gets another kill, and that is almost 5k gold lead for EDG in the second game.
EDG getting the early game advantage, and now with that, we can see what happened during this dragon fight.
Yeah, I'm not sure what August was thinking there yet. Using the last caress preemptively, not even, combining it with his smite properly to get that execution on towards the Ice Dragon. Rocky, though.
Yeah, this is why Rocky's having a hard time. Explosive Gas is gonna push him to the wall, gets him stunned a bit, and that is a dead Rocky.
At least now, it's safe to say that EDG got this. Right, Dash?
Yeah. I think so.
Right?
They have a 6k gold lead again. Like
right,
last
Dash?
time.
We're not jinxing it, right, Dash?
Yeah. One wrong decision making could really end things up for them, but so far, I think they got this. But Wake Up is gonna die now, and that just adds to the fact that we said it. They got this for sure.
And then he wasted his flash. Everything that could go wrong is starting to go wrong for WHG. August, though.
Yeah, Alone is gonna be chased down. They have some damage. They have the last caress to end his life. No need to follow through with it.
Yeah, but it still took a long time for them to get the assassination. Still, though, a very good sign if you're a fan of WHG. A very big hole to climb, though. Even WHG top laners feeling the pressure by Xiao Zhang. This is what we saw from EDG, right, from last season. Xiao Zhang is a very stable Baron laner. If you give him his Fiora, he can make things happen.
Yeah. And whenever a Fiora gets big against a Camille, I always get scared for the Camille, yes, because the Camille really needs to get into those big fights. But look at this, though. Langui against Wake Up, really fighting it out. They don't have the damage yet if they try to fight this, but Alone will be chased down right here. It's a good thing they have the exhaust. They have one explosive gas again.
No way.
August is not going to be able to get that ultimate up. And Woohoo Gaming is now going to get one. 0711 is going to be next. Two shot barrage is not going to hit. Alone is dealing so much damage here. They're forced to flash away, and Rocky won't be ending anybody's life.
That's, I would say, a head scratcher, because I don't think August had the ultimate when he started to engage against Alone. Just momentarily he used it earlier.
What's happening?
Oh, Sani. It's healed.
What's happening right here? I think Sani is gonna be dead. It's a good thing he had the flash.
I know for a fact that EDG should have this in the bag, right? This is almost an insurmountable lead. They still have a very good scaling composition. And if they play their cards right at 9,000 gold, this could be what we would say a very historic comeback, if anything, right? 9,000 gold is almost always going to end up a win for you and your squad. But if it ends up becoming another comeback for WHG, one would say that it's the biggest comeback that we have yet seen in the entirety of WRL Season 2.
Yeah, and honestly, that's not impossible, but most likely very improbable to happen. Just because I don't know what can happen here anytime soon. Second objective is still up. There can still be a lot of ways for them to turn things around. But with a gold lead, it's gonna be super hard to do.
And Alone being this far ahead, 7-2-1, ladies and gents. Oh, Alone?
Yeah, Alone dealing so much damage.
Bye-bye. Oh,
and
barrier.
Explosive gas is a good thing he had the barrier.
Langui had the killer instinct kicking in, right? He thought it was an easy assassination with the barrier, very timely, but still is an investment from WHG. How are they going to stop EDG from taking, the next two dragons is the question.
Yeah, the next objective is going to be easily taken here by EDG. And as you said, the dragon is going to be important here to be denied by the side of Woohoo Gaming, because if not, that is going to be a big head scratcher, as you say it. They can go for the soul here. They might be able to go for the steal if ever they need to. But if the Forge God is going to be used, he's not going to be able to steal it in the end. Flashes away, and EDG is now close to get that soul.
He had a perfect idea. He wanted to surprise 0711, but 0711 unfazed, especially with this amount of lead. That 50-50 over to 0711, that could have been a backbreaker. That could have been the start of a potential comeback for WHG.
That is true.
Had it been that it was stolen, because we all know that 0711, when the tides are against him, it feels super, it feels like his decision making greatly gets impacted by all those tilting plays that we have seen. Like,
Yeah.
right? Like, if there is one criticism that we have for the guy, ever since during the playoffs, that his decision making really gets clouded whenever he's on the back foot. At least now EDG is enjoying a sizable lead, and that's not going to thwart off that smite attempt coming from 0711.
Yeah, and this is one of the good things about them. Whenever 0711 gets this type of lead, he's not going to be letting go of it. And now we're seeing it with alone 7-2-1 with 10k gold in this guy and almost getting the third item. It's going to be hard to turn things around here.
Oh no, 0711.
Yeah, look at the chase coming into their side. They have one explosive cast to be
Rocky's
used to
dead.
delay some timing. August gets the kill with the last correct, and this might be the turning tides in favor of Fuhu Gaming. They got some shutdowns, but Alone is still alive.
2 kills by Xiao Zhang. 2 very easy ones, to say the least. But EDG... Wait? Are they...
again?
They flash...
They're gonna try to
Oh,
do
no
it again.
way!
Wait, what?
They're
Go
so
in for the
smart!
flash. This is so smart, as he said. They haven't had the vision that this is happening. They're taking their time, and because they have a Yone and an Ezreal, this could easily be taken. Do they have the time? They have HP. They have 3k right here. They might be able to get the steal here.
They don't have a
They're waiting
smite.
for the true shot barrage right here. The
No!
timing is just right. They got the steal in EDG. What a great leash, as they said.
Neither of them had a flash. It was the full fiesta mode that we did not expect to see. That's definitely not in my bingo card today, Dash, but that's a very entertaining one. WHG flashing in, trying to secure a sneaky Baron, but EDG with their senses was able to stop the takedown of that Baron. And now they are in 14k gold lead ahead.
That was their last try, honestly. Woohoo Gaming, that was a great attempt. That would go in the history books for sure. That would be the namesake of their team. They're gonna try to take Baron one way or another, but again, Lagui tried to flash away. Explosive gas is gonna be used. Not a lot of damage coming in from the side of Woohoo Gaming, and this might be the end of it. Even with the last caress, it didn't do much for the side of EDG, and they're not gonna let this go. This is gonna be a 1-1 for sure, and EDG is gonna try and take this.
Sometimes it just takes one to get over the hump, and EDG securing their first map win in the season might just turn things around. We are now on equal footing, and we are going the distance. A full game 3 between EDG and WHG.
Very much needed for them to win this for EDG. This might be the start of them winning some games, starting the season at the new foot, because it's something that they really need, because they lost 0-2 against a lot of the teams that they were fighting against, but now this might be their chance.
Yeah, 0-2 against OMG. Not a team that we thought would be able to 2-0 EDG. 0-2 against FPX, right? So those are the two teams that, wait a minute, what's happening to EDG? But at least this time, even against, even during game number 1, we saw flashes from EDG that they were, a little bit stable compared to their previous 2 matches, and they were ahead in game number 1, but at least in, in game number 2, wait a minute, EDG. It's not enough that they are ahead. They want to administer a lethal kill by getting a 14k goal lead at the end of it all.
I mean, I think at this point, Evelyn is just an unlucky part of the team whenever Evelyn gets picked up, at least in this series, because whoever has the Evelyn is going to be losing on the jungle matchup at least. And now let's see what's gonna happen if ever Woohoo Gaming and also EDG would stray away from the Evelyn pick come next game.
I still cannot believe what happened. It was super entertaining, right? Like they flash in, they try to get the Baron for themselves, and again,
that's true.
A Baron fight without both junglers. It's super fiesta. It's fiesta in a nutshell, basically. And I believe even our viewers were entertained by that one. Kudos to WHG for at least having that kick in them to go for a very risky play. And although on paper you would say it's a very risky play, I would say it was the only play that might just be able to slow things down for them and for their squad, right? Like if they wait for another objective to spawn up, specifically the third dragon, the soul will just be too much to handle, and so you can't. Even though they lost, losing that way is kind of acceptable to me.
Honestly, all I can say with that decision making, it could have been the smartest thing ever, or it could have been a fail. So they had to try. They had to at least try at that point. And it failed, but it will as we said a while ago, it will go to the history books for sure. I will always remember that time that Boo Gaming tried to go for that Baron just because they had to. They had no other choice.
Yeah, exactly, right? NT is what we would say. Right? Nice try. But there you go. That's we are now seeing Alone again in his element. Even in game number 1, he was unstoppable. Definitely the win condition for EDG. In game number 2, he did not need most of his teammates, although Xiao Zhang was definitely a rock in the Baron lane. And stay true, right? Like if you are given of a Fiora into the Camille matchup, Fiora most often would win that lane, and Xiao Zhang was definitely winning the lane. You look at the forward percentage, 46% at the time.
Oh, man.
He was into the territory of WHG.
Yeah, and what I'm really scared of here for the side of Woohoo Gaming, what I think is genius about their draft is them picking up the Fiora against Rocky, baiting him to go for the Camille, and Evelyn getting picked up by Woohoo Gaming first was definitely a bait that EDG was really gunning for here.
Exactly. Oh wow, what a very entertaining game. Alone might just get the MVP, right? Like with the amount of kills that he was able to get, amount of gold, that's a 6k disparity between Pan and Alone. I feel that Alone is definitely going to be a very good win condition for EDG and Coach Lao Bai, right? Coach Lao Bai, previously of Keep Best Gaming, is still trying to find the right pieces for his squad. But with the performance of Alone in game number 1 and number 2, I feel that he might just have found his new Xiaoma.
Yeah, and finding a lot of things all together for EDG, finding themselves during this games that has happened, the past 2 series that happened to them. This is one way to go about it, and that is 10k plus gold lead. I love that. But again, everybody, that was just game 2. We still have game 3 after this. We're just gonna be taking a short break before we head into game 3. See you guys in just a bit.
Obrigado, feliz aniversário, Wild.
Aveva la pelle giallastra e gli occhi segnati da
Happy anniversary. ¿Qué les parecen estos cambios?
Happy 3rd year anniversary.
Your Coca-Cola pop-up play. Death Bolt, when you 5v5, when you run up the healing, the shielding, you take no damage.
It's RRQ all the way, baby.
The execution in that team fight cannot be understated.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Check Uber, feliz aniversário.
Tan atas, klik tombol ini nih. Nah.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into 2 conferences, WRLCN and WRL APAC. 11 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format, and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Additionally, in the WRLA2 regular stage, the priority side selection will be determined through an A-run, preheating the vibe before the official game kicks off. Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 regular stage will officially kick off on November 1st, with the 19 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. The battles are fierce, and the stakes are high. Which team will ultimately rise to the top? Stay tuned for the epic conclusion.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
Welcome back, everybody. This is gonna be game 3, and Woohoo Gaming just lost during the last game against EDG in a one-sided fashion. But it was the most entertaining game that we've seen so far, and I'm loving it.
It's the most entertaining one-sided game of all time, to be sure. That ending was what we needed to wake up from what was being shown by WHG as a whole, right? Like from the start of the game, it felt like they were disconnected. The draft overall was questionable, right? Like we saw Sani go for the Yone, and you did explain the power of the Yone being paired with the Evelyn, but laning wise,
didn't work.
It's not really the best pick to get in the current meta. And again, priority is king in patch 4.4.
Yeah, and one mistake that this is one mistake that they had last game. Fiora was open. Give Rocky his Fiora so he would be able to do magic for the team.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Rocky going back to his comfort pick. Xiao Zhang feeling confident that, hey, you know what? I can be on the winning end of this matchup. And that's also a very quick Vladimir to the side of EDG.
Oh no. If this continues, if this Woohoo Gaming loses with the Evelyn again, that must be a trend now at this point. That at least in this series, whoever holds the Evelyn is going to be losing. But again, on the other side, Kha'Zix is going to be picked up by 0711, which worked really well for them against this Evelyn.
Yeah, but they were able to snag away the Zeri, which is super effective for alone in game number 1, Zen 2. And so now, Sani also played this champion. Now the pressure is on EDG. Do you ban away the Ezreal? Because this to me does look like a double AD composition. The only thing that I'm scared of if they are going to push through with a double ADC composition is that they have 3 very squishy members, right? Like you have 2 ADCs, 1 Evelyn. One way or another, they need to find something to stabilize. But I feel that Sani and Pan really works best when they have the double ADC running for themselves.
I honestly want to see a Vex or a Brand from Pawn here.
Oh yeah, sure.
Woohoo Gaming, because that's we talked about this before, right? We talked about this. Some things that could, or some champions that could work well against a Vladimir at this point are control mages that we have right now. For example, the Brand and even the Vex. Once you get a Great Fear, that could be good. Ornn is banned, so they have a Gragas and a Galio opened up.
Yep, which is going to definitely change things up. Now Shen is definitely not an option available anymore, and so what will be the pickup here for EDG? They will go for the Gragas as expected, right? Like, this is surely a Gragas priority for themselves, and them going for the Galio does actually have quite a bit of good assistance towards the squishy members. At least you have Hero's entrance to save your double ADC if they ever go that route.
Yeah, especially that there's an easy way in for the side of EDG. For example, if they use the Hextech Ultimatum, you can just use the Hero Sentence just to save that person who got... Oh, goes in for the Lucian.
It is definitely going to be a double EDC composition. WHG going back to their roots as to how they win as to how they won first series, right? Their first series, it was off of the backs of a double ADC composition. You could say that Ziggs is actually a very good and decent pick. Now EDG going back to the queen of the late game for Alone. That's kind of expected though, right? Like we know that Alone is definitely going to be asked to carry, especially with his performance in games 1 and 2. No one is going to stop Coach Laobai to find a carry for his king.
Yeah, and Alone has been great. On the hands of a Zeri, he has been playing so well, but on a Kaisa, I can expect a lot more from Alone, because whenever he gets a hold of this champion during the last parts of our season, this is a scary champion. He even picks up the Vayne. We talked about that a while ago, so I'm confident that he can play the Kaisa way better here.
Yeah, but it's not going to dominate the lane though, for sure, right? Although Ikekian Rain it gets evolved immediately at first item by timings. It's not as scary with his earlier pickups in where we saw Zeri just winning the lane. Langui, of course, has a big hand in helping his AD carry have that early game advantage that they wanted in the bottom lane. It's always going to be a win lane, win game, win condition here in the bot lane for EDG, but I feel that Kaisa needs to at least play passive.
Yeah, and so far, we can talk about how EDG has been, and we talked about how Wake Up is such a strong support here for the side of EDG, but I definitely am seeing right here for Woohoo Gaming that they haven't quite synced up yet. Pawn and even Wake Up here haven't synced up yet. I am kind of expecting next time around that they go for an AP champion for Pawn, because I believe that he's way more effective with that champion.
Exactly. Again, there was a time in where he played an AP champion, and that's the Ziggs, but you look at the Ziggs, it's almost the same as the AD carries, right? True. It's all about farming, it's all about clearing the waves, and all about dishing damage from afar. Now, those picks that J-Team did pick last season, namely the Brand, the Vex, those are the things that we love seeing from Pan, because again, he finds those angles that none of all the other Dragon laners was able to find last season.
Yeah, and one of the things that I remember the most is when he played Vex, and when he changes the tides with the Vex using the flash forward. Yeah, wow, that was something to behold that time around, and I got respect for Pawn when he did that. But again, Alone, yeah, we're earning 1,015 gold per minute last game. That was just too much. That was a lot.
1k per minute at 13 minutes. Say no less, right? Like, it was a 13-minute game, so all in all, it was basically enough to build up 3 items. And we're looking at the top lane. Rocky again,
Wait. 0711 doesn't know that his jungle got... Oh! A while ago he knew, but here, I think he's a bit too late.
Wait, okay. Timely... Wait, hang on, I don't... Okay, Rocky surely had the information, right?
Yeah, but I'm really surprised that 0711 even went to the top side of the map, not trying to clear the bottom side, because look at this now. Look at what August is doing. He's clearing all of his camps, and 0711 got none of it.
Right, which is definitely an advantage for the jungler of WHG. 0711... Oh no, he's definitely feeling the hunger right now. And the level 5? Oh no.
Oh no, and it's looking for the kill though. August has advantage here. Even if he's
possible double kill.
One flash to the last caress. Okay, I'm waiting for it.
I'm also waiting for it. They're waiting for their minions. He can cancel out at least one of the recalls here. Xiao Zhang will be left to his own
He
demise.
can go for the flash, and one hate spike to the last caress. August gets the kill.
Ah, perfect. And again, they knew. EDG knew that that's about to happen. 0711 just minding away, not really trying to kill August. There's a kill in the bot lane.
Oh, wow. And that is unexpected. Pawn was able to get it in the bot lane now. And, you know, we were talking about this a while ago. I thought EDG got away from that slump. I don't want to jinx it though, but BRU Gaming is doing so well today.
2K advantage. All started with, again, pristine macro decisions by the jungler of Woohoo Gaming. Now we look back at with the replay. Oh, a ganking illusion. Oh, you want to see this, right?
This is not what I wanted
Oh, it's
to
a
see,
1-for-1 though. Okay, that's not too bad, right? Like yeah, it still is a 1-for-1, but that's a ganking illusion, everybody. 2023, Wild Rift.
You don't see that every day. He was just walking around, and that's sunny for you.
Exactly. Rocky though has to be careful, but guess who's here? Mr. Wake, last name up.
Yeah, he's again advanced to the rotations, and as you expect from this guy, he's always gonna be there at the right place at the right time. But right now, it's gonna be not gonna be easy for
Hello.
Even 0711 though. Sunny is here, doesn't have the flash, so August can follow through.
Yeah, the priority that Sunny has been getting just by winning the side lane, and you look at August, in the middle of two towers, trying to scout where you is now. By the time that, you know, he uses his pool, that will be the go time for August.
Oh, but August isn't gonna follow through with this gank. He might be able to get that easier one at them. Oh, mid lane with Tani fighting a 1v1. The culling is just helping him out, but Yu is still back on half HP.
Exhausted was what was needed. And then again, there's some shadowing ongoing. It looks like the 0711 wants to return the favor and at least wants to stabilize here in the bot lane. They're also able to get information that August is now starting this blue buff. And so now a potential dive in the bot lane will not be challenged at all.
Yeah, I really love how smart they're playing this for the side of EDG. Just really putting the wards up on the jungle itself, just for them to see the information. Langui with a great body slam, but on the back line,
Hero's entrance
to help him out. Langui might be killed here. They got the ignite on his head. The shock laser isn't enough to get it with the ignite.
Wake up. Not enough to survive. Sorry, help his teammate survive. 0711 though, very low in health.
Yeah, Sonny in Wake Up already had the delay coming into 0711. He does have the
Can
smite,
kill,
but he might be killed right here. Does have the piercing light. Sonny might be able to get it. Goes in for the flash, and here comes August. Who is also here, uses the flash, and that's gonna be a last caress to end it. And Woohoo Gaming, even without the dragon, was able to get those kills.
And yeah, sure, right? Like you gave away the dragon, but they were also able to get the Rift Herald for themselves. No more Killer Instinct, I don't think so. And also, if you go and use your killer instinct against a Galio, a possible taunt can just spell your doom. Now, WHG will be using the Rift Herald here in the mid lane. Tempo advantage, early game winnings, this time by Woohoo Gaming.
And that's what I'm saying about that's what I was saying. Oh no, it's because Xiao Zhang recalled a while ago. That's when the tower in the middle got taken down. But let's take a look at this replay.
Yeah, you look at Wake Up. How many times have we seen this from Wake Up, from WBG now to WHG? One letter apart, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. It's the same playstyle that he has been doing ever since.
Exactly.
And he has always been so good when it comes down to it. And when it comes down to the moments that he's needed, he's always going to turn up and is going to be waking up. So now, EDG, they are now on a slump. They don't know what to do with this mid lane opened up. It's going to be harder and harder later on.
They need to rely on the late game queen to even stand a chance. You look at the position that WHG is at right now. It's the first time that they were able to win the early game. We have to remember that EDG was winning the early game during game 1.
Yeah, and one sanguine pool could end things up.
Bye-bye.
August chasing him down. Last caress, he's dead. And this is why it's so good to have an Evelyn against a Vladimir.
Yeah, also the Grand Challenge helps the stick onto the Vladimir. You know this matchup very, very well, Dash.
Yeah.
0711 though.
Okay, top side though. Rocky's gonna be chased down. He uses the Grand Challenge to run away from here. And with August's presence, he's not gonna continue.
Yep. Definitely not the best idea to over pursue EDG, trying to scramble, trying to slow down WHG, but they can't.
Yeah, look at the rotations coming in from both of these ADCs from the side of Boohoo Gaming. I love that they always have each other's hand in hand. They have been holding hands since a while ago.
Yeah, the ganking Lucian now to a, I would say the double marksman, the double gunning marksman duo in the Lucian and Zeri, right? What should we call them? Whoa!
Oh, what a great knockup. Pan wasn't able to chase him down. Great explosive cast. He's gonna be dead for sure.
Yeah.
Together with Xiaojang too. That's a lot of people.
Langui refuses to go down without a fight. We have seen his Gragas plays. We have seen all his engages from game 1. He doesn't want to surrender this series just as of yet.
Down the top side could be taken down. They don't know that there's somebody here
Langui
also helping out. That's gonna be August.
No.
Got the hero's entrance to get it with it. Langui needs to body slam away from this fight, but right now look at what they're doing. Rock too aggressive, a bit too late on the riposte. But EDG is still gonna be running away from a 4v5.
Yeah, Rocky, with the eye of the tiger, he wanted to go in, but not enough HP, and so
Whoa! Goes in for a knockup himself, and Langui is gonna be dead here for sure. Yu is gonna be next. Doesn't have any flash up, but the face rush is enough for him to run away.
Throw in the white towel, throw in the white towel. EDG is really feeling the hurt right now. WHG, look at Wake Up. No more mana for him.
Wait, Alone goes in for the killer instinct. One more shot to get that proc. No, it's not enough. It's not enough.
Oh! Another Void Seeker hits, but no more killer instinct to follow through. Look at Wake Up, he's super tanky. And this is what you love to see from, again, the newly transferred support of WHG. 0, and 3 kill-wise. We look at the overall state of the game. It has been August that's been stealing a lot of kills from his teammates, 3-0 and 0. But you look at the Kaisa, slowly, steadily, still getting his items, right? Yeah, sure, he's behind 1.2k. But given the state of EDG, that I think is the best thing that you can ask for from your Dragon Laner.
I think it's gonna be okay here for EDG. The 1.2k gold lead is also because of the fact that even with the kills, there's a lot of objectives that has been taken down by Woohoo Gaming too. So EDG, what can they do in this fight? Xiaojang, because he's standing on the ward. Oh my, Infernal Drake is gonna be taken.
He was under vision the entire time. Alone needs to help out his jungler wherever he is, but 0711 decides to just gift over the dragon. They have already secured the first one, so no soul imminent, or no soul available in this game. Wisely, EDG just at least goes for a counterplay on the other side of the map. They can even dive down the Lucian, but again, they have to be worried. Wake Up is almost always going to be there.
Yeah, Pan dealing a lot of damage against this guy, though. Langui is going to be flashing in. Pan! Too aggressive for this guy. When the Hero's Entrance, it's now going to be stopped with the Hemo Plague. That shield was super helpful.
Yeah, Hero's Entrance was the key, really. Again, now, Xiaojang. Oh no, August.
Yeah. I love how Xiaojang knows this matchup so well. He's just sticking to the wall, but August is also in the area. One shot coming in from them. With that, the Alaska Rest cannot be used anymore. They were able to run away. And this tower might be taken down by Woohoo Gaming. There's a lot of people already. Yu is dealing so much AoE damage and trying to run away, but EDG, I believe, is not going to continue here.
August by himself is super scary right now. Feels like the calendar has stopped. And it still is the month of August, because everywhere he goes, positive things happen.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. Again, for the side here of Woohoo Gaming, look at how safely they're playing. 0711 needs to run away from here. In August, I think he could have flashed that, but he doesn't want to. No information.
It was almost a Yo-Ho-Ho reference. Shout out to the host.
Yo-Ho!
Our boy Yo-Ho! But anyway, WHG, again, is feeling super confident in this game number 3. You look at the gold lead that they were able to at least get. That's almost 10k.
Oh wow, taking a page out of the book of EDG during last game. And they're not going to give this lead over to the side of EDG. And so far from what we're seeing from them, I think that Woohoo Gaming could just continue on the havoc and just continue pushing away the members of EDG.
Patch 4.0 still. 4.4. It still is the older patch. For those that are wondering, we are by next week we will be applying patch 4.4a for sure. Right? But so far, at least for the entire week number 2 of WRLA, at least in the next 2 days, we will still be playing in patch 4.4. Going back into the action here, 12 minutes and 50. We still have a clear and sizable lead for WHG. No more soul to threaten with if you're WHG, but again, you look at this gold lead with a double scaling composition. The double marksman is just super hard to win against them. However, EDG does have the tools, right? They still have Langvio the Gragas.
Yeah, super hard to deal with. Wake Up now caught by the members of EDG. They still have one cast. Langui isn't able to pull the trigger.
Yep. Meanwhile, Rocky enjoying himself on an island. And then just too far forward against Xiao Zhang. Oh, August.
Oh, whoa, with a whiplash caress. That was enough damage.
Oh, whoa. Okay, I see you, August.
Oh, no.
Instant deletion. No jungler available for EDG. They're going for the Baron, most likely.
Yeah, they can go for the Baron easily. They have no vision right here for the side of EDG. They can go in if ever they want to, but this is again a 4v5, not a fight that they want to take.
Hero's
right
entrance.
now at the top side of the map, Rocky with the Hero's entrance together with it. It's going to be trying to take the kills right there. Yu is being chased down by Sonic, but he won't be able to. Hextech Ultimatum is going to stop him in his tracks, but on the other side, Alone has been taken down because he was left alone by his teammates, and EDG is just having a hardest time. 13k gold lead, just like last game. Woohoo Gaming might want to end this in this fashion.
Yeah, we will be resetting for maximum gold efficiency and leaving Rocky to split push using the Baron buff. 0711.
Yeah, having a 1v1, not enough damage coming in from 0711.
Rose.
Riposte was used to stop him. And that's enough. 0711 not gonna continue.
Yeah, 0711. Sorry, Rocky's performance is super confident and super good in games where he can play his Fiora. That's 100% going to get scouted by a lot of teams moving forward.
Yeah. Now that's gonna be a problem for the next day here for the side of Woohoo Gaming. But
Langui
is also gonna be a problem because he's dead.
Lang gone.
Wait!
Is what happened. Make that 2 dead for EDG.
Yeah, they got exploded, and now Xiao Zhang is even gonna go in. One more damage from the side of August. He still has the last caress though, so he can still kill them.
Nexus shields. We are at that point that Nexus shields are still here. EDG trying to survive.
Still too early in the game. They're gonna try to get this last caress of 2. What a flashy way to end this. And the slump continues for EDG. And Woohoo Gaming just took the win from EDG.
It took them 3 games, sure, but WHG has proven that they are the better team today. Moving atop the standings, they're still perfect with a 2-0 win-loss record. Meanwhile, you said it best. The slump continues for Edward Gaming 0-3 to start WRLA2.
Yeah, I'm surprised. That all started from the early game. As we said, we really pointed it out during the early game. 0711 had no camps on the top side of the map, and he wasn't aware of that happening. And that snowballed in favor of August, and that's why in the end, he could just one-shot anybody he wants.
I guess it's the way to draft. Like WHG drafting 2 lanes that can get priority was able to help out August with his rotations, and that was definitely what was needed by WHG. That's their blueprint, right? If you help August will be able to help you win the game, because August, as we know, was the lone retainer from Woohoo Gaming, and he was super close in bagging the MVP, the regular season MVP last season, right? If I'm not mistaken, like he was 2 off, of course, and run 9 for the entire thing. And if you play around your jungler and you play around August, you should feel very, very good.
Yeah. And again, August just really good. He stayed consistent in taking the jungle of 0711, and that really mounted to 0711 not having a lot of resources in that game. And honestly, the performance from Pan, I wasn't expecting him to perform that well with the Zeri on hand. He could have picked up the Zeri during game 2. That could have not have been a problem for them, because whenever I see Pan, I expect AP champions, but if he can play Zeri that well, man, I can see bright future for Woohoo Gaming.
I mean, he was playing the Ezreal, right? Like as an AP variant, Ezreal goes for the Man Moon and then Crown. And he was the MVP in game number 1, right? Like, so I think more than the Ezreal being prioritized for Woohoo Gaming, I think it's safe to say that it was the Yone pick that really made things super hard for Woohoo Gaming in game number 2. And they fixed that right away here in game number 3, right? Heavy priority on Rocky's Fiora as well, right? Moving forward, I believe the teams will be more than respectful and will try to take away Rocky's Fiora, because you look at his performance in game 3. He was super confident. He knows what he's doing, and he doesn't really let up, and he's not really panicking against the top lane of EDG in Zhaoxiang.
Yeah. And I really love to see Rocky in his element during this game. He's really doing what he's supposed to do. Just try to push waves, try to push towers as fast as he can.
Ooh.
But what I'm really sad of is this game, August with a 7-0 and 0711 with a 1-3 here. I mean, 0711, my most respected jungler coming in from season 1, and seeing him in this lump is just not a great sight to see.
And you know what's a harder pill to swallow? This was supposed to be his meta.
That's true. That's true.
Right, the Kha'Zix and the Evelynn as 2 of the priority picks are the 2 best champions by 0711. Yeah, sure, you can say that he has the Shen Zhao, and it's also a very effective pick for him, but it's not. I'm not 100% sure what's happening to 0711 in the season.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate, but again, MVP for August. He very well deserved. He disrupted 0711 out of all the people there, and he was able to make things work for the squad. And again, everybody, that was just our series 2. We still have a next series after this, and honestly, I want to see a lot more. It's gonna be KBG versus Trace Esports for the next game. KBG, the last season's champion, the favorites of the tournament. I do hope to see great performance from them, but Trace Esports, they still have a chance. Again, everybody, we're just gonna be taking a break before we head into Series 3.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Obrigado, feliz aniversário, Wild.
Aveva la pelle giallastra e gli occhi segnati da
Happy anniversary.
¿Qué les parecen estos cambios?
Happy 3rd year anniversary.
Your Coca-Cola pop-up play. Death Ball, when you 5v5, when you run up the healing, the shielding, you take no damage.
It's RRQ all the way, baby.
The execution in that team fight cannot be understated.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Check Gilbert, feliz aniversário.
Kan atas, klik tombol ini nih. Nah,
我们邀请到了他们的打野选手 August 来到我们的赛后采访。你好 ，August，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WHG 打野 August。
欢迎 August。那第一个问题想要问一下，就是，因为上次采访的时候就问到你们觉得这个赛季你们的这个整体跟上个赛季有什么区别？然后当时你说可能就是阵容上会有一点区别，其他的都是秘密。那今天能不能再稍微透露一点？可能说这个赛季的打法风格上有没有一些其他的改变呢？
我们的风格就属于那种每个人都能 C 嘛，然后阵容好搭，大家都有 C 的空间，发挥空间啊。
都有 C 的空间，就大家都可以互相兜底。
对对。
So the first question for August is, from your perspective, what is the biggest change of your team in the game, like playstyle? And his answer is like, all of us got the potential to carry our team, so that is the biggest difference in this season. 那第二个问题想要问一下，就是你们当时在第一局的时候是一个翻盘嘛，然后最关键的那一波是当时用第3条小龙去换掉了那条大龙。那当时我们从那个赛后语音的回放里面能够听到，就是你当时指挥队友说，哎，这波能不能 ra 一下？那当时为什么会这样子去抠呢？
我们经常这样干，然后那个他们打野在偷我蓝 buff， 然后他们刚打完小龙，身位都在小龙。然后大家都觉得可以偷，就试了一下。
就是也是抓到了，可能对面打野不在上半区，然后龙坑里面也没有视野。OK， 那 the second question for August is, you made a really huge comeback with Baron and Drake trade. So why you made that decision? And his answer is like, well, around the Baron, our enemy, they don't have any word there, so we want to take a shot and we successed. 那第3个问题想问一下，因为在第2局的时候ban pick 阶段，你们是抢了寡妇。那其实在可能很多玩家看来，寡妇这个英雄在前期的野区里面是偏弱的。那当时为什么会选择去抢？就没有考虑过，就可能会被 counter 一下吗？
我们反正不想让对面拿到，我们只能自己拿，对面拿不了一点，
就直接先把它抢过来，不给对面用。
是的，只能要么只有自己拿，要么就没这英雄。
OK， 好的。So the third question for August is, in Game 2 ban pick phase, you locked down Evelyn at first, and don't you worry about get countered at that situation. And his answer is like, actually the pick of Evelyn is because we don't want to give Evelyn to our enemy, so that we choose to lock her down at the first pick. 那再聊一下，因为2把都选择了伊芙琳，对不对？然后这个版本伊芙琳在野区里面大致是一个什么样的强度呢？
还是挺强的，然后他就是打排位很厉害，选了就赢了。
打排位就很厉害，选就赢。OK， 好的。The last question for August is, how strong Evelyn is from your perspective in this meta? And he think, well, Evelyn is pretty strong in jungle, and especially in the rank, because his gank ability is incredible. So, guys, if you wanna get a good grades in the rank, you got to practice on Evelyn more and more. So that's all for our interview. 这一场的赛后采访就到这里全部结束了。我们接下来把画面交给。
Obrigado, feliz aniversário, Wild.
Aveva la pelle giallastra e gli occhi segnati da
Happy anniversary.
¿Qué les parecen estos cambios?
Happy 3rd year anniversary.
Your Coca-Cola pop-up play. Death Bowl. When you 5v5, when you run up the healing, the shielding, you take no damage.
It's RRQ all the way, baby.
The execution in that team fight cannot be understated.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Aqui o meu feliz aniversário.
Nah atas, klik tombol ini nih. Nah.
Happy 3-year anniversary. Congratulations.
Thank you dan sekali lagi selamat ulang tahun untuk Wild Rift yang ketiga.
Feliz aniversário, Wild Rift.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Happy 3 years anniversary. Ay, mana ya nih? Wow. Yeah. Oh yeah.
No one knows we're here, baby.
Happy anniversary to you.
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into two conferences, WRLCN and WRL APAC. 11 teams from the WRL CN Conference and 8 from WRL APAC Conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format, and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Additionally, in the WRLA2 regular stage, the priority side selection will be determined through an A run, preheating the vibe before the official game kicks off. Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 regular stage will officially kick off on November 1st, with the 19 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. The battles are fierce, and the stakes are high. Which team will ultimately rise to the top? Stay tuned for the epic conclusion.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
Welcome back, everybody, to the last series of this time, KBG versus Trace Esports. And this is, again, a time to see KBG fight against Trace Esports again and maybe get one of the stains on Trace Esports record, or the other way around. Will KBG lose their first game against Trace?
I'm not sure where you are headed with all that introduction.
I'm not sure too.
All I know is that this is definitely going to be a very exciting matchup, because this again is going to feature the reigning defending champions from WRLA Season 1 in Keep Best Gaming, going to face against Trace Esports. We saw Trace Esports last November 3rd, and it was a win for them. It was a comeback win against JDG. Now, we saw flashes of them being able to help out their superstar jungler, but against Unrun 9 and company, it is definitely going to be a lot harder than it's supposed to be, right? This is the starting 5 of KBG, no changes whatsoever, the MVP manning the mid lane.
Yeah, Unrun 9 still the best that he could be, and no changes on this squad. They are still the squad that is the best in the world so far. And will anything change this season? That's going to be a question here for KBG. Are they going to still remain at the top?
Yeah, for sure. Right? Like that's the storyline for the entire season. Who is going to take down the Kings? KBG has been winning almost every tournament for the past 1 to 2 years already now. Trace Esports, on the other hand, does have a very big shakeup. They have a new mid laner, the veteran Corn from back in the day. This is okay. So to all the local viewers out there, right? Like they know Exosen, I guess, from the Philippines, and he's one of the veterans that we have had. That is still very well playing today. Corn is that player, right? For Trace Esports, he was brought in for experience and of course mechanics in the mid lane.
Yeah. And is still as strong as he could be. And also on the side right here, Weba is still one of the best jungle carries that we have in the game. And he has performed, he has shown it to us during the last time that we've seen them too, and got their first win during the last time that we've seen them against FPX. Remember, it was a 2-1.
Listen. Okay.
Yeah.
So there was that World Championships and where Corn played, right?
Yeah.
He was teammates with Uzi from Starhorn Royal Club, and he was against Faker at that time.
Yeah.
You look at this head-to-head. From Faker to Unrun 9, I feel, that Corn will feel confident against any given matchup just because, of his experience
he faced
overall.
against Faker. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? If you were able to handle your own against Faker, although that one, I believe was the very first title of Faker, or maybe the second title, can't remember on top of my head. But the same logic applies, right? If he was able to survive a lane against Faker, Unrun 9 will be another challenge, but I'm pretty sure that Corn will be able to handle his own.
Yeah, this is why experience really speaks bounds, especially for a lot of our players. Having that experience against the Faker of League of Legends, and now getting an experience against the Unrun 9 of Wild Rift. Oh man. Those people, the MVPs that we had back in the day. So here, in this head-to-head, this is a different playstyle overall. Daton and Weba have super different playstyles. And honestly, just seeing them go head-to-head here, it's always exciting for me.
Don't worry, that's Diamond Procs. Yeah, this is us.
We're getting the whole cast here.
Exactly, right? Like the whole nostalgia. And now to all those viewers that has transferred from back in the old days. Now we have a Daton going against Weba. Weba, of course, the superstar jungler for Trace Esports. But KBG also has a star in the jungle.
欢迎各位收看2023英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第2赛季的比赛现场。大家好，我是 Yoho。今天的最后一个 BO3 由 Keep Best Gaming 对阵上 Trace Esports。重整归来的 Trace Esports 再次向 Keep Best Gaming 发起了冲击和挑战。那这一次的结果会不会有所不同呢？让我们一起来一探究竟。 Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stage of 2023 League of Legends Wild Rift Asia 2. This is boy Yoho, and today's end game is Keep Best Gaming versus Trace Esports. The reformed Trace Esports challenges Keep Best Gaming one more time. So, is KBG really inevitable, or Trace Esports can find their one and only opportunity to get the win? Let's check it out. Now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Keep Best Gaming and Trace Esports.
今天教你们打，
那看你们打喽。
Short and sweet. Short and sweet.
That's our version of the 1v1 now, huh?
Yeah.
Just the trash talk session.
Yeah. Always. The trash talk sessions are always fun to see, especially if these players have a lot more to. Most of the time, what I like about it is when it goes way longer than expected, but having short and sweet ones are always welcome.
Yeah, for sure. Back the support from Trace Esports. Again, not much changed for TAC and Trace Esports. It was basically being the KBG, replacement. There's another substitute that Trace Esports did bring in. Lisa and KG. Oh man, we have to. This guy, you look at KG, right?
接下来让我们有请双方打野选手登场。
He's kind of unfortunate that he's fortunate, but at the same time unfortunate that he's playing alongside Unrun9. Because to me, you can build around the guy, right? He's a superstar Baron laner as well.
有请双方中路选手登场。In the mid lane, KBG, Iron9, TE,
With KG, I just realized it now. Yeah,
exactly,
KG could have been a great superstar too. Like how Alone is for EDG, he could have been somebody else.
有请双方射手登场。In the dual lane, KBG, 小马 TE, 99.
Rather, the best player of Wild Rift right now. It's just you just can't really do that.
Exactly. He's
最后有请双方辅助登场。
I think it's safe to say that he's living under the shadow of his mid laner. But really, like whenever the spotlight goes towards the Baron lane, it's almost always KG winning.
两支队伍现已集结完毕，让我们即刻进入召唤师峡谷。All the players are getting ready. Let's dive
definitely a
into the
luxury to
wild.
have if you are KBG.
Honestly, all I can say too is that the Taunt is also one of those types of superstars that if ever you put him on another team could have I can definitely say that he could play a lot of those carry junglers, but because he's playing with a carry himself, 2 carries at that, KG and Unrun9, he doesn't need to. He doesn't need to do that.
And you also have Xiaoma. Ashe.
Yeah.
Oh, I would say that in CN, he has the best Ashe.
And I think Xiaoma complements it all though. What I love about Xiaoma is that he doesn't really need to carry in this team. Playing the Ashe, playing utility champions on his side has always been his limelight here, and it gets its spotlight by itself. And it's great. And it's great.
And 3 out of the 4 games that Xiaoma has played so far in WRLA2 has been Zeris. The other one was a Kaisa. No Ashes yet. No, none of that.
It's just because everybody has been hating the Ashe so far.
No, it's super good whenever KBG plays it though.
Yeah, and that's what they've been hating it in a way that they always ban it because they don't want to see the Ashe getting
exactly.
played. Yeah, because honestly, the Ashe is just too good. As you highlighted it on the hands of a player like Mirmo too on the APAC conference, just is masterful with the Ashe.
It's the perfect utility champion that you can ask for, especially if you are running a double carry composition for your solo laners, right? If your mid lane can carry, if your Baron lane can carry, with Mitsura and Column for now, same can be said for KBG, right? Like you have Unrun9 and you have KG that you can play around with, which means that Xiaoma doesn't really need to play the Zeri every time to be impactful. But then again, right, numbers show, history shows that Xiaoma has been playing a lot of Zeris, and it's been effective so far. So why fix what's not broken?
Yeah, and right now in this meta, you don't really need a lot. You can make things work like having the mid lane, the top laner, and the dragon laner to have like a lot of damage on their side, and that works so far. You just have to have the Ton and Yu to get the CCs on their side, and so far that's what they have been doing, and it's working.
Wait. Xiaoma still on the Zeri, even in ARM games.
Oh man. And Unrun 9 having the Vayne. Remember back then when it comes to the 1v1s, Unrun 9 even picks up the Vayne.
Super clean. Yeah. The guy was just... how should we call this? Like, he was born to play Wild Rift.
Yeah, that's true. But again, Lisa
CC
goes
later.
in, and they have the Mega Adhesive too, so he wasn't able to do anything out of that. Chase Esports, I'm really loving what they're doing here.
True, even Juju getting his damage in on that Fizz. Ooh, flashy from Tak.
Wow. But what I'm really surprised of is that KG also is playing a Vi. Oh my, this is a really surprising lineup from the side of KBG, but they actually went in with the Vault Breaker, and they might be able to take down every member of Chase Esports, but the turnaround comes in. Lisa goes to level 5, and he can get the execute set he wants, but not enough damage right there.
And the Curse of the Sad Mummy was able to get one at least, but that's a triple kill for Unrun 9!
You actually got killed by the tower, but Unrun 9 is still just running away from the members of Trace Esports here. Korm wouldn't be able to follow through with that. But hey, they still have the fling. Fight's not stopping. Every time they revive, they go for a fight.
Yeah, and Unrun 9 did get hit by Phil's ultimate, did not really get another follow through.
Yeah. It's a good thing that they had the smoke tree there. They weren't able to get anything much after, but a great pull. Unrun 9 is dead. And this is a chance for Trace Esports to actually turn things around. But Xiaoma is dealing so much damage here. Actually, no damage here. And Juju's just gonna go in to actually kill him.
Yeah, this could be the tankier version. He's tanking a lot of tower hits for some reason, and he's still, I would say, able to survive. But still, yeah, looking at the state of the game with the double AD carry composition that KBG is running, like, you just wait for them to scale up and it will be problematic for Trace.
What a great Mega Adhesive combo together with a Flame there. So now with KBG just starting it off, they have the damage already. Look at the lightning crash and the chain lightning from Xiaoma, but here it comes. Juju wasn't able to get the backline though. That's why Unrun 9 and Xiaoma are just free hitting.
Yep, an early exposure to the UUs and run!
What?
No way!
They're not able to dash in it. Oh, it's a good thing he was able to kill Unrun.
Wait, Dash. Even on an ARM game, if you tunnel vision as to how Unrun 9 plays the Vayne, it's super entertaining. Like, what the hell?
His spacing is just crazy though. That's why it's working so well for them. Xiaoma's gonna be dead here.
Okay. And yeah, just as I said, that this is the early... Wait, Yu is about to just go in.
Yeah, goes in for the knockup.
Oh no!
Gets on that. They have the fish on Unrun 9, but not enough damage though.
Yep. Meanwhile, KG again, the middle ground.
What was that Vault Breaker? It was able to hit 3 people. But Lisa was able to survive still, and now they're just kiting the members of KBG. They have Xiaoma back. Explosive cast for some damage.
Yeah, but the tone is not yet done. Snowball connects.
Goes in, goes for the body slam. The damage right there together with the electrocute was able to execute.
You'll have to see this. Bloodthirsts are already completed, by the way, for Unrun 9. Lots of sustain, lots of damage as well.
You can do that? Oh
I know.
My. The timing of Unrun 9 with that tumble was able to dodge Juju. Wow.
I would say,
don't do that
again, I just tunnel vision on Unrun 9. I apologize to you, Dash, but he's the only one I'm watching right now because he's he's super entertaining to watch.
Man, playing a Vayne on Aram and making it this effective. Oh, Lisa! What a great start to that fight. That lock up to the Mega Adhesive. And now they won't be able to move back. That is Trace Esports with a play.
Yeah, you go for the apprehend. And as 5, they get cursed by the Sud Mummy. Trace Esports will be able to get that first tower. Will try to execute themselves to the tower's damage. Horn, yeah, I believe got executed right there.
Yeah, try to get the damage as fast as they can, but they don't have enough. Just put Xiaoma to low HP.
Yeah, tak. Condemn? Okay.
He's gonna be dead here for sure. Not gonna get any
Double
more.
kill.
Yeah. Unrun 9 is just looking for highlights here.
I'ma do you a favor. You can actually just slow down and doing the PvP and just watch Unrun 9 because it's always a delight.
Yeah, let's just see Unrun 9 and what he can do here.
There you go. That layering of CC, by the way, by Trace Esports was picture perfect, but you don't expect it to happen every time, right? Like that's the main. That's the thing that KBG is running on right now. Like, yeah, sure, that was the best play possible from Trace Esports, but that's the thing. It's the perfect one.
Ooh, goes in for the tumble. Was able
Quicksilver,
to dash
by the way.
through KBG. Xiaoma was able to survive that, so he would be able to deal so much damage here.
Oh, he got hit.
Unrun 9 was hit right there, but the curse of the Sad Mummy too. But they got the reaction coming in from Unrun. Weiba is trying to fight back, and that's so much damage.
Yeah, the burst damage coming from Weiba's Graves. Also worth noting that Unrun 9 is running on a Quicksilver Enchant, which is super good, especially with the amount of crowd control that is available for Trace Esports. The Tone is the AP Gragas variant, so by himself he should still be able to defend this.
Yeah, it does have a lot of damage too and a lot of way clear because he went AP. So KBG has a lot of chances to really get another fight together with them. But for now, it's getting scarier and scarier for Trace Esports because Unrun 9 and Xiaoma are just getting fed.
Yeah, I'm seeing lots of items being built for them. You look at the lineup of KBG, they're running a 3 tank plus double ADC composition.
Yeah.
Oh, too far forward!
Yeah, only way for them to win here is just to let Unrun 9 and Xiaoma just free hit. And right now into the backline, Tak was able to get one bandage shot. Gets the stun, but doesn't have the ultimate. And Unrun 9 still chasing together with Xiaoma. Both of them! But the Noxian Guillotine could have killed them both.
Yeah, the dank. Not going to be enough though. Oh my god, Juju got denied.
Wow. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. They have towers still.
That timer's Corn will revive in a second. Yu trying to execute himself. Mega Dzev just a tad bit late, and again, yeah, you look at KBG, like their composition is also very good to start with, to begin with.
Yeah, goes in, apprehend, pushes him back with a fling. He's not gonna be able to move there. KG used the flash a while ago, so with that, he's just gonna be sacrificed.
Sterox.
Gets the Sterox.
And the action continues. Curse of the Sad Mummy. Xiaoma needs to be careful.
Yeah, he needs to run away. They still have 3 people, but look at Trace Esports. They're not stopping this.
Wait, their minions so far away.
Yeah. And they're just... Oh, wait. They're tanking the towers, and they got the tower, actually.
Overspeeding, though, for sure. Cording Company, Lisa, trying to sacrifice himself.
Yeah, goes in, does have the timing right. Tag right there is going to be tagging a lot of damage on both of these people.
Boom.
That's enough. That's kills. Unrun 9 just going to chase them down for sure.
Exactly. Again, with the passive, rocking it time and time again. Unrun 9 on the best chase champion.
Yeah, I think he's going to be dead here by Juju. No, he actually survives it.
Triple kill. No, make that an unofficial quadra kill for Unrun 9. That has a lot of items to work with and lethal tempo as well.
20 seconds on Weiba, 20 seconds on Juju. They need to take their time, and KBG is just going to be ending the lives of Trace Esports here and ending the game in their favor. But no, 300 HP though, Unrun 9. Okay, I thought they're going to...
Super entertaining to watch. Oh, man.
We love to see Unrun 9 in action.
Love to see him in action, surely, right? Even in an Arab game, he was super entertaining. And again, that's the, I would say, charisma that the best players bring with them. Wherever they are, they're super fun to watch. It's an Unrun 9 special, but you also have to look at that warm-up game for KBG. They have Yu on his Alistar. They have Xiaoma on his Zeri. And I am like, okay, so this is a very good warm-up and also a very good sign of what is to come in the series that will be starting very, very soon, which KBG will be choosing the first side selection.
Oh man, look at the damage here. Look at the damage here from Unrun 9. It's just crazy that he was able to deal this much, but it's also because of the fact that there was a lot of tanks in that fight per side. So here, right now, Trace Esports, let's talk about what they did during Season 1. during the first time that they met and when Weiba was on fire that time, they got a 2-1 against KBG in that best of 3.
Will they be able to repeat history is the question. I mean, that was the time where we've been seeing KBG have some challenges, especially did that happen in the first parts of the season? Because I feel during the first few parts of the season, there were questions that were being raised. We have to remember that Nova Esports was also able to deal a series blow against KBG, and then come playoffs time, things started to really start to become more gray for KBG, especially with the introduction of Foreign and Volibear, right? Those are the two champions that really made KBG just the largest. They really could not solve the meta at that point, and I guess if you cannot solve the meta, you just ban them away.
Yeah, and that was the perfect answer for them. And honestly, after that, KBG was just set for the championship after that. But again, on the other hand, Trace Esports, one of the things that they were losing during the last time that we've seen them was them. Yes, they were able to reach the playoffs. It was great, but they got eliminated really early on during the playoffs. It was also because Weiba lost his meta that time because of one patch, and that's why he wasn't able to carry the games anymore.
The same can be said for Long, right? Like Long was having a hard time with all the changes in the jungle, and that's what happens to our teams that really play around their junglers a whole lot. And Trace Esports is no stranger to that. They will definitely still be playing around Weiba. Of the 3 games that he played, Weiba picked Evelyn, and Nyla. We were the one casting that game. And his Nyla was beyond what we can imagine come late game.
Okay, they even banned the Evelyn here this game, so that if ever they're gonna be picking something, pick the Nilla up for the last pick. And also,
Nilla.
As we expect for Trace Esports, I believe that they're gonna go for last pick again for Weiba, or at least the last 2 picks.
Yeah. What will be the priority? Vladimir for Korn.
Wow.
This is okay, right? Like
it was his time when Vladimir was available. Yeah, during his time, Vladimir was always there.
I was also trying to figure out what was his patent picks was. I believe it was Rise as well, but we don't have Rise here yet. So.
I think during the time that he was there, I think it was Rise and Twisted Fate. That
probably the Messiah place.
Yeah, that was on the rise back then when they were there.
This time though, they will be more than happy to pick the Zeri, and Unred9 just sharing some stare downs to his opponent. Smiles. Yeah.
He has always been this cheerful guy, right? Yeah. Whenever we see him, it's like he has no enemies. He has no enemies.
What, he's Thorfinn?
Yeah, he has no enemies. That's why he's just always smiling whenever he's fighting against anybody. But again, Camille Zeri gets picked. Ornn is available though.
Definitely one.
Oh, really?
I mean, if you want to play around your jungler, you select one of the junglers that was very effective for him during their first series. And we saw Weiba deal a huge amount of damage on this Nilla pick. Not Nyla, Nilla. Alright.
Yeah. And moving forward here, the problem that we have already starting up with this game is how are they gonna change their picks after the fact that they picked the Nilla. And with that, they have a lot of late game potential. Yes, and this is the answer that KBG has. Pick up somebody that could destroy them early game.
I know. Jax is also a very good champion to have on the top side. It is most likely going to be the same playstyle. Weiba will be playing around on the top side. Will be taking care of Lee Sao mostly. And it comes in 2 ways, right? If you take care of your barrel laner, you also get some resources here and there by camping his lane and by sharing the XP and the gold. And as a Nilla jungle, that's what you want to do. That's what you want to go for. You want to be as accelerated as possible because you're definitely going to be the primary carry come late game.
Yep. And there's also a chance here for KBG to even pick up the Gwen in the mid lane, give Xiaoma the Zeri after this, just so that they have a lot of ways to counter the Vladimir. And if even they're gonna go for another ADC for the side of Trace Esports, they have a lot of ways to mitigate these damage from Trace.
The early game needs to have some power picks here and there, especially for Trace Esports. Because looking at how KBG drafted their first 4 picks, like they're really so ready to start this game at 100 miles per hour and will not look back. Okay, that's a very good pick. At least someone that you can rely on during the first few minutes of the game.
Yeah, that's something that they need. They need also somebody that could really help them out. I mean, there's no other way here. I mean, the Ord is available too, so that could be a pick. Oh! Wait, are they actually gonna go for that?
Of course, that's not going to be a Garen support, yeah?
An Ornn, yeah.
It should just be an Ornn or a Galio.
Oh no!
You give the counter pick to Mr. Unrun 9. Kassadin will be trying his luck against a Vladimir in the lane. And again, normally if you look at it in a 1v1 perspective, the Kassadin should be able to out-sustain the Vladimir. Not because of the Vladimir, not because he has his own lifesteal, but you have to remember he has his own magic shield as well. And some innate magic resistance. You look at Unrun 9. Unrun 9 is saying, "Oh, okay, good draft."
And what I like about this, though, having Kassadin on their side is just gonna make it easier for them. I mean, the mid lane is gonna be a snooze fest for sure because the Vladimir and the Kassadin is not gonna be fighting in the early game. Both of them wants to get to as high of a level as they can, as fast as they can.
It will all revolve around, of course, their support to make plays for the team. UU special. We have seen him really dictate the tempo of a lot of games for KBG. He's definitely one of the reasons why KBG is the reigning defending champions for 3 consecutive tournaments now?
Yeah. And back to the narrative that we talked about, the Ornn and the Volibear being the menace for the side of KBG. Look at what they picked first. They picked the Gragas first because they know that you could perform better on a Gragas more than an Ornn. And that goes back to that narrative back in Season 1.
Exactly. But it's been a long time though. Surely UU should have that to the T.
Should know.
Exactly. But there's also the Alistar as an option if he ever decides to go for that champion. That's also one of his premier picks, right? Like almost always going to be very scary to face against UU and a very early support engager at that. That I believe is also the reason why we're not seeing other supports in the meta, right? Like all those enchanters, even the Janna that was remade. We are still waiting for the day that it will show up. And normally, in a meta that features a lot of AD carries, you would expect the Janna to at least find a way into it. But into the meta, but we're not seeing it yet.
Yeah, I do agree though. I mean, just because of the fact that people, you can really find damage somewhere else in the lane. If we go for a meta where the ADC is where all the damage is gonna come from, that could happen. But for now, the damage is super distributed to everybody.
I love to see it. Priority for Lee Sao. And I believe that he will be able to push down the lane just in time before a potential gap happens. And this is very important if you are watching or if you want to emulate how pro players does it. You look at their laning phase. How do they manage their minion waves? And you look at Trace Esports and KBG. They're the best at it because they're both from CN.
Yeah, and already starting the fight at the top side of the map, Lisa was able to get a lead strike in order to survive that gank.
Did not even use the lead strike for additional damage against his opponent, and that's crazy if you think about it, right? Because oftentimes if someone's very low in health, you might just want to add another hit to really get, possibly the killing blow But Lee Sao just knows that, hey, you know what? I don't have enough damage in me, and I will still be able to use this leap strike to be super safe. Meanwhile, we are looking at Corrin, and that's his first back timing. And Run 9 also wants to back very soon, but I don't think he will have enough time because, again, this is the cannon minion wave.
Yeah.
Oh no!
He would really need to attack. Doesn't know that it's gonna happen. The dash is not enough. And KBG gets the first blood out of that. Wave up.
Misses.
Apotheosis from far away.
Wait, what? Yu decided, hey, you know what? How about I gift you a kill or an assist, for that matter, before you go back home?
Yeah. Look at what
that tone. It was
here.
actually the tone.
Yeah. Really good start.
It's super crazy, that tone. And again, them flashing just in respect of the all-in coming from Weba. But although I believe that even if that hit, it won't be enough.
Kill Weba.
Yeah, it won't be enough for them to get killed by the Nilla, because Nilla is definitely a late game champion for sure.
Don't really have a lot of damage at the early game. They were just scared of the potential of what the Hemo Plague and maybe the Tides of Blood could do against them. That's why they flashed away in respect to it. And also, Under 9 doesn't have any items that time. So now, let's take a look at what's going to happen to our junglers. We're still waiting for Weba maybe until the third item before we see him actually pop off. But for now, we're going to expect a lot of respect from Tracy Esports in the early game.
Yeah, surely, right? Like the early game of KBG, this is very similar to how G2B versus BRU did go in game number 1, in where we saw a very good early game jungler facing against the Nilla of this time the Trace Esports. And I just cannot wait for you to again applaud one of the picks that I believe you are kind of allergic to last season, the Tones Kazakhs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's last season. Right now, because it's a different meta, I do agree on this Kazakhs pick for the Ton. But also because of the fact that right now people have discovered that Kazakhs has a lot more value when it comes to just securing objectives compared to how it was before.
I mean, even back in the day, in where Coach Laubai was the one piloting, or was the one at the helm, decision making wise, they definitely want the Kazakhs just because of that extra security when it comes to execution of objectives. And speaking of objectives,
what? Corn flashed in for that. Tides of Blood and Transfusion just for them to push him back, just to delay it a bit so that Weba could take it easily. What a very smart way of playing. But right now, what's bad about this is that explosive cast coming from Yu, and Tak almost got killed too in the process.
Corn going in might just be I would say, miscommunication on the part of Tracy Esports. He thought that Tak would go for the Call of the Forge God to try to go for the initiation, because he thought that he had a proper angle. Then again, we're talking about that tone on the Kazakhs. He's one of the smartest players to ever play the champion, and one Void Assault was actually enough to thwart off any of that attempt. You look at that explosive cast, by the way, by Yu. Picture perfect.
Always has been great whenever it comes to the Gragas. Yu has been a really great part of the team that has been giving them a lot of these wins.
Oh, like, I wonder how it feels to play with Yu.
That's true.
This guy will just single-handedly gift you kills, and that's how it's happening so far, at least for the start of this game. Like, sure, like the Tone and Unrun 9 was the one responsible in their kill. Tak. Yeah, like
no, Tak, you need to be careful. It's a good thing it doesn't have the explosive gas yet.
As of yet, yeah, sure, right. That was momentarily a possible punish coming from KBG, which is they're very good at.
Yeah, they're so good at finding those errors coming in from the other teams. But now Tracy Esports still playing around it. I really love this matchup too. Most of the time, I'm not really sure why, but most of the time when it comes to the Camille matchup, Camille always loses the matchup in the Baron lane every time. just because you find value in Camille from other places rather than winning the lane.
Yeah, I mean, Camille, yes, a very strong laner. Make no mistake, right? But it's also a champion that if you know how to play against, and how to trade against, it's almost always going to be you ending up winning, right? Like, for example, right now, the only thing that you have to be mindful of are the tactical sweeps, right? If ever the adaptive defenses are up, what you would do is to just run away if the shields are up. And especially on the Jax, it's a lot easier to counter a Camille in the lane. So that, I believe, is the answer to your query as to why Camille almost feels like, it's on the back foot at their first few parts of the game.
Yeah, and always the value of the Camille relies on the Hextech ultimatum too, and having that safe laning is almost always the same as what the Jax could do. So it's a very defensive pickup with offensive capabilities on big fights.
And you also want to be get the one getting pushed if you're the Camille, right? Because that will also mean that there's a long lane potentially for a gap for your jungler. So that's how I would think about it.
Yeah, goes in for the ignite too. On Run 9 doesn't have an vision here. That's gonna be a knockup to punish on Run 9.
And a good flash by Unrun 9. Now, Trace Esports, they still have a win condition, surely, right? Like, they still have Weba on the Nilla. And this Nilla might just be that monster come late game. Will it happen though? Especially against the very decisive team in KBG. They now have the Mountain Dragon to work with. And again, if you are the one to secure the first dragon, the chances are you will have that third dragon win condition for yourself, which is basically a Mountain Soul. And Mountain Soul, for all the squishy members, perfect thing to have.
Yeah, and considering that nobody's stopping this farming happening for Weba, it is gonna be easy to say that he could really get there to the late game. He has the Bloodthirster already at this point. So, and also, with 2 kills on the Ton, they don't really have any difference.
Okay. I have a question for you, Dash. When was the last time that you saw a support running a Quicksilver enchant?
Oh man, what?
Yu has a Quicksilver for his Gragas, which means that he's not going to be disrupted if he ever goes for the combo. Crazy!
What a very smart guy. He doesn't want to be Chain of Corruption so that he could always find a way to start. That's so smart though.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it, but it's all in theory.
If that works, I mean. So if it doesn't work, I mean, it's also okay. Again, it's Yu we're talking about. The Yu special, the delivery that he does. And now they're already starting on the objective. The Ton is really far away from this. 1k HP.
Never mind!
They're able to get it. Oh no! Juju gets it in the end.
And that's mission accomplished for Trace Esports. They need to skadoodle away.
Body slam is gonna be used. Wasn't able to get that because of the silence. And Trace Esports is still gonna follow through, or it's just gonna run away.
Yeah, that's mission accomplished. And on the top side though, KG left by himself. Already was able to take down the tower, and also is stealing the blue buff.
Oh, knockup. Chain of Corruption is not gonna move.
No movement allowed by Trace Esports. No Quicksilver to save himself.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. He's the one who needs it.
I mean, you look at KG. KG also does not have Stasis Enchant. What he has is the Meteor Enchant.
Oh no. That's gonna be bad. At least if ever they always get caught by the Chain of Corruption. Yeah.
Right.
But if it doesn't get caught by the Chain of Corruption, it's also okay. And he needs a Meteor Enchant to clear waves too.
Yep, 2-1. Kill-wise, again, if you look at this, it's been super slow and steady for both teams. And if you are Trace Esports, you're happy with the pace of how things are going, because you look at Weba. Weba is already 300 gold ahead of his opponent. That's already counting the 2 kills that Aton was able to get for himself. And sooner or later, like, his Nilla will definitely be the focal point of their offense. Now has the Bloodthirster, will most likely go for IE next.
He does have it now.
Oh, IE?
No.
And then this is the whiplash that we are about to witness from, once again, the carry jungler from Trace.
Yeah, it all comes down to how KBG is going to be playing this big fight. Yu is going to be the big key here on how they start these battles. They want to start the Baron as early as they can. 12 minutes. This is the baby Baron that we have been talking about. And Weva goes in against Yu. Goes in with a Quicksilver enchant to stop them from pushing through. They get the knock up on the guy, but here comes the on the backside. They got the kill.
KG.
And the Hextech Ultimatum was able to dodge the Chains of Corruption. So this is a chance right there. Shama just dealing, hammering on a lot of the members, and KBG is still chasing down the members of Trace.
Yeah, slows can still happen here, but he doesn't have the upgraded Void Spikes.
Oh, here it comes. Unrunai is going to be here. Is going to be gifted the kill. KG gets the slow and Lee Sao, but no more.
Lots of mobility coming from the team of KBG. You cannot outrun them. They have the Kha'Zix, they have the Kassadin, and they even have the Zeri that can really traverse over the walls, and KBG there to punish once again. It started so well for Trace Esports, right? Make no mistake, right? They were able to kill the Quicksilver Gragas that's not often seen, and you saw the potential of the damage coming in from Trace Esports. You saw the damage by Weba. You saw the follow through by all the members of Trace Esports. But again, one very timely counter gap by KG. Hextech Ultimatum on towards the primary target was what was needed by KBG.
Yeah, and also for KBG to start that off, that was really interesting that they use a lot of their ultimates just for them to stop. Or at least to kill
I don't understand Tak though. Yeah, okay. Well, Tak was... Had it been the Tak went to the side of Lee Sao and Weba, maybe he could have survived. He trusted that his Warmogs should be enough to at least, give him enough health to survive that next all-in. But what he did not account for was Unrun 9 being there and dishing out magic damage.
The damage coming from Unrun 9, we're still waiting for him to get to level 13.
Level 13.
And once he gets that, it's super close. He's trying to get it. Yeah. And once he gets to the top lane, he's gonna get that for sure. Yeah, he's 13 now.
He's 13 now, and possibly just a couple of gold away from a Rabba dance. That's where people will dance to the damage coming from the Kassadin. Often Dove costs a win, right? Whenever it reaches the late game.
And remember, there's a lot of squishy targets that the Kassadin could just get into. That's gonna be the scary part here for Trace Esports, because if they don't keep the Kassadin in check, they're always gonna be stopped on track. And the only thing that could hold down the Kassadin is gonna be the Chain of Corruption.
Yep. No one else does have enough CC. Unless you can kill him down, which is where all this damage champions can really excel at.
Yeah, and that's the only thing that could really be a threat right here for Unrun. He could just do this if ever he wants to. Goes for the flash. Lee Sao already half HP just after one Riftwalk combo. And now they're going to be chasing down on Korn. Look at this. The fight is going to happen. Lee Sao is going to be running away. They're kiting them out. That's going to be the sound. Almost dead. Lee Sao was pushed back, and he was able to survive still. They got some towers on some lane, but right now this Infernal Drake is going to be taken by KBG.
Clean micro once again from KBG. The ins, the outs, almost perfect, almost a scene from the movies that we often see only in cinemas. And KBG, Weba though, trying to make something out of nothing.
Having a 1v1 right here, might be able to get the kill, but too much damage right there for Unrun 9. In the precision protocol with adaptive defenses, he was able to survive because of that.
Yeah, and again, that's another buddy down for Trace Esports, and that's also the jungler down, which means that KBG can just push down the Baron and threaten this take.
And for now, look at this, Unrun 9 is just being a menace this game. They can't even answer back because what CC can you do Unrun 9? You need to hit those CCs, and it's super hard to do that against a Kassadin.
Exactly. He has enough mobility, and they're sending two people to go for the Baron.
God is going to be used. Lee Sao has been silenced. They're going to go to the back line. They have Korn. They have the Sanguine right there. They still get the Baron in the end. They don't have it on their side.
Time.
Unrun 9 is just stacking up on the Riftwalk, but it's still a win for KBG.
And Shama was unnoticed for the entire duration of that fight, hitting. And that is the late game Zeri that we are accustomed in seeing KBG play time and time again. And now with the Baron buff joining their team, this should just be a methodical approach towards the push down the mid lane and possibly just finish the game. We'll look at that replay once again, and this is the power of the Kha'Zix, right? That the best thing possible that you can ask for from a Kha'Zix is being able to combine his first skill plus Ace Might. That's just the execute that you want to be extra sure that the objective will go your way.
Really easy to set up too. Weba having a 1v1 with under 9, one more Rip Walk, and that is you gonna be able to get the kill for the team there.
And Corn! Almost, but not quite.
What is that damage from the taunt too? The Void Spikes? What? That is crazy. But now, they're gonna be trying to go for the bot. That's gonna be one down. Unrun 9 is being chased down. Explosive Gas is gonna be used. He's gonna be dead. And KBG, without what cost? They lost 2 towers in their game. It's gonna be lost too. What?
I wouldn't follow the camera, man. Like, that's another clean play. Again, from KBG, the reigning defending champions. Trace Esports needs to go back to the drawing board, see what needs to get fixed for games 2 and possibly game 3. Because if anything, they tried again their Nilla jungle that was very effective against. It was JDG. It was JDG in game number 3, in where Weba was the MVP on the pick. But against KBG, it's super hard, right? Like there's no way to lock down Unrun 9. It's a good thing that you were able to catch on it, Dash. That there's really just no crowd control at all. I mean, it's just going to be a free Kassadin to roam around and kill your backline.
Yeah. And one of the problems right there is because KBG drafted a draft that has a lot of dashes. Everybody has dashes on the side of KBG, and because of that, we've seen it in action. Them just going in, going out, fading in, fading out of the fight during the last Dragon fight. And that just shows how much CZ they were lacking on the side of Trace Esports during that game.
Yep, surely, right? Like, again, it started slow, and to a point you can see glimpses of hope for Trace Esports, but immediately it shattered down when they went for the engage on the top side. It broke open the game, right? Like that was the first separation that KBG needed to push down towers and get enough gold lead. And as the game progressed moving forward, right? Like sure, you have the Nilla, you also have an AD carry that scales well into the late game, but never count out the Kassadin, right? That the Kassadin by Unrun 9 also very lethal. I want to see the damage charts. Is this this is okay.
What is this?
The guy, I don't know. Like you look at Unrun 9, he's playing an assassin, by the way. He is stopping the damage charts.
He was just doing so much this game. Whenever he gets close to, because he can fight the fight, that's why he can get this amount of damage, just because of how confident he was this game and with the lead that they had.
Yep, true, but also skills.
That's true.
Player diff, I guess.
That's true. That's
true. He's not hesitating at all to go and dish out damage. And oftentimes, as a Kassadin, you are there to clean up, not dish out entry damage, which we often see from all those world champions. Topping the damage charts on a Kassadin that goes online at level 13. Yeah. I don't understand the guy.
Yeah. And having when I saw it first in action, we got to level 13, goes close to Lee Sao with a Rip Walk combo, got Lee Sao to half HP. That was done. Game was done.
Yeah, game was done, yeah. Oh, KG.
Oh!
The Shadow. Mr. Shadow himself.
Oh, man. KG. Wait, he actually... Look at his build, though.
Yeah, Edge of Night.
What?
Serpent's Fang.
What?
To go and
an electrocute?
It's one way to win games. It's the burst potential.
That's why he's the Shadow. Yeah, that's why he's the Shadow. And again, everybody, that was just our game 1. We're gonna be taking a short break before we head into game 2. KBG just won this first game. See you guys in just a bit.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.
Obrigado, feliz aniversário, Wild.
Aveva la pelle giallastra e gli occhi segnati da
Happy anniversary.
¿Qué les parecen estos cambios?
Happy 3rd year anniversary.
Your Coca-Cola pop-up play. Death Ball. When you 5v5, when you run up the healing, the shielding, you take no damage.
It's RRQ all the way, baby.
The execution in that team fight cannot be understated.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Check aqui o meu feliz aniversário.
Nah, atas, klik tombol ini nih. Nah.
Happy 3-year anniversary. Congratulations.
Thank you dan sekali lagi selamat ulang tahun untuk Wild Rift yang ketiga.
Feliz aniversário, Wild Rift.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Happy 3 years anniversary. Kaya man yan eh. Wow! Yeah. Oh yeah!
No one knows we're here, baby!
Happy anniversary to you also.
Happy anniversary.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Happy anniversary, Wild Rift.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into two conferences, WRLCN and WRL APAC. 11 teams from the WRL CN Conference and 8 from WRL APAC Conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team with
Welcome back, everybody, to Wild Rift League Asia. This is Game 2 between KBG and, again, Trace Esports.
Yep. Possibly the end. But of course, if you are the fan,
it's the end. Okay.
Well, I mean, possibly the end. The second game being the match point.
Yeah.
But, like, you look at how game number 1 was played by KBG. It's really hard to pinpoint where they're lacking as a team, right? Like, oftentimes we saw that during the last season, you can try to make plays and go for aggressive plays against them. You might be able to surprise them right every now and then, with those pickups. But I don't see any surprise element from Trace Esports that will be able to withstand the pressure of KBG. Their surprise pick was Danila, but Danila was picked second, right? First rotation, second pick. It just gave a lot for KBG to plan out.
And honestly, if they didn't maybe first pick or second pick Danila, it wouldn't get banned in the second rotation because KBG really knows how to deal with it. Now with the Kha'Zix gone, would they do the same thing? That's the question for Trace.
Well, at least they're prioritizing the Camille once again. for Choice Esports. Definitely not a surprise. What?
Wait! What? That's a surprise. Oh my.
Can I just say that this is them sending a statement?
Yeah, we'll show you how it's done.
Yeah.
That's what they're saying.
Okay, sure. Like, Nilla is a very good champion to play. Talk to coaches, talk to pro players as to how they feel about the Nilla pick in the jungle right now. And they said there's only one team that was able to make it work, and that is more than happy to select it and prioritize it for their squad, and that was Trace Esports, right? And that makes a lot of sense because you have Weiba to play it for you. Now, on the other side, you have the Tone that often is regarded as a jungler that plays for his teammates. You have Unrun 9 and KG as well.
Are they actually gonna swap? Are they gonna swap all of their picks? If this is gonna be a Zeri, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Huh? But this Kassadin is very early though. Like, you can still play Yone into it, but because Vladimir just got selected, it's safe enough to pick the Kassadin into it. The Greg is going to be prioritized by Tak, which means that Ornn will most likely be the option for KBG unless they're still not comfortable in playing the Ornn, and we'll go for the Alistar instead.
And go for a Nautilus maybe. They're not gonna pick up the Nautilus for sure, but there's a bigger chance of them picking up the Galio. Yeah, there you go. Jax for KG.
Still, almost the same picks, but just reversed.
Are they gonna pick everything that they pick on the other side?
Oh, mind blown for sure.
They shouldn't. No. Just because they banned the Kazakhs, that's not possible anymore. but the Zeri could be picked up here still.
But then again, right? Like, at least now you're seeing that KBG is willing to at least play defensive on one side of the map, right? Like, KG is not really going to take up as much resources as possible as a Jax. Yeah, sure, late game Jax is very scary, but here in competitive, it's used as a lane stabilizer, which means that, you know, the Tone can just visit KG over and over again and try to farm up some of the minions that your Baron laner has. Share some resources, share some XP.
Yeah. And for now, they even banned the Ornn so that you don't really have a lot of choices anymore. There is also a chance that they could ban the Alistar from Yu here, so he wouldn't have this option for this side.
Yep. Xayah being banned away. I wonder if another AD carry will be targeted here. Yeah, there you go. Zeri is going to be targeted away or banned away by KBG, which is a surprise because oftentimes you see that the Zeri is available. They will be picking it for Xiaoma. Is this a game that we see the Ashe for Xiaoma?
Oh! There's the Ashe is possible though, as you were saying. It's gonna get picked!
We saw this from a mile away. I feel super proud of our duo.
This is so fun. This is so fun to see them picking up the champions right here that you were expecting for Xiaoma to actually get this up with the Ashe, and now the Lucian is gonna get picked up just for them to have a counter in the early game against the Ashe, because yes, Lucian has a lot of potential for early game power, but Jace is gonna be picked up here by Weiba.
Okay. Early game damage, and again, trying to finish the game as early as possible. They're doubling down. They have the Jace, they have the Lucian. But on the other side, right, like, it's really super hard to dominate a lane that has the Ashe, and especially with the Freylord buddy in the Bra, because this is just going to be a very safe lane, right? Like, the volley will be used to wave clear and stabilize the lane, not really giving enough priority onto the other side. And the one thing that you have to be very mindful of is that by the time that Xiaoma is level 5, he's really very flexible in throwing those arrows to hit from, as you say it best, downtown.
Yeah. And what I am looking forward to here is how they are gonna use these champions that are the first from the first 3 picks on both sides. So would the Ton be able to get the performance that we expect from him when he's the one now that is using the the Nilla compared to what Weibo was able to do last game?
Lots to unpack, for sure. But the story is, how would this be played by KBG? Because if anything, right, like this is the game that you watch if you are part of the support staff of other teams, right? Like if KBG will be able to make this Nilla work, it just might be, you know, the pick that we'll be expecting by tomorrow and on Sunday as well, right? Like that's the thing. If KBG is able to make it work, teams will try to copy and emulate the same strat.
Yeah, for sure. And if they emulate this same strat, oh man, I'm gonna be real scared. We're gonna be entering a new realm. It's gonna be a Nilla meta in the jungle, and that's the problem here. How are people gonna be able to answer that Nilla? I mean, yes, early game champions like what the Shades could do in the early game would be good answers, but most of the time, CN conference battles don't usually go for big fights in the early game.
I didn't see the runes, by the way. It was super quick, but hopefully we get to see the runes soon. Under 9 picked Kassadin, and yeah, to our surprise, was the biggest damage dealer.
Goes in for the slow. They're gonna go for the stun against that. And Juju is also super low now.
Wait, did you say you what? Like Lucian was supposed to win early, right?
Yeah, yeah, they're supposed to. Yuyu is making it hard though. Yuyu is making it hard for them.
Yeah, of course, right? But again, not what we expected. Xiaoma getting good damage in, and again, just staying true to what they are very much known for. Ashe for Xiaoma is definitely one of his staple picks. And from last season, if anything, right, he's one of the best Ashe players that we have in the world. Maybe second to Mirmo.
Yeah.
Debatable, sure.
Man. Yeah, for sure.
Debatable, right? Like
we could always definitely say that Mirmo was the pioneer of the Ashe, and everybody respected the Ashe after he used it. So yes, it's always gonna be that way.
No bias, surely.
Yeah.
We're having fun right now. I hope you guys are having a wonderful evening too. If you haven't, actually, not just that, right? We also have to cater to the Western audience. If you are from the Western side of the world, good morning to everyone.
Yeah. And it's close to your weekend, everybody. That's why we are having fun here. Now, KBG sees where Weibo is. Oh, that shock blast damage.
About to see it. Now Weibo and company will be able to at least scam away some tower plates here. And there you go, 2 tower plates. Very good to have.
Ooh! One more shock blast and they got super low. It's a good thing that Weibo is gonna back away. At least they get some gold after that, and maybe the next wave after, and then try to recall.
You saw Nilla? He's helping, right? He's helping. He's helping by getting some minions, golden XP, and that's what you want to do, right? Like, if the pro players are doing it this way, if I ever play in a ranked game and I do the same thing, you should not shout at me, right? You should not ping me.
Yeah, that's true. I saw this yesterday in Wild Rift League Asia. That's why I'm doing it.
Exactly. 109 though. On the reversal of picks, this time on the Vladimir facing against the Kassadin, we saw how effective the Kassadin is by dishing out the most damage in the game. In game number 1.
That's why it's gonna be a different. It's gonna be a difference.
No way!
Body slam to get to Xiaoma, gets the first blood.
Oh, very confident is Trace Esports.
I think they're not done here. I think you use the next one. There goes into the glacial feature, but it's not enough to get any kills.
Super sexy the dive by Trace Esports, and they could just do this, right? Like, win lane, win game is a possibility for them. Xiaoma did not respect the all-in, and flashing in with a body slam is that. It's not the other way around, right? Oftentimes we see the body slam into the flash, but Tak, with his own variation of the combo, was able to get the first kill happen. Followed up by Korn being also able to dive. And that's a very good start for Trace Esports.
It's gonna be hard here for KBG. They don't really have any damage in the early game because remember, they have a Vladimir. They basically have no damage in the early game. That's why the first objective is gonna be really hard for them.
Oh man, 2 kills for Tech, for Juju, actually, not Tech. So it was gifted over to Delusion, which is a lot more scarier and a lot better for Trace Esports.
Yep. And what they can do here for KBG is just to hold on to the late game, because that's exactly what they need to do. The second objective after that is when their composition will start to rise, but now they don't really have any chances.
They need to go for a trade, surely, right? But it doesn't look like Trace Esports will not let that trade happen. The early game lineup of Trace Esports being gifted the advantage will be getting this Mountain Dragon and will most likely translate over to another objective at the first 5 minutes of the game. Like, that's on what are you to do?
He has nothing to do here. He's just gonna be giving this objectives to the hands of Weva. Because if he tries to do something, he might get killed pretty easily here by Trace Esports. And that's why they're trying to delay it. Look at what they're doing. They're trying to delay it. They're waiting for the recall timers of Juju before they try to take this Rift Herald.
Exactly. And now, 5 people converging, trying to approach and trying to challenge this Rift Herald takedown by Trace Esports. Definitely could be a massive fight here. Dash with Xiaoma always having the luxury to start the team fight by using his Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Yeah, they're gonna go in. Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Yu is in front of everybody. Uses the Glacial Fissure to the ground. And KBG doesn't have any more CCs.
Yeah, now they have to back away. Now they have to go for something else in the map. That's own. Yeah, sure, you are a very scary late game champion, but at this point in the game, 2 objectives gifted over to Trace Esports. KBG will have to crawl back into this game.
Yeah, they're just gonna be giving it back to the side of Trace Esports for now. And they're gonna wait for the next objective before they start the next one. Look at what the Talon is doing. He's just trying to get as much resources as he can this early in the game because he's really thirsty for that resource.
Yeah, that's the best. That's the best thing to do right here, right now. And if you are Trace Esports, you can just use the Rift Herald to summon it here in the mid lane. Tack again. QSS on the Gragas. New meta.
Yeah. They're just really going for it so that they don't get CC or stopped by a CC whenever they go for an engage, which is honestly, technically, it's a really nice way of going about it.
One would understand for sure, right? Especially if you are this aggressive. And this also unlocks a lot more plays for the Gragas.
Yeah.
At the CN conference. Can't wait to see it from our APAC teams as well.
Yeah. Now they're going to be taking this tower down the bot lane. They're going to have a 5k gold lead after this. Very big gold lead for the side of Trace Esports. And KBG so far doesn't have any answers.
Possibly can start with another Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Like even their Baron laners has to play passive, right? Like their Jax. Not really going to be very aggressive, especially with the lineup that Trace Esports has. One overstep can spell his doom. Yeah, sure, he has the counter strike. But if you get comboed by Weba at this point in time, I mean, dude, you have to respect Weba. Wait, Bloodthirster first item?
Oh, what?
Yeah, I think this is just, Weba things.
Yeah, he can make things
Arrow?
work. If it does,
QSS.
look at that. That is the QSS magic.
That's one way to deal with the Ashe.
Those are the question mark too.
Well, that's always a thing for Trace Esports though.
Yeah, especially for Tack. Tack does that every time.
True, right? Like, yeah, always is.
Oh, gonna go and chase down Corn. Flash is gonna be used by him, but on backside Tack might be able to get a big ultimate here.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Wait. Also trying to help out. A 4-man strong pusher here on the top side, but I don't think they have enough minions to go for the push.
Yeah. And this is gonna be it. A lot of members of KBG also answered, and they have a lot of people here too, waiting for Shama to get the enchanted crystal arrow before they engage.
And now there's a potential dive. Camille being called here. Lisa
explosive gas onto 3 people, and now they're back to nothingness. Because right there, we're seeing damage is not piling up from the side of KBG. They don't have any.
And Tag being initiating it all with a very good explosive cast. Kia and Renai will be able to at least get some of their eagles, delay their tempo. And Weiba just sending off a shock blast in return. Let's look at that replay. Surely there's a replay, right? I don't think there will be a replay because there's a dragon. But yeah, I mean, you can see it from afar that KBG was definitely being very reactive off the plays by Trace Esports, and that's what happens when you are this far behind, right? Like, when Lisa went and pathed towards top side, you know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and always when it comes down to this fights though, what is gonna be expected for them is just to really just lose on a lot. Even now they don't have any chances on winning any fights against Trace Esports, but they're gonna try still.
Yep. This is one way to deny the soul.
Yeah, goes in for the Hexic ultimatum. Still gets it in the end. Weiba. And now onto the back line. Though, look at the damage piling up. Now KBG now has a fighting chance. And they got 2 kills.
A dragon for 2 kills. At least some signs of life for KBG. But the threat of the Ocean Soul is still possible. Look at that replay once again. That's on KG. And again, they just locked down one of the primary targets with Shama free hitting. Still has to respect the damage coming from the Ashe. Not enough though at this stage of the game. You need more if you're KBG.
Yeah, and with the Black Cleaver too a while ago was built by Xiaoma. It's gonna be a really helpful spot for the side of KBG here, so that they're gonna go for, yes, we have a bit of damage, we have a bit of cooldown, so that we have enchanted crystal arrows every time.
Yeah, and finally, CN Teams has found the solution to Ashe. That is to build the Quicksilver Enchant. Even Juju is respective of the enchanted crystal arrow and has now built a QSS for himself.
Yeah, they really need to be scared about it though. But right now, they can be confident a lot more. Most of the times, the problems whenever you're facing an Ashe is when you get hit by the arrow and you can't do anything.
Yep. 2 items already completed for the Tone, by the way. And again, same could be said for Unrun 9. This is where things could go extra spicy with Baron spawning up in a couple of seconds. KBG, how will they play this out?
12 minutes on the clock.
Arrow
have the Baron
goes over to the bot lane.
Arrow onto the bot lane. Lisa was able to dodge it in time. And KG now has this advantage. He already used his Grandmaster's Might.
But there is someone still there. If Lisa ever over pursues, the Tone will be there to at least provide some assistance. Going for the shadow play. They're baiting in Lisa and Tak.
Yeah. Do they not know that the Tone is there? Okay, they didn't get any information.
Yep. No info.
The Tone moving there. So this is gonna be a chance here for the fight.
Oh, they're going for the blue.
Esports, damage from the shock blast, fighting for a blue buff. And there's gonna be their explosive cast was able to get 3 down in front for the side. Back is also gonna fall down, but the damage coming in from KBG is gonna be enough. Flashing in from Corn, gets the pulse, gets the slow. Xiaoma is gonna be left alone, and he's gonna be dead. At least a 1-for-1.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1, but KBG should be happy with what happened there, right? Like, it could have been the cleanup that a Kassadin is so capable of doing. A 1-for-1 is still a fair trade. Xiaoma being left to his own device to survive that all-in coming from Trace Esports. Oh no. I'm sensing something is about to happen. I don't want to say it yet because I don't want to jinx it. But can you feel it too, Dash?
I can feel it. It's getting colder.
Because the thing here is, Trace Esports, even with all the advantages that they have, even with 2 dragons and all the goldie that they have, they cannot get that extremely decisive team fight to win them their game. And that's on slowly scaling up.
Yeah, everybody is. Especially even under 9 is going to be scaling up. And with the difference between what Trace Esports has and what KBG has a while ago is the mobility that they have. Yes, But Unrun 9 has a lot of ways of going on Weiba, and he can kill Weiba easily.
Exactly, and it's not just Weiba that he can kill almost anyone except for the Kassadin, I guess. There's also no stasis available for Juju, which means that Unrun 9 can just ravage down this Lucian.
That's true. That's why it's gonna be different. The Ton used the dash a while ago, so he's gonna be left alone right here. But the damage coming in from him is gonna be enough. Look at KG following through onto the back line. Now he's in front. He's gonna be killed. That's so much damage coming from Korn.
Now KBG needs to reset. Trace Esports can threaten down this Baron, but Unrun 9 and company might still be able to contest. Yeah, one person down for KBG, but the jungler is still alive.
Yeah, and they still don't want to get this. They still have
they're going for the soul.
That is possible here for them. The Taunt is still alive. They use some ultimates on the side of Trace Esports, but this is an easy take, a soul for them.
Yeah, it's a Mountain Soul. I correct myself. So more resistances available for Trace Esports.
That's going to be good now. They can go in. They're going to be chasing down KBG, but they're still going to back away. With this Mountain Soul, it's going to be so hard to kill them.
Okay. All right, I think that's enough, right? Like, 3 dragons, a soul to boot is enough to win against KBG and possibly a Baron as well. Arrow.
Now here comes the arrow. They're gonna chase down.
Jungler super far away.
They don't have a flash here, but the Hextech ultimatum is not gonna be enough. The taunt is. I think this is the time.
Surely at least one way to attack a Baron indirectly is by decreasing the numbers of Trace Esports. 4 people strong, but the Elder is always going to be a win condition. The Mountain Dragon again. The soul itself presents some shield and resistances, which will make it harder for all this all-ins coming from KBG.
Yeah, and usually we don't see KBG be in this state that they are on the losing end, but here we're seeing them at their weakness. But what's great about them is when it comes to the team fights, they know that they're not gonna lose.
Indeed, that's the goal, right? For you to finally win team fights against the best team that we have had for a long time now. I believe that if anything, the KBG is still running on a win streak. Well, that top side.
Yeah, and Chance the Crystal Arrow was able to hit, but it's not going to continue to anything more. It's on. It's going to be backing away. Flashes are used from Trace.
Yeah, but the tower is still standing strong in the bot lane.
Yeah.
Juju, meanwhile.
Tower in the mid lane might be able to get taken down though. Look at that. Juju got it so fast. And now on the top side, another tower is going to be taken down. And KBG is just going to be losing on a lot of priority here.
Yeah, even the top lane tower is about to get destroyed if they ever over-pursue, but Trace Esports wisely backs away and will just spend those unspent gold and just in time for the Elder Dragon to spawn up in 30 seconds.
Yeah. With this 8k gold lead to their side, this is almost really hard.
Insurmountable?
But we're at that point in where after they get their 4th items, it wouldn't really matter if they got that big of a lead. But if they get this Elder Drake, that is GG.
Yeah, it comes down to execution, surely, right? Like, but there are lots of things going on for Trace Esports right now that one might think that, you know what, if this was not KBG, this should have been, or this should be an over already. Juju.
Juju's gonna be dead just because of that, and that's gonna be the end of it. One has been taken off. They have the apotheosis. Tag is gonna be next, but they have one follow through. Slipstream is gonna be used. Wasn't able to flash away, and that is gonna be the end of it. KBG could be ended in this game. KG is in front, but he's not gonna be able to do much. This game is gonna be taken by Trace Esports.
Good start, but in the end, it was Trace Esports again surmounting a decent amount of gold lead. And also that soul was very pivotal for Trace Esports to extend this series into game number 3.
This is going to be game number 3, and that was such a great game coming from Trace.
GG, well played, and we go down the distance. Hopefully no more Nillas. Because
Nillas have been really unlucky this coming games. It's because of the fact
that,
it's because of the fact that they're both great teams, and whenever you have a Nilla what they can do on the other side is just to pick an early game champion, outscale Danila, then maybe get a soul too on the side of Chase Esports.
That was a game in where we saw 0 objectives for the jungler of KBG. No Rift Herald, no Dragons, no Barons, nothing.
Yeah, and it was just really sad to see, honestly, for KBG to be losing in this type of fashion, that they weren't able to do anything much that game. It was because they were waiting for Weipa to scale, they were waiting for Undernine to scale, but it was a bit too late when they actually scaled.
And also a good pickup, especially against Ashes, are the Quicksilver Enchant.
Yeah,
we're seeing lots of teams prioritize it against the Ashe, which is a very good pickup to have, especially knowing that those Enchanted Crystal Arrows is by Xiaoma almost always hits the mark. Look at that total damage dealt to the champions, and Hessidin again topping the damage charts.
Yeah,
Horn. Oh wow. Okay.
And it's also just good too, though, that the Corn got the top damage here, because once it's almost always to that point in where when they reach level 13 and they're fighting against a Vladimir, they could just try to farm the damage on the Vladimir itself, because the Vladimir is just gonna be regenning anyway. So that might be the reason why they always get this top damage.
Yeah, it still is crazy to think about it, right? Like the amount of damage that Juju should be able to bring out in any given team fight, especially knowing that there's a Braum, right? Like in front of everyone. Ocorn will be getting the MVP just by withstanding the pressure of Mr. Unrun 9.
Yeah.
And a very well deserved one. Again, this is a player that we know is a veteran.
Yep.
Was from LoL PC. Did play in Worlds Championships 2013 or 2014, if I'm not mistaken. Played alongside Uzi and faced against the best of the best. One of them, Faker.
Yeah, and it again, at this point, is basically a veteran facing against superstars at this point. That's why he was able to win against Unrun 9. I mean, not directly, but again, a win is a win. Still.
A win is a win.
Yeah,
a win is a win.
Yeah, that's it, everybody. We're just going to be taking a short break before we head into Game 3. See you guys in just a bit.
Dear Summoners, Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 is about to begin. With the race start of the arena, what are the highlights of the new season that deserve your attention? Let's find out together. The WRL is divided into 2 conferences, WRLCN and WRL APAC. 11 teams from the WRL CN conference and 8 from WRL APAC conference will compete through the regular stage, playoffs, and finals to vie for ultimate glory. All matches will be played in a BO3 format in the regular stage. The 19 participating teams will compete within and across their conferences. Each team will play a single round robin with every other team within their conference once, and half of the teams from the other conference once. Throughout the regular stage, teams will be ranked based on their points within their conference. The top 8 teams from the WRLCN conference and the top 4 teams from the WRL APAC conference will qualify for the playoffs. The playoffs will adopt the BO7 double elimination format, and all teams will be ranked separately within their conference. Only the top 2 teams from each conference playoffs will advance to the finals, vying for the championship. Additionally, in the WRLA2 regular stage, the priority site selection will be determined through an A-run, preheating the vibe before the official game kicks off. Wild Rift League Asia Season 2 regular stage will officially kick off on November 1st, with the 19 top-tier teams assembled and ready for action. The battles are fierce, and the stakes are high. Which team will ultimately rise to the top? Stay tuned for the epic conclusion.
See, it's just a scarecrow. Aren't you afraid?
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings.
We're back to the actual last game of the day. This is going to be match point in both squads. We are going to be seeing if this is going to be the first time that there is another team that could defeat KBG except for Nova last season.
Stop their win streak. They started their win streak after winning that lower bracket game against Nova.
Yeah,
right.
That's true.
And then from that point on, they never looked back. So
yeah,
that's one way to look at it.
That was Volleyball Norn all along.
Wait.
Yeah.
And if you want a more insane stat, last season, KBG won all of their series after losing to Nova Esports.
Right.
Remember that?
Yeah, right.
So regular season wise, KBG has been winning a lot of games. Okay, bye-bye, Joy Unbound.
Yeah.
Neil is going to be banned away. And that's a delight to see.
They didn't even need to ban it. They just didn't need to pick it on both sides. There was no need. Because Nila is just bad.
Oh
man.
It's also KBG saying that hey, they don't want to deal with it anymore. And they want to play standard Wild Rift, which we are accustomed to seeing KBG dominate from the early game up until the late game, right? But now that KBG is showing some respect, Weiba should not be allowed to play this champion in game number 3 because that's too much of a wild card, if anything, right?
Yeah. And from what we're seeing now, they also banned the Kassadin. Vladimir could be picked up here by Trace Esports again. Give it to Korn because there's no Kassadin anymore and no problem.
Bye for the tone. Better champion pickup overall. Kazakhs, even if you pick up the Kazakhs, like the tone will just be alright, like it's totally fine, right?
That is true. we don't really need anything much here except for the Vi. Remember during game 2 this was also banned. The Vi was also banned just because of the amount of respect that they have for this best champ, or should I say main champion of the town.
Yep, at least so far in the season, he has picked lots of Vi's, right? Like during their second series against Team Flash, back-to-back the tone Vi games. Akali for Unreal 9.
That's what I want to see.
Oh yeah, surely.
Yeah, Unreal 9 picking up the Akali is always a treat to see, especially if it's against a Vladimir during the early game. That could be. And also KG with the Pure. I've been loving this picks.
Okay, time to back things up. And this is also going to be a very big challenge. And this is the way to send a message as well if you're KBG. You know what? If you want to beat us in our best.
Champions that we're super good at. I am kind of thinking of what Weiba is going to be picking up here, because there's a big chance that KBG is just going to ban the Jace, is going to ban the Kazakhs, so that he doesn't have a choice but to pick the Aatrox.
And Aatrox is one of the champions that has been, I would say, not too favorable in the current state, in the current meta. Because there's a lot of things that can really negate Aatrox's impact, right? There's a lot of execution. Evelyn is a very good execution champion. There's also...
And there's a Vi.
Yeah, there's a
Vi.
There's a very good lockdown that can just erase the Aatrox from the face of the Wild Rift. Now, the Gragas is going to be banned away. So is the Ornn. Yeah, should be the Alistar, right?
Yeah, there's no other choice here for KBG but to pick up the Alistar. They shouldn't pick the... At this point, they don't really need a Vladimir. A Braum is not going to be needed here for KBG, and the Alistar could be way, way better for them to follow through with the setups from the Thong.
So this should be a Zeri, and then Shama will go for the Lucian, right?
For sure, yeah. And
the Lucian Alistar.
Yeah, this is going to be...
Oh, Zaya! Zyra Khan?
Open.
Zyra Khan?
Please.
For the fans? Because, okay, I don't think I've ever casted a Zyra Khan game. WRLA
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, we didn't. We didn't, and even in season 1, I think we didn't cast Zaya Rakan. It's they're gonna go for the Alistar.
Yeah, Zaya Alistar. UU special. Definitely one of the champions I am super scared of for the opponents is when UU is on this champion. Now, Tak did hover this champion just a while back. I guess this is just one of his favorite things to do.
What? Wait! Wait. This is gonna be a Lisa pick, right? Not the Weiba is gonna be picking up the never mind. It's gonna be a Weiba pick. What am I seeing here?
Mundo goes wherever he pleases.
And he goes to this game.
Are you surprised of the Mundo? Yeah. Because we
Actually,
here
I
in the
am.
Philippines, right? Like we
man.
we get surprised. You surprised the Mundo?
Oh man, super surprised. What is that?
I don't know.
Picking up a Mundo in this trap.
Mundo.
I mean, it's okay technically because you're fighting against a Vi. You can't get cease and desist. That's why it's gonna be good.
That's one way to look at it, right? But Dr. Mundo is that one champion that has been relegated at best in competitive. One, because there's a lot of anti-heal items. Two, it doesn't really have enough damage to go against the best of the best junglers. Doesn't have the best jungle clear speed as well. But Weiba is saying that, hey, you know what? I bring out the Mundo, and there's nothing that you can do about it.
Yeah, and honestly, everybody's going to the point in where everybody's just experimenting. I mean, at least Trace Esports. Trace Esports is looking for that next Yone that they had from Yone Aatrox that they had from last season, so that they would be able to make it work and make it like their own champion.
Pretty sure Yone and Aatrox in the form of Dr. Mundo is super comical, bro. Like,
yeah, it's
just
super funny.
okay. Just
that's the case.
Just be honest with me. This is a champion that I will be picking in the jungle for sure.
Look at that though.
Less mechanics.
I mean, based on what I'm seeing too, I would rather have a Rammus to be picked here in this game
true.
rather than this guy, or even a Fizz from Weiba, because at least right now Fizz is actually good.
Never down Weiba, I guess.
Yeah, that's
anyway.
true.
Force Pulse. Korn picked the Kassadin, and same as Unrun, was able to deal a huge amount of damage on the Kassadin.
And for now, what I would really love to see is how Unrun 9 in the hands of a master, because honestly, a lot of teams have been banning the Akali when you're fighting against a CA team, right? But on the hands of Unrun 9, I want to see it. I want to see it in action.
Oh, surely, right? Like, every time Unrun 9 gets his hands on the more exciting champions to really witness, you know, the excitement just gets into us as casters, I guess.
That's true. It's like, I don't know what to say. It's always so good to see the best player in the game so far has been playing. And even if the Zed is not meta today, if I see him play it, I'll be okay with it. Okay, yeah, sure, play it.
Now on to the more pressing topic. Let's go back to Dr. Mundo.
Yeah.
What do you think? Okay, his path. His itemization will definitely be something that we want to look at. And if anything, right, like Dr. Mundo can surprise you damage-wise, right? Like his cleavers, effective cleavers, is one way to deal a huge amount of, not really a huge amount of damage, but a surprising amount of damage given for attack, right? And also, like, he's already level 5. In a dueling scenario, in a skirmish scenario, a 2v2 that features a Dr. Mundo that will be able to soak in a lot of damage from his opponent, specifically the Tones combo, is definitely going to be very good. So now, Weiba, I'm looking at his Conqueror. Oh, I love to see. The Battle Mundo.
My question is that going to be a first item Sterox gauge?
Nah,
Just
possibly
because of
Divine
what I'm
Thunder.
Oh yeah, it's better.
You see, I know my Mundo.
Yeah. I was really surprised about the first item there. But I could have been okay with this Mundo pick if we had Heart Steal on this game, but you have only one choice now.
You mean the skin?
No, not the skin, not the skin.
I'm kidding, but yes. The action continues. We are joking out and about. This is also already the last game of the day for sure. Pardon us for being too jolly of a pair, but this is what happens when Dr. Mundo gets picked up.
Yeah, that is true. You don't
You have to have
see
fun.
the Mundo, so you have to have fun. And Mundo is almost synonymous to fun.
Yep, synonymous to fun, surely. Oh, Yu!
Oh no, look at that though. Already going in with a headbutt, and with that, you're not able to get away with a cease and desist.
No chance to react. Pulverize into a flash, into a headbutt that the tone goes for the cease and desist. Early game advantage for KBG, and that's the play that KBG the early parts of the game, not the farming game, farming simulator what we saw from game number 2. Again, that's a very clean play from Yu.
Oh man, it's always a thing whenever you see Yu is just gonna be finding ways to get that first kill, and because they need to really get their early game, this is what I like about KBG. When they have this type of draft that they need to get their early game in their favor, they're always gonna find kills every time that the cease and desist is on cooldown.
Yeah, it's also not just him, right? Like, you ban away the Ornn, you also ban away the Gragas. But then there's still the Alistar open for the taking for Yu, which to me, I believe is his most remarkable champion of all. Like, sure, you can say that his Gragas is super deadly, but I feel that his Alistar is just on a different level. If we are going to divide it into tiers, like his Alistar to me is S+.
Yeah, and I do agree though, because it's way harder to set up compared to an explosive cast, right? It's way harder to set up the combo, because most of the time you need a proto belt to make the combo, the pulverized headbutt combo work, and Yu does that really fast. You won't see it coming.
True. Now Weba, he will be able to snag away the dragon. Now if it comes down to them securing another soul for themselves, that's very good.
Gets it again, was not able to move. Tak is going to be stunned. They have the cease and desist, and he's not going to be able to move again. And that's another kill to the side of KBG.
Well, can do a thing. Layering of CCs. And the good thing is that Juju did have the ultimate available to clear out the wave. That's one positive thing that you can really rely on whenever Zeri gets picked up. Hextech Flash coming from Yu is not going to catch Juju off guard.
I really love the Hex Splash in this game. You're able to move whenever you use the Hex Splash, which is really fun. Especially if you're playing a champion like the Alistar. Having a Hex Splash in this game is really, really helpful.
Exactly. KG meanwhile, back to his staple champion, back to his pocket pick. We haven't discussed about KG, but he was able to win game number 1. He was able to get the POG, or player of the game, in game number 1. So yeah, he's definitely going to be one of the focal points by KBG, especially him being on the Fiora.
Yep. And it's going to be helpful, especially there's a lot of players in the side of Trace Esports that have a lot of HP. The Fiora is going to be super good at taking down those high HP targets.
Still no first item for Mr. Mundo. I can't wait though. I'm super excited to see what he's trying to build.
Yeah. For now, we still are waiting for the next time that they are gonna fight. I'm really surprised that there's no big fight right. It's just Yu finding kills like here in the top side.
Okay, good. Okay. Lisa was able to dodge away from any potential combo by using his hookshot while under the bush, right? At least there's no way for your hookshot to get cancelled.
And now for this time, what can they do here? That's gonna be my question now. Is that how Trace Esports would be able to maneuver with that? Because Yu is just gonna be aggressive like this. He's just gonna do this every time. And what's really scary about this is how Xiaoma is just scaling up too. That's a lot of damage on that Xayah for sure.
Yeah. Divine Thunder, by the way, finally completed by Weva. So this is really the Battle Mundo.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Even with the Conqueror, that's just gonna be a lot of healing coming from the Mundo. So they're waiting for Weba to actually get into
another
position
tonk
and maybe go in for a gank here on the bot side.
Under 9, less than half health. They're waiting for all the members to be here and be asked for. Trace Esports can just go for the dive.
Yeah, they can go in. What a great vault breaker. They get one for the season. This is 2 against Tak. They're not getting a lot of damage in. Shamas was able to get a blade caller. Tak is still low in HP, but KBG, look at this. Look at the flash from Wava to get the bash on his head.
Wava! Okay. Okay, now Trace Esports is cooking something for the delight of the viewers. Again,
oh man,
already has the first dragon out of the game. We'll look at that replay. And surprisingly, it was KBG that pulled the trigger. They're layering off CZ. Not really the best, especially knowing that they tried to focus down one of the prime tanks of Trace Esports. Tak being down, not really enough to slow down Trace Esports, flashing in as Wava. And that's the tonk moment. Tonk.
I love the sound that it makes too. It's really satisfying
Exactly.
whenever it hits. Tonk. And they actually got the kill after that tonk. And now, what KBG could do here is to wait for the next objective. They still have 1 minute before the next objective comes in, and they haven't had any chances of taking down the tower still on the side of Trace Esports.
Yep. And the longer this game goes, the tank here, the Dr. Mundo becomes. Not sure if they will be building Blade of the Ruin King just to, you know, negate some of the inherent HP available to the Dr. Mundo. Executioner's Calling will definitely be at a premium, and you see that Daton already has one in the bag. And this is also one of the concerns that we do have when it comes to Dr. Mundo, right? Like, the value of Grievous Wounds just basically expands by itself.
Yeah, it's super high. And now for the side of Trace Esports, what they are doing is just to wait for the late game. Remember, they have a Zeri, they have a Vladimir on their side. And as long as they can hold on, it is going to be okay for them. The Mountain Drake's already up. And KBG, both of them are in position.
Here comes Wava. Once again, if they secure this, they can threaten the soul.
Yeah, they can go for it. They're already starting it. And Daton does have vision on this side of the map to be able to try and contest it. But right now, Yu goes in, has Unbreakable Will, is going to be tanky. Mid lane tower is going to be taken off. They go for reset.
Daton is charging his Vault Breaker. Can go in any moment now.
Yeah, goes in for Shauma. They're not going to continue just yet. Half HP already on Korn, but he gets another chunk of HP just because of that team of play. Back 9 goal, look at the run 9 goes in for Juju, and they get the dragon still in the end. Wava is just so good at securing objectives.
A very good crossover by Juju as well. Unrun 9 went for him. Juju uses the dash to dodge away from the assassin mid laner, and so now Trace Esports is not yet done.
Yeah, KG not dealing any damage against Wava. Trace Esports are just looking for a victory here, even with the Mundo jungle.
Dr. Mundo goes wherever he pleases. Next on the menu is the blue buff by KBG. Look at that replay once again. And again, the eyes on run 9, he went for Juju. Surely that's one of the primary targets that you want to go for. But as a Zeri, just one skill is enough to get enough separation. This is a very long replay though, for sure.
Yeah,
right?
that's true. That's true.
This is like the entirety of the whole setup, in where they were going for the X's and O's before going for the all-in, and Daton even wasn't able to go for his Vault Breaker play. Now you look at Unrun 9, finally goes in here. And Juju will be the primary target, and then Juju will just dash away to the other side of the wall, and he should be very safe, leaving Unrun 9 and his Twilight Shroud nothing.
Oh man, this is gonna be hard. Trace Esports can just take over the map now. With no towers, or rather, the mid lane tower has been taken down now. That could open up a lot of possibilities for KBG. But that's also, in retrospect, Trace Esports also has this tower down in the mid lane. So KBG would really need to do a lot of things to get priority against Trace.
And can you imagine the lineup of Trace Esports securing an Ocean Soul for themselves? Like, that's a lot of sustain. Right? Like, you have the Vladimir, lots of sustain. You also have the Mundo, lots of sustain. And so what do you do if you're a KBG? Yeah, sure, you can threaten by going for 100 to 0 kill. But it's so hard to do, especially against the tanks that Trace Esports does have.
And also because they, even with grievous wounds, they won't be able to do it easily. And almost everybody has it already on the side of KBG, but they're still struggling when it comes to at least trying to kill the members here.
You can't. In a prolonged team fight, all the tank team members, especially at this point in the game, should have enough HP and tankiness to withstand the pressure. You also look at the itemization here by Weiba. Just goes full armor, right?
Yeah.
There's no reason for him to build magic resistance. Akali's not going to target him.
Yeah, for sure. But oh no, he's gonna get killed in the process, as you were saying. But KBG still ends his life. Baron is in the table here.
Yep, and meanwhile on the bot lane, there's a 1v1 happening. KG still playing the disco. I'll hold that thought.
You're already starting it. This is going to be a chance for KBG to actually start it. It's going to be Baby Baron still. It's not going to be that tanky. Everybody's still really healthy at this point. Better Storm is going to be used. They still have one on the back line. That's going to be a kill on Shauma. And KBG is going to be losing one more member, and it is on UU. KG is not here, and Trace Esports just won that fight.
Trace Esports without their jungler. He's about to respawn and might just have bought a teleport for himself. Okay, let's look at the Baron health because it's slowly but surely going down.
Yeah, Unrodine looking for a chance here. Tatan is also here in the area. That's going to be Weiba already. They have the stasis on time, and they're going to kill the jungler first before they take the Baron.
Dr. Mundo might just be able to do it in 20 seconds. The Ocean Soul might just join Trace Esports, and with the Baron empowered minions to really assist you with all the waves, it should be a clear soul for Trace Esports. And at that point, again, similar to game number 2, what do you do if you're KBG?
Oh man, Trace Esports, this would destroy the power rankings that we already have in our minds, everybody. If Trace Esports would be able to win against KBG here, that is something to behold, and that is historical here for their side. But right now, Weiba ain't even stopping whenever he gets CC'd.
That's the passive, right? That's the passive of the Dr. Mundo. At least before the crown of the Shattered Queen was a thing, Dr. Mundo already has it.
Yeah, he has it as a passive. That is the scary part here. Now Juju being chased down. Unrun 9 has a chance to execute the back line. Tap, what a great protective measure there.
Wait, the dragon's already being started. Surely, right? Like the Weiba is already having a date with the Ocean.
Okay.
Hey, there you go, Ocean Soul. Okay.
They have the soul. They have tankiness. They have the sustainability of their champions. They're starting the fight now.
Hero's
entrance. How are they gonna kill Weiba in the process? Look at that. Look at how much damage he's taken.
He's super tanky. Hero's entrance augments him further, and Weiba and company is pushing down the bot lane.
Well, look at the back line though. Tatan is already here. He already used all of his skills, but they're flashing away. KG might be able to turn things around. We talked about it, but look at Juju. He's just dealing a lot of damage against every member right here. Look at how tanky they are. Look at how sustainable their damage is. And Trace Esports is looking to take down all the towers of KBG.
Top tower open, bot lane tower open. Only the mid lane left to defend for KBG. And they are forced to witness them run away unscathed. Trace Esports, against all odds, is doing it against the #1 team from CN.
Oh no, Trace Esports, even with this pick that we didn't expect to be successful, Weiba, you can count on him whenever you pick something really crazy.
It's super fun to see. You know, you ban away the Nilla. you get the Dr. Mundo treatment. You get the thunk. Oh, it's
you can't even do damage on him though. That's the problem.
The thing here is oftentimes, you know, the Dr. Mundo will be susceptible in the initial burst, but because of the hero's entrance, his resistances should be enough to thwart off any assassination attempt. And again, there is no need for him to build magic resistance because, again, as the Akali, do you really want to waste all your burst onto towards the Dr. Mundo? Absolutely not. You want Shauma to be able to deal a huge amount of damage against Weiba. Same can be said for KG. And again, on that Fiora, but again, easier said than done, especially with the current state of the game.
Yeah, and also the thing is, KBG already starting onto the back line. They use the stasis to stop the ultimate from happening. They still get the knock-up, but Juju is still full HP, no damage whatsoever, and under knife being chased down. He has the heat break in his head, and that bomb from Waiba ends his life.
The briefcase! Money in the bank for Waiba, and Waiba will start to get this Elder Dragon. This could still be a potential steal. KBG still in the running.
It's hard to still do this, but Xiaoma is going to be dead with a Featherstone. Lisa is going to be chasing him down a bit too aggressive right now. Hexic Ultimatum was cancelled right there and Xiaoma wasn't successful with his mission, and Waiba ends it with Elder Drake.
Waiba and company will secure a series win, stopping the win streak of KBG.
KBG surprisingly is gonna lose on the hands of a Dr. Mundo, and Trace Esports successfully destroys KBG, and now they continue with their win streak, and KBG has been stopped.
Kashing, says Waiba. And what a way to end this day. It's a very fun series of games, surely, right? I love the meta that we have right now. Lots of champions available to get picked, especially in the jungle role. This is why I love watching competitive, Wonder of competitive, right? Like,
oh man, flexibility.
Briefcase, brother. That's the I would say the most iconic briefcase I've ever seen in my life. You know what? Okay, so they have an assassin, right? Unrun 9 is definitely going to be a very big threat. And him being forced to use his burst against Dr. Mundo.
Yeah,
you have to feel for Unrun 9, like, oh my god, how am I able to really kill this Goliath? You can't! You absolutely can't, especially at that point with the Ocean Soul available. Dr. Mundo was just unkillable.
It was super hard for the team too, because they drafted an Akali on their side. It was not easy for them to fight against the tankiness. What Trace Esports did there that was very, very smart was just pick up, once they pick up the Zeri, they picked up a lot of tanky members on their draft. And that's why basically Unrun 9 only has one target, and that was Juju. But Juju could run away easily with a dash.
Exactly, and that's the thing, right? Like, one of the main reasons why Zeri is what we would say the #1 pick in the Dragon lane right now is because of his her mobility, right? Same can be said for the Saya, but again, mobility-wise, I feel that Zeri should have a little bit more when it comes to that compared to the Saya. We look at the total damage chart. Horn getting that #1 damage. No, check that. It was Juju getting the #1 damage, but it's almost a 1A 1B scenario. With this addition by Korn, I really love it for Trace Esports.
Yeah. And the problem here is, not even a problem, sorry, but one of the things that is a highlight here for Trace Esports is that Waiba didn't really need to do much. What he did was just tank a lot of damage, just get focused by the members of KBG, and that's it. They got the win because of that.
Divine Sunder as well. He wasn't even punished during the early parts of the game. Right, oftentimes whenever we see a Dr. Mundo
0-1-1 on Akali, wow.
Unrun 9, not the best game, but you cannot fault the guy, right? Who is he to assassinate? Korn, if he ever needs to escape from Unrun 9, he can use the pool. He can flash away. He can even use stasis the longer the game goes. But the MVP is still Korn. Whoa! A back-to-back MVP. For the legend himself, Korn.
Yeah.
You really love to see this. Starhorn really Royal Korn. Starhorn Royal Club Korn is back on the menu.
Grandpa Korn able to win against KBG. Wow. Wow. I just hope that this is gonna be the trend now. Now that this happened. This could really change how the rankings is gonna go moving forward. KBG having their first loss, and it's honestly a big wake-up call to them. Seeing a Mundo was something out of the picture for them for sure.
Yeah, we were saying that them losing their head coach and him transferring over to EDG was a bit overblown by us, right? That was something that we kind of, hey, you know what? KBG might not be the same KBG that we saw from season 1. And then now we see this 2 consecutive drafts in where they just got outclassed by Trace Esports.
Honestly, this is crazy how they got outclassed by Trace Esports. I remember during season 1 too, this was the same score that they had, except KBG was the one who won against them on a 2-1. But here, season 2, wow, the tides have turned and Trace Esports got a 2-1 against them.
Today's results: first match goes over to G2 Blacklist and 2-1 in favor of WHG, and just the recently concluded Trace Esports win against KBG. Looking at the standings of the CN Conference, number 1 alone at the top is Thunder Talk Gaming.
Hey, I thought that KBG is going to be there together with Thunder Talk, but no. What happened is that here it is, KBG having 1 loss on their record. Is it going to be the same from last season, or is that loss going to pile up?
Yeah, and you look at the record by Trace Esports, right? They have 2 wins, sure, but they only have a +2 on their record, and mainly because both of their wins was a 3-game series. So yeah, that's one thing that we will also closely monitor. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the standings, we have J-Team, Nova, and EDG.
Oh, no.
EDG, this is the biggest oh no that we have.
Man, that last 3 that we have, that was the first top 4 that we had from last season.
Exactly.
Right? Oh man, how the tables have turned during season 2. But now Esports with a 3-0. Whoa.
And then following closely are G2 Blacklist and BRU. Of course, you see that there is an advantage for BRU against G2 Blacklist because of their 2-0 wins. And G2 Blacklist having at least 1 game that they were able to win that went the distance. Still though, if it's if we are to rely on the head-to-head tiebreakers, G2 Blacklist should have the number 2 spot following Naos Esports. And again, it still remains true, right? Like whatever we predicted that the 3 teams from the Philippines will be advancing towards the playoffs, still very much doable, especially knowing that we are at the second week of our matches. But tomorrow,
ooh, we're gonna go earlier tomorrow. It's gonna be 2 p.m. If I'm calculating it correctly. Yeah, right?
Yep.
It's gonna be 2 p.m. tomorrow. It's not the usual 5 p.m. during the weekdays because we have 4 matches to watch for tomorrow.
So there will be 3 casters tomorrow, and we are going to decide as to who is going to take the first one, and of course the last one to end the day. But there you go, guys. See you again tomorrow. Lots of matches to wait for, lots of matches to witness tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the Quadra special, right? The Quadra series special. And so more Wild Rift Esports action available for everybody.
It's gonna be a longer day tomorrow. I'm really excited to see a lot more games, especially for our viewers that has watched for today. It was a great day. There was a lot of games for today. It was 8 games in total, and G2B got a 2-0 at first. But again, everybody, that was just our day for today. I'm really happy that we had a lot of people watching through the whole thing, and this was a historic moment, especially our game 2 and our game 3. Both of them were very historic moments and super entertaining to watch. Everybody, that was just our day for today. Thank you guys for watching. We have been your shoutcasters. My name is Ash, and I was here with Otalu. See you guys tomorrow for more Wild Rift.
Bye.
There's something about games.
What you're doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
it must be real, right?
And that's
real magic.